어, 어, 오. Oh, okay, I'm here. I'm here for real. For real, for real, for real, for real, for real, for real, for real. Can you give us a facts? You want some facts? No unlimited internet? Well, I got the SIM card for it, but the device that I bought yesterday is a proprietary Verizon device that won't work with a SIM card. So I walked to Best Buy. They didn't have any hotspots, of course. And I walked to Target. They didn't have any. And then I came home. So tomorrow I need to I don't know, go to the AT&T guy and ask him if he can order one. But also tomorrow, tomorrow the guys come in the morning, so I can call AT&T and schedule a real fiber install too. So who knows? Did you see the Dosh dude's last space exploration video? Wait, hold on. Where? Show me. Put it in your phone. It should support dual SIM. Wait, you think my phone can use this hotspot only SIM card, Cake? Are you sure? Are you going to NYC tomorrow? I'm supposed to. I need to book a ticket still. Because I think this is a special SIM. Like, I know the hotspots can't use normal SIMs. I honestly don't know the difference that much, but I don't know if it's cold as fuck in New York City. Bro, I was just in Omaha. I'm sure New York is fucking fine. It's just a data-only SIM. So you think I could pop my SIM into this phone? I used UK... Oh, shit. Is it enough? Oh, no, I could do it. Maybe. I could try it now. Flights are being grounded? Wait, for what? Space Exploration Part 3 out of 3. Oh, dude, I haven't even built a ship yet. That's alright. Let me just finish my Tier 2 sciences. I'm almost done. Big-ass winter storm?
Alright, now that we've got astronomical science up and running, now we just need to do the exact same thing 3 more times.
Astronomical science? Oh, he did like Tier 1 through 4? Oh.
Next up, I'm gonna do energy science, and I'm gonna try and keep it in the same footprint as the previous build. We're also going to need thermofluid, but unlike everything else, I can actually copy that part of the design. Energy science requires a ton of these streams, which conveniently I've already got on trains.
It's so... Well, I guess it's interesting to see it. One of the hardest things about doing this mod pack is if you don't know what you need in advance, you have to keep redesigning. If I... Well, I shouldn't talk because I haven't beaten this mod pack yet. My current save has like 483 hours. I could be wrong, but I feel like I could get back to this spot in like 150 hours or less. I feel like I could, because when you know what you need, it's like so much different designing shit as opposed to like figuring out that, oh shit, I need to do this or whatever. Yeah. What percent of your viewership plays this game? Probably less than like 4 or 5%, if that.
So pretty soon I've got all the fluids I'll be needing off to the side here. Then we'll bring in all the 10 or so items that we'll need to build all the data cards.
This guy plays on multiplayer servers and has other minions built on planet. Yeah, the upkeep is like... Actually, honest to God, this is a... I wish I would have known this in advance. Well, because Erin wanted to play initially too. Although I don't know if she has the time to dedicate to this. This would be a really, really, really good mod to play multiplayer. Like, I can already think of like... One guy is building the space base. Another guy is building on Navis, your home planet. A third guy is dedicated to doing other planets, and then like a fourth guy is dedicated to just like killing like biters, like extermination and shit. Like the mod works. This is like a really, really, really good mod for multiplayer. If you wanted to have multiple people, for the 20 of you that play this game, I don't care. But yeah.
Not going to go over all the data cards because that would be extremely boring.
How much do you make from 30 seconds of stream? I make about $100 every minute. Only if you work really well together. You 100% would mold if your teammate built something and you wanted to rebuild it. Nope, you'd have totally separate areas. I would never build alongside another person. My autism would go crazy. It would have to be like, you get the home planet, I need these resources, and then I'll build in space. It would never be we're building alongside each other. I would kill myself. There's no way. I could never do it. You want a quick 900? Easy, dude. Make a DGG server, see if they can surpass you. I think some people are already working on one, and I think they've already... Or I don't know if they've caught up to me yet, but... No shot, dude. Dude, I was locked in. I was locked the fuck in. One more time. I feel like I rushed this so hard. Oh, wait, this one got fucked. Okay, that was a dumb key. I tried a different key. How can one man be so locked in and then get out of sync? Fuck. That's so bad. Oh god, I fucked that up. It's so bad. That was like a 700. I fucked this last part. I always fuck up this end part. How? I'm never gonna be able to relive my glory Georgia days. No. Oh, what? Really? I felt like I was dragging. I felt like I was dragging so hard. Dumb. One more time. Okay. Fuck it.
But energy science requires a lot of the previous cards to make the more advanced ones as well. So even though I'm of East orbit, it'll automatically get refilled with probes and rockets.
Damn, what the fuck is that rocket?
And there's our star probe data. Just watch it all get loaded into the ship. We'll launch a few more probes, and from the sun, the less effective they are. And welcome to the asteroid belt. You might recognize it. Set up the silo, grab the cards, and head back. Then that's everything we need.
You're one handing the Pendulum and driving right past exit 900 to Blinkerton City.
Based. Are you going to give your take on the is irrelevant and incel debate all the other orbiters have? Oh wait, what? Link me. Yeah, we can watch it. Dude, I feel so famous now. What the fuck? The guy at the AT&T store recognized me and helped me set up my business account. And 2 people at Best Buy recognized me. I'm so popular. But nobody can give me internet, so it doesn't matter. What the fuck?
Astroscience.
Jesus, what is this factory?
Well, that's
say?
2 down. I guess I'll do material science next. Compared to astro and energy science, material science barely takes any thermofluid, so I'm not going to bother wasting cryo slush for the more efficient cooling recipe. Just this will be enough. Besides, it gives me extra space for other trains, and I'm going to need a lot of them. Material science is fairly straightforward, but it uses a lot of random things like trains and concrete. Most of all, pretty much everything takes material testing packs. I've mentioned them before, but they are very inefficient to move around, so
He builds this shit in space? Holy fuck.
Gonna be making them on site. I'll also be needing a handful of other fluids. Honestly, out of all the sciences, it probably takes the biggest number of different fluids. However, unlike energy and astro, we really only need one dedicated manufactory for every different card, since it doesn't produce any junk data cards and all of the crafting times are essentially the same.
It's like so much, it's so resource inefficient. Fuck that, I mean, productivity, yeah, damn, and you need so many of them too. He's got, I guess if you have other people like building all of your planets for you, then you can just get like infinite resources, basically.
We'll have the first catalog antimatter canisters, and they will keep consuming them at an alarming rate even if there's no energy demand. So making a circuit conditioned to only add more fuel if steam is below a certain level can be the difference between your fuel lasting 5 minutes or 5 hours. And when you're in deep space 20 minutes away from any hopes of resupply, you're gonna prefer the latter. I take it out for a quick whirl around Mariel to show that this hulking behemoth can actually land and take off. Antimatter has 10 times the energy density of rocket fuel, so what would have taken us 7 tanks filled with 320,000 units of rocket fuel, we can do with only 1 tank and 32,000. I decided it could use a little bit more thrust though, so I add this. By using a constant combinator, which holds the spheres required for that recipe as a signal, which is only allowed to pass when the folding request comes in. Then that's passed to the arithmetic combinators that isolate the sphere signals and feed that into a requester set on set requests mode. And then the bots will automatically bring in the requested spheres when the fold request comes through. It helps to do what you know first. It makes the whole problem feel a little less overwhelming, and while you're focused on one part, you might suddenly think up the solution, like I did. We can
No problem. We'll do that.
What incentive do you have to not be
3 hours. You're gonna post a YouTube video of your factory when you're done? Yeah, I want a shout out from the fucking Factorio devs. Because given like videos that have blown up on my YouTube channel and shit, I feel like I've probably advertised Factorio probably more than any other individual like on the fucking internet.
for the first 24 years of your life to try and get those short-term relationships, and then later, oh, well, I came to an epiphany.
Because you don't know how to have a healthy relationship.
You expect me to walk up to a woman cold and talk about politics? You're insane. That is an ontologically true statement.
Please don't use that word.
Don't use that word.
It is a necessarily true statement. Okay. There is no incentive to being a good person. That's how reality works.
Wait, Jesus Christ. Irrelevant. Irrelevant? Bro, this is not working. This is so slow. I think I need two of these.
6th Street paying girls $100 if they can successfully, keyword successfully, deep a banana. I have a backpack full of bananas. So this.
Bro, I would try. I would try, dude. Are you kidding me? $100, bro. That's I'm down to give it a shot.
Like how far?
Like the entire thing.
$100?
$100. No,
There ain't no way.
Joseph's over there.
Where?
I don't think I could show this on Twitch, but there ain't no way.
Over there.
I think I can do it. Should I try?
Ooh.
Like legit, would you literally give her 100?
I don't think I can do it.
You can try.
I would.
Don't make.
What is this?
Travel is going to be difficult moving forward. Yesterday was really the last chance for travelers to make it to the holiday destinations without any real headaches. As of right now, though, there are not any major delays at our big three airports, but there are cancellations.
Nice to be. Owens moved up his flight from San Diego.
Oh, sucks for you guys.
Make fun of me if I can't do it, okay?
Of course not. Of course not. All right.
Damn, fuck. It's too big.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Look.
Okay.
That would be more funny if he said it about his mom.
So I
Oh.
realized some of the mistakes that I
Yo,
made.
her friend was smart, by the way. Her friend was smart to pull her away. Her friend came through and pulled her out.
Hey.
So I
So
realized
that was
some of the
wise.
mistakes that I made in my early 20s. So I had met a few good guys that actually wanted to date me. And I was like, no, like, he's corny. Like, no, he ain't got no swag. He ain't got that that I'm looking for. Like, nah, not my type. Sorry, no thank you, not interested. So I went after what I thought was my type. You know, the guy with a little edge. You know, bad boy, got a little side to him.
Oh, this is gonna be like a
and all of that good
Don't Go
stuff.
After the Bad Boys video?
Interesting, mysterious guy.
Or
and I told y'all
what's
a
gonna
lot
happen?
about my toxic relationship. And man, after I went and took my ass over to where I thought the grass was greener on the other side, only thing that was on that side was trauma, mental abuse, and boy, did I get dragged through the mud. These men treated me like shit, but they were fine though. They look good. I used to love when other girls would be like, oh girl, that's your man. Like, he is fine, girl. Ooh. Meanwhile, I was being treated like trash, literally trash. So I went back and I looked at some of the profiles of some of the good guys that wanted me back in the day. And guess what, y'all? They're all married now. All married. And I'm single, left with trauma.
You being the size of Lizzo, or you being the size...
Okay. That's one thing I will say. Like, if you're a nice dude, like genuinely a nice guy, and you decided to not play the games that obviously could get you laid, because being a mean guy can get you laid, legitimately. Being mean to women in specific ways, gaslighting, whatever. Doing a bunch of mental manipulation is a very easy way to get women, to keep women, and to have sex with women. Especially if you're younger, there's easy ways to do it.
What? I don't understand why people... Never mind.
If you're a base dude and you don't play those games, and you do want to still date, women that might have looked down on you in the past, I will say one thing. That's fine. It's a great thing to do. Do not accept women with trauma. Don't do that. That's not something that you have any need, necessity, none of that shit. Fuck that. Okay? Somebody that might have learned that maybe you're a good guy after having done whatever, but accepting genuine baggage, when people meme about other people's baggage, they're just talking about a high body count, but genuine
I have to write. I'm gonna do this someday. Once I beat Factorio, there's so many things that happen once you beat Factorio. I have to write like a courting guide or like a dating guide or some kind of guide for fucking people, because I don't understand. I either need other people that aren't virgins. I need enough of them to tell me that I'm wrong, or I just need to get my whole shit out there so that people can learn. I cannot believe I get so much pushback on if somebody invites you over to their house at night, it's most likely to fuck take. It is one of the most obvious things in the world to me. It is the most obvious fucking thing in the world to me, that I can't even imagine somebody arguing against it. And every single time people argue against me, they always say the most autistic shit. Somebody on Reddit, until I commented and fucking nuked them, okay? Somebody on Reddit was like, actually, when you go over to house parties, not everybody there is having sex. Like, oh, bro, you got me. They're not doing the orgy. That's not obvious what the fuck I'm talking about. It actually triggers the fuck out of me so fucking hard. It triggers me for two reasons. One, it's because it's either internet warriors that are fucking arguing online that have no fucking idea what they're doing because they're literal virgins. Or two, it's retarded women that are trying to get raped. That's like the only two categories of people. There is... I will reiterate my point one more time. I'm sorry, fuck, I see so much shit between Reddit comments and everything else that it's like, listen, there is no reason there's no reason to go to somebody's house or to bring somebody to your house unless you want to fuck. It's so obvious to me. It's so obvious. It's like the most self-evidently obvious thing that I would ever, and it's like you take these people And these people will all wheel out like the same excuses, be like, oh, well, if you're a woman, saying no can be really hard, and you don't understand, you freeze up and you lock them. Okay, fine. If you want to give me all of those excuses, that you have the same amount of responsibility for your body as a retarded 4-year-old child, that's fine. But then why are you going over to somebody's house? Just don't go. Why would you put yourself in that fucking situation? It's like saying I can't drive and then hopping behind the wheel of a fucking Ferrari and being like, oh my God, how did I get into an accident? Don't get in the fucking car. I just can't. Maybe... There's one caveat that I'll give, maybe. There's one caveat. Maybe for Europeans, it's different. Those are like, if that's like a group of people, and I just don't see that they're from Europe, if that's like a group of people that's disagreeing, maybe in Europe, maybe the standards are way, 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 way different. That might be the case. But in America, in every city I've been in, it's just like, if I message a girl and I'm like, hey, do you want to go out to eat tonight? And she's like, yeah, or we could just go to your place and order in. She's saying, I want to fuck you. That's like, obviously. Why the fuck would you say that otherwise? And this is almost always the case. It's been true in the past. There's somebody's like, oh, we can go to your place and order in. Oh, you want to be in my place? Because something we can do in my place that we can't do in a restaurant is fuck. That's why you want to come to my place. Or if a girl's like, hey, there's like a Seinfeld skit on this even. It's like, it's a literal Seinfeld skit. Where's the...
I can't stand doing laundry. That's why I have 40 pairs of underwear.
You do not.
Absolutely. Because instead of doing a wash, I just keep buying underwear. My goal is to have over 360 pairs. That way I only have to do wash once a year.
So, thanks for dinner. It was great.
We should do this again.
Would you like to come upstairs for some coffee?
Oh, no, I can't drink coffee late at night. It keeps me up.
People on Reddit are looking at this and it's like, oh yeah, he didn't go up because he didn't want to drink any coffee. There's nothing wrong with this. That's what the average Redditor is saying. One person in my chat, like, I can't. And then people also do, and then people, I'm sorry, fuck. I'm nuking the fuck out of a friend right now in DMs. I'm sorry, I love you, okay? I love you, and I care about you, okay? But everything this person is saying, she thinks I'm only talking about her, but a ton of other people say too. People also wheel out the second ultra retarded statement, okay? Where people will say, oh, so you're saying that if you go over to somebody's apartment, that you can just fucking rape them? Because now sex is 100% has to happen? No, motherfucker. You can always revoke consent, obviously, okay? However, like, I could put a girl in bed, pull her fucking pants off, put my dick in front of her vagina, and also say, actually, I changed my mind, I don't want to fuck you. But up till that point, probably seems like we're gonna fuck, obviously. But that doesn't mean that you're like committed 100% and now you can get raped 1,000,000% and there's no way you can back out, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, that's not the case. You can get up to the point to wherever and then revoke consent or decide you don't want to do anything. That's fine. But if you've gotten to that point, every sign, every signal that you're sending is saying like, hey, let's fuck, hey, let's fuck, hey, let's fuck. God, fuck. This convo, it triggers me so fucking hard. What if she gave you the look? I'm a big version, but why do people have to play these worded games? Why not just say, hey, let's fuck explicitly? Why does it have to be coded in? Hey, want to come to Minds for Coffee? Without getting like too complicated, courting is a complicated dance that you play, okay? Where you don't want to feel humiliated, right? When it comes to courting, there's like two bars that you have, okay? You've got your, how much do I actually like you bar? And then you've got your, how much do I show I like you bar, right? The reason why you play this slowly escalating back and forth is because, like, let's say that this person likes you, like, up here, but you only like them up here. If they ramp it up, like, all the way to this top part, like, immediately, and you're not ready to match that level, well, now they feel like they're humiliated, right? Like, oh, shit, I like them way more than they like me. So you both do this kind of, like, escalating dance where you get closer and closer and closer, and then you feel out where you're at, and you kind of do this because it saves people's feelings, basically. This is just, like, how courting works for whatever reason. Like, would it be nice if somebody was like, hey, do you want to go back and fuck? Yeah, that'd be nice, but nobody does that. It'd be nice if everybody was super straightforward, but that's just not the way that it works. If you're going to be smart with this, the courting guide is going to be called Fuckers University with a private Discord. Shut the fuck up. What do you think about explicit conversations about no sex early on and it's a mutual agreement? If that's the case, and this is speaking, I'm coming at you as a bisexual dude, okay, that has no problem saying no, okay, because every guy is rapey and pushy, but I have no problem telling any guy to fuck off. I would never, ever, ever, and I have never, ever in my whole life brought a guy back to my house, because that's just some scary shit. Why the fuck would I even let a guy know where the fuck I live? Because men are fucking scary if they get crazy. Women are funny. Men will kill you, okay? And then also, like, your ability to, like, kick somebody out. There's, like, if I'm at somebody else's place and I'm not feeling it or I just want to leave, I just be like, fuck you, I'm out of here. And you just leave. And that's super easy. It's super easy. But if somebody's in my place and I have to, like, kick them out, oh my God. First of all, the emotional and psychological hurdle is way bigger, because now you put yourself in a spot where, like, I don't need you to just leave. I need you to, like, I have to remove you from my house, okay? And you might try to fight me the whole way, not physically, but just, like, emotionally or whatever. And then it's just so much more work. And then they know where you're at in the future. They could show up whenever. Like, fuck me. It's like such an escalation. This is why I've said before, that, and people disagree with this too, and that's fine. I feel like fucking somebody is less of a big deal than bringing them back to your house. I feel like inviting somebody over to your house is like, that's like the final fucking frontier, okay? Except maybe introducing them to your kids or something. Like, bringing somebody over your house is like the biggest fucking amount of trust you can give to somebody. More than fucking them, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Jesus Christ. But then people will say some autistic shit like, well, what about when I invite my family over? Do I have to fuck all of them? Destiny? Like, okay. Haven't you had sex with someone in Sweden? Yeah, but that was in a hotel. Different. Or maybe people would say that wasn't obvious. If we both book a hotel to hang out, that doesn't necessarily mean they might just want to watch TV there. Can you please clarify it isn't me? It is Kelly. I am talking to Kelly right now. No, it's nobody you guys know. Okay. Should liberals really be ass men over this? No votes on asset seizure for Ukraine Reconstruction Act. No votes on asset seizure for Ukraine. I don't even really know what the Ukraine Reconstruction Act is.
Say to the down keepers, the sun slappers, the...
I think Destiny is like this because he's a streamer. Of course, trust is an issue. It has nothing to do with me being a streamer. Even when I was hooking up with random girls on Tinder, it was the exact same thing. Even when it was girls that said they don't hook up. If they came back to my apartment, we almost like fucked every single time. Like, but that was the expectation. Or if they weren't into that, if they didn't want to do it, we'd probably meet somewhere else for like coffee. Or if they were inviting me to their house, it was always for sex. I don't think I met a single girl on Tinder in California. There weren't that many. It was less than 10. But it was at least like 6 or 7 girls. I don't think I met a single one on Tinder where if they invited me back to their house, it wasn't to fuck. I don't think that happened a single time. Like, because why the fuck would they invite me over to their apartment otherwise? Of course it's gonna be to fuck. Why would you have somebody in your apartment? Why would you do that? They just want to play Smash? I've had plenty of female friends where we would hang out. ML Blair, can you tell me, as a man, you're inviting a woman one-on-one to go to your house to do what? What are you guys doing? What? Talk me through it. I'm an alien to this experience. Just walk me through what you're doing. Is she coming over to play Call of Duty? Or he's gonna be like, I'm 12 years old. Talk about the world and stuff? What do you mean? What if it was a friend you've known for like 2 months? This happened a lot to me in college and we didn't always fuck. Sometimes it was fun to just cook together. Okay, hold on. If you say it wasn't always to fuck, then it sounds like somebody that you have a sexual relationship with. So if you invite them over the house and sex could happen, so that's already a thing. Based. Your statement is way too absolute. You can easily just say, don't invite someone over unless you have a good deal of trust in them. It doesn't have to be fucking. Didn't I say that literally fucking verbatim? Didn't I say you shouldn't invite somebody over to your place unless you, like sex is on the, unless you're willing to fuck them? I feel like I've said this explicitly. What did this say? She gave me a foot massage one time. I don't know. I'm getting baited. I'm getting baited. Okay. We're just gonna watch this video. I can't do this. I can't do this take. Okay. Have fun. Get raped or rape or whatever you guys like to do in your wild ass fucking world. Either I'm autistic or the vast majority of you guys are autistic. I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know. I'm truly at a loss. I'm truly at a loss here. Maybe I am the raper. Maybe I've been doing it every time. Maybe all these girls, when they invite me over, they're like, I thought we were just going to watch Castlevania. I don't know how it turned into sex. And it was because, I don't know. I'm sorry. Okay.
What was my 4-hour Discord call with Mr. Girl as part of the investigation? It went just fine. We made friends, learned more about each other's lives, played games, and I laughed a lot. Nothing bad happened. I hope.
Okay, based. Okay, let me just... Your take on this is no better than the men and women cannot be friends. I'm just kidding, guys. Guys! This whole thing was an epic troll. I was testing all of you, okay? When you guys are invited back to each other's houses, it's just to play Mario Kart. Netflix and chill just means watching Netflix, and...
Emotional problems that they're gonna have to do. Fuck that shit. You can find a woman who's 30 years old, whatever, that doesn't have trauma that you need to also deal with. Fuck that. You deserve better as somebody that didn't do that shit. That's my opinion on that shit. I'm not dealing with it. Fuck that.
Size of a fucking NFL.
But I'm a man with trauma? Don't care.
Linebacker.
Women will abuse you? What a dumb statement. Are you saying women mostly have sex with men that manipulate them? Correct. Those people with trauma...
Let me reiterate. Here is the ultimate takeaway. This is the single most important takeaway from all of my advice on this, okay? If you're a woman, don't go to a guy's house unless you're willing to fuck them, okay? Full stop. If you're a guy, don't be a rapist. But if you are going to be a rapist, I'm probably not going to stop you, okay? But if you're a woman, don't go to a guy's house or invite him to your house unless you're willing to fuck, okay? Because that's probably what he's thinking. Be careful out there, children, okay?
Are unironically going to expect you to not only deal with their shit, but have to solve their emotional damage that they've experienced. You're not their therapist, my guy. Yep, I agree. Trash take? Why is it a trash take? Man, I ghosted so many chicks in the past after I was done with them, and that shit feels bad looking back on it now that I have a daughter. Sure, Taliban super soldier. Sure that, you know, it is what it is. People grow. Please go live on YouTube. I have premium there. I'm gonna go live right after this video. What if I'm the person that's causing the trauma? Then congratulations, you're probably having a lot of sex. I manipulate women, then you're probably having a lot of sex. Or is it just easier to manipulate? It is easier to manipulate women and then get women. No one is without trauma. Some people are just more... Bro, what are you talking... Nigga, what are you talking about? Are you serious? Well, obviously what I'm talking about here is don't date some woman that is so afraid... Like, I'm talking about, obviously, these women who date, like, terrible guys, and there's men who date terrible women. Okay, let's just put it this way, because maybe me saying woman is triggering you here. Don't date people. If you're somebody that is an upstanding person, that has done right, or whatever, your whole life, don't settle for people that will, like, steal your phone, check your phone because they're insecure about cheating because of their past partners, that will fucking maybe cheat on you because of how insecure they are, that will fucking disrespect you because they think that you should be earning more money or you should be
Jesus
thinner
Christ.
or whatever. Don't settle for any of these things if you're an upstanding person and you have been your whole life. Don't do that. Don't settle for this shit. Because otherwise, at that point, it's a race to the bottom. Men should be really terrible.
Okay. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Okay. Can you really not walk through the logic of how that works out in real life for guys who are hearing that? If it's an expectation, what happens when the expectation isn't met? Okay. Here's the issue. There can only be one of two things that happens, okay? And this is 100% on women. There is nothing else that can change this facet of our reality. There are two ways that we could do sex. One is everybody is super upfront about what they want, and everybody is puts all their cards on the table and figures it out, but that is not happening. Okay? That won't happen, okay? Women don't approach men, and usually you have to play games to get to the sex part. So if we're playing games, then things like expectations and things like trying to read other people are always gonna be part of the courting game. So if you're not the type of person to clearly say, I want to fuck or I don't want to fuck, but instead you're gonna rely on the other person to interpret subtle cues or invitations or body language or whatever the fuck else, then you are always gonna be in situations where expectations are not only created, but they're expected. There is an expectation of expectations because you don't expect the other person to be upfront and clear about what they want. You cannot have it both ways. If you're the kind of person that wants to say, well, inviting somebody to the house doesn't necessarily mean sex, you can't have sex, that's fine, but you better be having explicit conversations with every fucking guy that you meet, every fucking guy that you talk to about exactly what you want. Because if you're doing anything subtle, then fuck you, they're gonna be playing those games because you have to. You cannot have it both ways. Full stop. Okay, I'm done.
They should be bad boys, they should be shitty, they should manipulate women for the first 26, 28 years of their life, and then once they're done fucking all the women they want, then they should start dating and being a nice guy or whatever. It is a race to the bottom if we don't have some kind of consequences for these actions. It really is. It really is. If we settle for anything, then we're gonna get fucking terrible people that we're in relationships with. It's just how it works, man. Like, I don't know. You cannot provide me a legitimate reason why you shouldn't manipulate women for the first 28 years of your life, and then once you want to start dating women, then then you're nice to women. You can't give me a legitimately good reason outside of anti-degeneracy. That is it.
Can guys and girls be friends and just casually hang out without ever making it explicit? No. You need to make it explicit because men are fucking retards. And you want to know what? You want to know a fucking secret? As somebody that spent a lot of time on the other side, women are fucking retards too, okay? Only a woman will say some absolutely brain-dead, retarded shit. Like, oh, there's this one guy, he's been single for 5 years, he's my closest friend, he does my laundry, he comes over and he rubs my back, and every time I'm having trouble with people, he's always a shoulder for me to cry on. But like, I don't think he's into me or anything, but I really like having him around to do all of my shit for me constantly, right? As long as women are stuck in permanent fucking 50 social IQ mode like that, or they're in denial, then no, you need to be fucking explicit. Both sides need to be explicit. But men all do the same shit too, where guys tend to fuck zone girls, so it's a little bit different, but yeah, guys will do the same shit too. We're like, oh yeah, like I'm friends with this girl and we hook up sometimes. And, you know, like she called me when her parents were dead. And, you know, sometimes I give her a whole bunch of compliments and I tell her she's really special to me and shit to get her to come over to my place and suck my dick. But like, no, I think we're like just chill or whatever. Like, I don't think she's like obsessed with me or anything, even though she like texts me, you know, like every morning and I usually ignore. Right? Guys will say the same retarded shit. Everybody is retarded. Everybody is fucking retarded. That's why it would be easier if everybody was explicit about anything. None of you people can read body language. None of you people care about if anybody is comfortable. Everybody's selfish and an asshole. So no, everybody should just be explicit to make it so much fucking easier. That would be the ideal. But that's not going to happen. So until then, it's probably good to take shortcuts to figure out like what people are thinking. So, and one easy shortcut is if somebody invites you back to the place, they're probably thinking about sex. If you're inviting somebody back to your place, you're sending a signal that you're interested in sex. So if you don't want to have sex with somebody, don't go to their place alone. Boom, easy, okay?
You have to just be an upstanding person to do that.
Why do you say most men are rapey? What exactly do they do? A man's goal in a casual interaction is usually to push, break down, and do everything you can to not get an men are basically like salesmen when it comes to fucking women, where your goal is to push as hard as you can, not to get them to walk away from the sale, but to break them down until you're going to get them to agree to sign the papers. That's like essentially how a lot of guys approach sex.
Do that. Because there is multiple different strategies you can do easily to manipulate women at very little cost to yourself to get sex, reliable relationships, and whatever. Just be like a...
Stop trying to both sides this issue. Women inviting abuse by not being upfront is on women. Don't retract by trying to mention men as if they are the ones playing these games. Except not, you fucking retard, because men play these stupid fucking games too. That's why the most popular fucking advice for men on the internet come from red pillars that are trying to tell you to fuck your way through your entire 20s and then ruin those women, because by the time you hit 30, you're looking for a woman that's only had one dick inside her maybe in her entire fucking life. So yes, men play these fucking games too, right? The buck stops wherever the fuck you want it to stop, but you can easily say, like, for instance, it's women's fault for not being explicit about what they want, right? Why, if a woman wants to hook up, why not just say it? Well, the problem is if she does say it, a guy will call her a fucking slut and then go and find another girl, right? So no, these games are enforced by both sides because all of you are fucking retards. Every single one of you, okay? Men and women are both full-on fucking retard when it comes there. But this is one little itty-bitty iota thing that you have control over, which is if you are a woman, don't go to a guy's house unless you're willing to fuck. Don't invite him to your house unless you want him to fuck him. Because that's the signal that you're sending and that's the signal they're sending. So just avoid it. That's like the one itty-bitty clear piece of advice, and then you can still play games, you can still do whatever the fuck else you want, but that's the one piece of advice, but just don't do that particular thing and it will keep you out of so much trouble. I promise. It will keep you out of so much trouble. So much trouble. Okay.
A piece of shit, abusive asshole, and you'll get a lot more women. It's just, I don't know, man. And the only positive to not doing it is a duty in service to the people around you.
Is this when both people are single? Hold on. You're banned. Fucking retard. Oh, what if my wife's friend invites me over to have a conversation about... If you don't know what I'm talking about by now, then then leave. Get the fuck out of my chat, okay? And go be a fucking virgin for the rest of your fucking life, you fucking moron, right? Any other fucking retard questions in here? Is this only when both people are single? Well, what if I invite my grandma over? Do I have to fucking take her to Pound Town, Destin? You fucking moron. Anybody else? Any other stupid fucking questions in here? Question marks. What if I'm inviting my dog to come indoors? Yeah, you have to fuck him too. Good one. Oh my god, the guy's gonna call her a slut. What is she to do? Oh wait, she can fucking leave. The fact they stay is why this is an issue. The issue is on all sides, my friend. That's the thing that sucks about most of these weird dating standards, is that everybody enforces it on all sides, right? Red pillars are some of the most toxic fucking people when it comes to dating and sex standards, right? Single moms are churn and burn, one-time use only. Or like women are sluts if they've had more than 5 dicks in them. Or like it's natural for men to want to cheat, but women can't do. Like all of that shit is contributing to these toxic fucking hookup standards just as much as the retarded shit that women do. 100%. It is an equal game that everybody's putting Jenga blocks into in order to build the fucking tower, okay? It's not just women and it's not just men. Everybody does it. But the red pill advice and all of that shit, all of that is destroying the hookup world for you just as much as anybody else, okay? Just as much as women do it too. It's dog shit advice for people that just want to see everything fucked up around them. True. Stop it! Thank you. Okay. If you are a freshman in college, having people in your room is a constant and non-sexualized experience. True. Good one, dude. True. Good job.
That is it. It is a sense of duty and service to not be a piece of shit. There is no benefit to being a good person at all.
Jesus.
Under this context. Same with being a woman. Well, granted, as a woman, I don't think you have to be a piece of shit to get a guy. I think you pretty much just need to know how to wear makeup, and you can get a...
Oh my god. Wait, Irrelevant is going full incel. Wait, what happened?
What do you think the women who get treated like that end up like? Terrible people. I think they end up with a bunch of trauma. They're the people who tend to, like, check your phone, do all that shit because of trauma. I think they end up being worse relationship partners. This is an obvious thing. Oh? Trauma of being abused inside of a relationship usually results in you either taking out similar behaviors on other people or you trying to take precautions against that behavior that result in worse relationships in the future.
Doesn't having guy friends break your narrative? Wait, who did I? Oops, wrong band. Hold on.
So you're telling people they need to create more damaged women? No, what I'm saying is there isn't a negative to doing that as far as how people go about life selfishly. There is no benefit to being a nice guy, is what I'm saying, which is true. There is none. If you are someone, if you're like any average guy, you should be an asshole for the first 28 years of your life, 29 years of your life, just cruise through women, and then when you actually want to start dating, you become a nice guy. The only reason why you wouldn't want to do that is a duty and service to your fellow common man or woman.
This would be a both sides issue. It was affecting both sides equally. Red pill became popular because it isn't. Men just have to cope with being called rapists, and they can't even get an ugly girl to fuck them. Here, you know what? I'm going to say this. I'm sorry. I'm going to go harder on this. Okay? If you can't get a single girl, like even a fat girl to fuck you on Tinder, it's your fault. You're fucking shit up. It's not because of polygamy. It's because you're a fucking loser. It's because you either don't know how to text, you can't take a picture that doesn't look like you're fucking Michael J. Fox while you're holding the camera, you can't have a fucking conversation to save your fucking life. That's on you. If you can't even fuck a porker on Tinder, then you're fucking up. Don't blame the polygamy. Don't blame Evo Psych, that's your problem, okay? I could fuck people on Tinder without advertising any of my shit when I lived in fucking Nebraska, and I'm like probably like a lower than fucking, I'm not a 6 foot tall dude, I'm not fucking shredded or anything, and even I could fuck multiple women on Tinder without plugging my stream shit, right? They're not gonna be fucking 10 out of 10s or whatever, but like, yeah, you can find people to do it, and that's in fucking Nebraska, okay? You have no excuse. If you can't do anything, then that's on you, motherfucker. Figure your fucking shit out. Stop blaming the fucking world. Stop using weird Evo Psych. Stop watching all these people that are turning you into antisocial incel fucking losers, okay? Figure out how to have a real conversation with somebody. Figure out how to treat a woman like a fucking human being, and figure out how to take a picture, all right, that doesn't look like it was from a Polaroid in 1997, and you'll probably be able to fuck at least one person in the next 3 months. I believe in you, buddy, okay? Swipe a lot, buy Tinder Silver, stop being an antisocial fucking loser who thinks that fucking... Sorry. Back to this. I'm sorry. Fuck. Okay. Don't... Starting on January 1st, I'm going back to my understanding, sympathetic, empathetic, all that fucking whatever cuckathetic bullshit I'm doing. But you know what? I don't have internet right now, and I'm getting fucking triggered by all the fucking red pill loser, antisocial fucks in chat. I have to see so many chat logs. I have so many single female friends that show me so many fucking retarded things that these guys do. And it's actually so unbelievable how fucking loserish most of you fucking men are. You're disgusting. You're fucking rapists. You don't know how to have conversations with anybody. And then you show up and you watch these podcasts about fucking hustle culture and being your own strong fucking guy and building your own shit. And you can't even fucking do your laundry. You live in an apartment with 3 pieces of fucking furniture. You don't know how to make your fucking bed, okay? You think it's gay to clean your asshole. You've got a 5-in-1 fucking body wash. You've never shaved in your entire fucking life. Like, and then you go onto these red pill podcasts and you're like, yeah, it's the polygamy. It's the polygamy. That's what's killing dating apps. It's destroying us. Really, bro? Because of one study in 2004 by OkCupid, you're gonna say the dating apps have destroyed the modern dating market? Get the fuck out of here. Put in 1 ounce of effort in anything in your entire fucking life, okay? Before you go crawling to these red pillars online, who are only fucking women because of their clout, by the way, that they're getting off of losers like you, okay? Red pill shit online. I said that it was the OnlyFans for men. That's actually not true. I lied when I said that. It's fucking Amway for men, okay? Red pill shit online is Amway for men. You get a bunch of guys that are basically telling you this is what you need to do to fuck women, kind of like people selling multi-level marketing schemes like this is how you're gonna get rich, but the only way those guys fuck women is because they have a lot of people watching them telling you how to get women to fuck, right? It's like a video with Fresh saying, oh, I fucked 3 women in one night. How'd you do that? Well, because I'm a popular YouTuber and an NBA guy hooked me up with 3 chicks, right? That's not fucking women. That's not success. It doesn't count when you're successful because you're telling other people how to become successful, and that's where you got your success from, right? Let me just watch this video, okay? Show us your chat logs with women, Destiny. Bet it looks cringe. Do you disagree? Yeah, it probably does look a little cringe because I'm a normal human being that's not trying to spit game and pickup lines like I'm gonna have fucking somebody review my fucking shit on stream the next fucking day. It's called being a normal fucking human being. Literally any chat log you see of me flirting with another girl is probably gonna look kind of cringe. But guess what? I fuck more women than your entire fucking family will and all of your entire lives, including your family. I fucked all of them. Even the ones that are under my desk right now, but not the ones that are under 18 because that would be illegal and I would never do that, okay? Fuck you. Chat logs are always going to look cringe. It's part of dating. It's part of flirting, okay? Chill. Jesus. Okay. We're watching this, okay?
That is the problem. It is only genuinely out of virtue that you are a nice person. Oh yeah, how tall do you think Kidology is? 5'6", 5'7"? So are red people right about the body count higher? Body count equals more possible trauma, so it's definitely a high...
Wait, is it because of relevancy into the gym now? Is that what happened? Is that the change?
Higher chance, yeah. There's definitely a higher chance for trauma, for sure. Even in your view, you're lowering the dating pool, doesn't matter. You got what you wanted in your early years. You had your fun, whatever, phase. The benefit...
Kidology is someone you need to talk to, female incel? Yeah, bring him on. Bring her on. Bring whoever it is on. Can you please respond to Relevant saying there's no point in being a nice guy? That's a common red pill thing. It's because people don't know what a quote-unquote nice guy is or what a nice guy is. Nobody knows what these things mean. Women love nice guys. Nobody likes a nice guy. But there's a difference. Like, there's a difference between being like a considerate person that's receptive to like what the other person is feeling versus a fucking simp that nobody likes. Those are two totally different things. Red pillars can't differentiate between the two because they have the emotional IQ of an infant.
Is other nice people will keep you around, but you don't want that in the first 28 years of your life. A lot of guys don't. They just want to be able to have experiences with women, including sexual, maybe short-term experiences, because they're not looking for a wife in the first 25 years of their life. They're not looking for a wife.
People basically think nice guys are yes men. Yeah, I am a nice guy, I think. Or I don't know, you can ask girls that I've like hung out with or whatever, but like I pick them up, give them rides, make sure they're safe, like order food, offer to do shit or whatever. Like I'm a very polite, nice person. But I don't come off as a nice guy because I'm not a fucking simp. Like I'll call a girl retarded or argue with her over some shit. If something comes up, but I'm like, I'm a very, very, very considerate person in real life. Yeah, I don't know. But people, when they think nice guy, they think of like, oh my God, like, do you want me to buy every video on your OnlyFans, miss?
They're looking to just have fast experiences. And so there really isn't a great incentive for this kind of behavior. Are you actually advising men be assholes to women? No, 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 no. The statement is that there is no incentive. That's the point. The only incentive is anti-degeneracy. That's it. It's just to be a good person. There is no reward for being a good person. None. Outside of like a sense of self. And I've unfortunately lived long enough to know that there's people that don't care about being a good person. There is genuinely human beings on Earth right now that have no desire, no care, no inclination.
Is there an incentive to being nice? I mean, like, I would say so. I think that people generally appreciate, like, people that are, like, nice and considerate, but I think Irrelevant is on some... Irrelevant is pushing P. Okay.
Being a good person. It doesn't even matter to them. at all, which blew my mind. So there is people who are alive right now who have no connection to their sense of self, whether or not they're a good person. It doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. It's insane how there's people that just feel no shame. It's unbelievable. And so, yeah, pretty much what I'm saying is without a firm stance against being a bad person, without a firm...
You should watch Sneeko and Myron right now. Why, are they doing a show? I should go bust into their studio. Dude, I've watched so many house clips. I have so much house recommendations. Holy shit. Are they live now? Fresh and Fit live. Do women not get sensitive when you argue with them? Or if they do, it's not the kind of person you're interested in? Oh, no. No. There are a lot of women that don't like my type of personality. I have a very aggressive personality. There's a lot of women I just don't get along with, which is fine. That's totally fine. A lot of women don't like that. I don't know if I'd say most, but there's a lot that wouldn't like how aggressive my personality is. But there's a nice slice of women that are, because a lot of men don't like bitchy or cunty women or whatever. I love bitchy or cunty women. Women that like come off as being really autistic, that are like, that come off as like, most people's like, oh, she's kind of a bitch or whatever. I love those types of people. So I tend to get along really well with those types, but we're both like generally not liked as much by the opposite sex, usually.
Stance of a sense of duty.
You can't see the incentives of being a nice/good person when you're young. Everyone your age that's kind of a sleazy cunt sees huge payoffs for it. It's only once you're a bit older that you're supposed to see the real payoffs for it. Yeah, sure, because you form like better relationships. I mean, like, irrelevant is right. If you want to be a fuckboy, then just like be a fuckboy, I guess. But they're live on Rumble Sneeko right now. Melina seems nice outside of the occasional word drama. Melina is nice, but Melina has a fairly aggressive personality compared to most women. She looks nice, like she wouldn't, but I think she does. I think you've seen her stream. She does. She has a fairly aggressive personality.
Showing all the dicks,
bro. You fucking slut.
Yeah! Like, it's... Oh, fuck. I'm gonna say some real mean shit. I have to... Hold on. I need to reel it in. I don't understand how you can't understand that you are contributing to the exact environment that is fucking over your audience when you do this, right? Both of these guys have audience members that are desperate for pussy. And these guys are putting out into the world the exact type of behavior that makes women not want to fuck guys. Because they're going to be looked down upon by guys like this, right? Like, it is the worst type of messaging to put out to women when your audience wants to fuck, right? It's so fucking stupid to do this. It's so stupid. Okay, I don't care.
Your community and to your fellow man or woman, there is no reason to not be a bad boy in the first 25 years of your life until you want to start seriously dating, and then you're a nice guy. There is no good reason. There is no, outside of a sense of purpose, there is no good reason. Because you can get a bunch of women, you can get laid like right now if you disrespect women. All right, you could fucking be a piece of garbage. There's a lot of manipulation tactics that can get you sex, that can get you short-term relationships.
That's true, but like he could literally say the same about making money. Like, don't work a job, that's for suckers. Go scam people. If you want to make a lot of money, the best way to do it is scamming people. That is true. Why do you think we launched tier 5 subs? The best way to do it is to scam people. Look at the FTX guys. Look at all the dudes that were part of that $100 million fomenting scam or whatever. Yeah, but I mean, like, would he say the same thing here? Like, if you want money, don't work a job. 9 to 5s are for losers. Just do like crypto scams, right? Like,
fuck long-term relationships that are toxic, but you can get whatever kind of relationship you want that is, granted, be toxic in a short period of time. Bullshit, he's not. There's no incentive to being a good person. If you want to have sex in your 20s, be an asshole to women, yep.
Jesus Christ.
What is incorrect about that statement?
Plastic, stone,
true, without
iron,
consequences,
copper.
There's no incentive to change? Exactly. There's no incentive for me to be a nice guy to women outside of my sense of self. And there's a lot of people that don't have a sense of self, is something that I discovered pretty recently. Yeah, Boots. You want to get in Discord for me, buddy? You
Uh-oh.
can get the YouTube stream started that way. You got 2 minutes.
Is Erudite streaming on
Is
is she streaming on Twitch or YouTube?
I disagree. The incentive is finding actually fulfilling relationships. Well, my point is, Vlad, that most men inside of their early years, they want to have these fun. They want to have fun. Like,
I was gonna say something and you guys don't even care, so never mind. It doesn't make any sense. I was gonna say that if you care about, if you want to have really good sex, I've said this. I'm gonna repeat this over and over again. Okay. I've been with girls with all sorts of different levels of experience, from virgins to highly experienced women, all across the spectrum. And my 5 best sexual partners, bar none, it's not even close. Not even close. My 5 best sexual partners were the 5 women that I'd been in long-term relationships with. No one else is even close when it comes to like having really good sex. No one else is even close. But I say that, but you guys don't actually care. I don't think most of you guys care about sex or good sex. You just want to have sex with multiple women, with lots of women, because that makes you feel good about yourselves. Because you're fucking pathetic, you have no sense of self, and the external validation of women is the most important thing in your entire lives. Like, so my statement there doesn't even fucking matter. It's a waste of time to even fucking say it. There's literally no point, because none of these people even care about having like good sex. They just want to fuck somebody so they can say they did it. And it makes them feel better about themselves.
women do. They want to have spontaneous, fun relationships, short-term. They're not thinking about getting a wife at 18 years old. They're thinking about maybe dating somebody, dating some other chick, fucking this chick, having some fun, enjoying life.
Or we just want to spread our seed further. Think before you open your mouth. And because the problem is right now, if I was standing in front of you, I would vomit because of how disgusting your breath would be. Because there's 15 different red pill loads that are oozing out of your disgusting cock-sucking fucking mouth because you just finished sucking off the last red pill. You want to spread your seed everywhere? What the fuck are you, a fucking caveman? You know what else you're built for? You're built for long distance running, climbing trees, and surviving in the fucking forest. When was the last time you picked a berry, you retarded fuck? Probably never in your fucking life. Don't talk to me about spreading the fucking seed unless you're literally out there impregnating every fucking woman you fuck. That's not true, you fucking moron. Jesus Christ.
And there is no incentive to being a nice guy in that realm. Most men...
I'm sorry, hold on. We need to... hold on. I need to just... I gotta chill, okay? Well, my evolutionary psychology... The last fruit you think you ate was a fucking cherry Coca-Cola, motherfucker. Don't talk to me about evil psych. Give me a second. I just need to chill. Hold on, I'll be right back. 1 second. Where's the mommy milk option? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Let's just watch this.
And women are not thinking about having kids and settling down at the age of 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, maybe 24 is where they're going to start thinking about it or whatever. But my whole point is there's no incentive to being a nice guy during those time periods. Yo, what's the Discord person arguing?
He stole that from me. The stretching and screaming? That's my thing. Not cool, dude.
Whether or not disrespecting or being, my Discord, not yours, manipulation tactics are good or effective at getting women, I think. I'm going to say the N-word YouTube chat. Oh no. I don't think DK editing is the person. This is what's his face's editor, right? This is Chud Logic's editor. I don't think that's M Boots, is it?
So DK is Chud's editor. I'm Star's editor. And he's my boyfriend.
Who is this?
So you guys both have the title DK?
No, I just said I'm on his computer.
Oh, okay. All right, so what was your issue?
I mean, you're saying like the most inflammatory stuff with barely any explanation behind it. That is like literally the worst thing that somebody who is struggling to get a girlfriend in their 20s can hear.
Ooh.
What is that?
First of all, that people should not date.
I hope they, Destiny, I am black, sent you a Discord invite and would like to talk to you about a certain red pill phenomenon that's happening right now that you're not discussing. What do you say? Well, if you're black, I mean... I don't know who you are on Discord. I'm sorry. I'm too lazy. Okay.
Women
Come
who
back
have
to this.
trauma, which is literally like, if a woman is over 30, odds are that she has trauma from dating one of the assholes that like you were talking about guys should be if they don't have any incentive to not be it.
Yeah, wait, do you disagree with the idea people should avoid other people with trauma?
Yeah, everybody has trauma.
I hate, or maybe they do. Maybe you guys do. Maybe everybody does, or maybe they don't. Maybe we just call everything trauma. Who knows?
And I know that you kind of clarified that, but people that are like insecure, like, and want to go through people's phones. And
I'm gonna be honest. That's what happened with Melina. When we started chatting, I was like, oh, so. No, I was about to say something really mean. I'm sorry. I love you guys.
shit, like that kind of stuff is not a permanent part of somebody's personality.
I'm
just
sorry.
like you're saying, like, women in their 20s or
So
whatever.
let's start it there. It's cool if it's not a permanent part of your personality. I don't care because I don't think anybody who respects themselves should be a part of their development process going through that.
Jesus.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, if you don't care, then it seems like you're not like a good person, and you probably should stay in that like 20s group where you're just fucking women and you don't care about them.
No. I think it is a clear breach of trust, and it is a clear. This is a phenomenal how you're saying that the real problem is me not wanting to date a woman.
Okay, who's gonna say it first? I feel it coming on. Is one of these people gonna say the, I just think it's funny that ... Is that line coming, do you think?
That is going to go through my phone without my permission. I am the one.
That's not what I said. You asked me.
That's what you just called me an asshole for saying I didn't want to date that woman. That is a deal breaker for me. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to date a woman with trauma who does that.
The different issues that I had were things that you said, so I started from the top.
Yeah, and one of them was that I refuse to date a woman whose trauma forces her to do something unethical, like go through my phone without my permission. I refuse.
Right.
And I believe, on top of that, any self-respecting person should not deal with a woman that has that kind of trauma that makes her do something unethical either.
Right.
I don't think they should.
And the whole problem with that is by saying that like there's no incentive to be a good person in your 20s and you should just treat women like trash and manipulate them, is creating those kinds of people.
True.
So you misunderstood the reason why I said that. The whole point of me saying this is that the only reason why you would avoid being the asshole that clearly does get at least more consistent sex in short-term relationships is because of a sense of purpose or a sense of self or a sense of duty to your community. There is no other legitimate reason.
But when you say that, it sounds like what you're saying is if you don't have that, you should treat women like trash.
No.
You should, yeah, because you're not saying like the problem is you need to handle yourself. You're saying, like, if you don't care about women, then you should do this.
No. The whole point of what I said is to illustrate that there isn't this illusory thing, that there is no consequences for your actions, not to you as a person. That the whole point is that for us as people to create a better environment, we have to hold ourselves accountable. We have to have a sense of pride about being a good person. And it seems like most young people do not have a sense of pride about being a good person. We interact with our day-to-day life, we interact with other people in a way that we have no sense of self that is attached to being a good person. Our only sense of self is...
Okay, is that TTS thing really true? If I were to use a VPN so they couldn't packet inspect, and then do change like the TTS on my NIC or whatever, would you really be able to do infinite phone data through your computer? There's no way, right? That seems like such a simple way for them to verify or to validate hotspotting shit. Oh, TTL, not TTS. Sorry, TTS is. God, I want to get throated right now. I need that. I feel like we've been talking about BBC too much. It's starting to feel weird. Never mind.
Does this provide me pleasure in the short term or in the long term? That is it. We have no sense of anti-degeneracy. That's what it is. We were just like, you know what, fuck it. I want to have sex with women, so I'm going to. And an effective way of doing that is manipulating women. Do you disagree that it is an effective way of having short-term
relevant?
Okay, so then what's the issue with what I said?
Because what you're doing when you say something like that, and if your audience is like incels or something like that, they're not going to become a better person. They're hearing, if I want to have sex with women, I need to be a shitty person.
Good. Good, because that is the truth. What we need to do is then provide them alternative. No, that is good. We should communicate the truth of the reality, because you know what happens?
Seemed like Kyla agreed more with Relly. Tell her to call me. But she's streaming on Twitch. Fuck.
If they find that from somebody else, they're going to think I was withholding it. I was withholding this idea that would excuse you.
That?
No, I think there's a lot of people that don't know exactly or they don't know it from people like me. They hear it from.
Okay, can I blackpill you guys on something real quick? When she says, this woman, when she's saying like no, do you ever wonder how like Australian and British people can fake American accents so well? Because American accents are the default way that humans speak, and it's the correct way to speak. Every time they do shit like this, especially when they're not talking to each other, they're intentionally trying to make their words sound as silly as possible, okay? Only Australians can turn no, 2 letters, in a monosyllabic thing, into like 6 fucking syllables when they speak. No, like what the fuck are you? You're like running the whole spectrum of like human sounds here, and I don't even think it's real. That's why when you ask them to like, oh, do an American accent, you're like, oh, I didn't even know they're American. Well, of course, because now they're speaking normally. They turn off the insane shit that they say every time they open their fucking mouths. Jesus.
Other people who are like red pillars or whatever who tell you game that does contribute those things, and then when they try it, they then think, oh fuck, what the red pillar said was true, and they think to.
Yeah, why do you think they all sing in American?
Continuously look at their content or what they're talking about a solution.
When you listen to like Pink Floyd, like he's not like money. He doesn't say it like that. He doesn't say it like that. They sing in American.
You've been watching so much red pill content lately. You've gotten quite a bit more on the red pill side.
Okay, give me one take that I've changed that has been more red pill.
But I don't know one take that you've changed.
So then why did you just say the sentence you did? You just made a claim that I changed my opinions after watching a lot of red pill content, and you can't give me one take I've changed after watching red pill content.
No, it's just that you seem to be like talking about it a lot more in a way that appeals to incels more, not in a healthy way.
Okay, what is the unhealthy way that I have been talking about it since I've been watching it more?
Literally the thing that I was whinging about in chat.
We've already addressed that. I said nothing inaccurate about that. There was nothing inaccurate that what did I say that was inaccurate?
It's not about being inaccurate. Like you can say that this is how the world is and it's really fucking shitty, but don't say like don't date women with trauma. Like don't say like if you want to do this, then you should do this. Horrible thing.
Do you agree? Like do you think we should be dating people with trauma? Do you think it's something we ought to do?
Do I think that it's like required? I don't understand what you mean. I think that it's fine to date people with trauma.
let's say yeah, I think it is fine too, but I think we should avoid it. I think we should avoid it. What my whole point was, I don't think people that have spent their entire life trying to be good people avoid creating an environment where people are experiencing trauma should feel that they need to settle for somebody with trauma. That was the whole spiel that I went on. If I am somebody who has conducted myself in a manner in which hasn't produced people with trauma because I've been careful and diligent about how I've conducted myself, why should I feel, and I don't think we should, that was my whole point, I don't think I should feel pressure to have to settle for somebody with trauma.
Right, but if the people that you're talking to are people who, like, if they are listening to you and they're like in their 20s, they think like, well, I don't have any sense of self, that I don't mind just like sleeping with whoever and treating them like shit. Like, they also have trauma, like, and they are causing that trauma. So if they take your advice, they're like just taking fucking normal women and causing more trauma.
That's not my advice. That's the issue, is you saw what I said as advice. What I was saying was a descriptive reality, that if you do these things, it is an effective way to get short-term relationships and quick sexual experiences. That is what it is, right? And there is no incentive on earth that prevents us from doing that. We have to hold ourselves to a higher standard. We have to do that independently. And a big part of this...
Do you think I'm weird if I wouldn't date someone who's religious? No, I think it's probably an okay like dimension of compatibility to worry about.
Talk about is holding yourself to a higher standard. My issue is that nobody talks about holding yourself to a higher standard, and that is what is necessary. It seems like what we tell people is that it isn't an effective way of doing it, or we avoid the subject in general. It is an effective way of doing it. I have to look people in the eye and go, I know that this is good at getting you what you want. If you're a young man that wants sex or short-term relationships, this is a really good way to do it. But the problem is, you ought hold yourself to a higher standard because it pollutes the environment for everyone else, and including yourself. It does that. You should stand on your own two legs with your back straight and not do these things is a part of exactly what I said. But denying that it is an effective...
Okay, that is not a part of exactly what you said.
Yes, it was.
Like, I was listening to you the whole time. Like, you should go back and fucking listen to it.
Then why do you think there were so many people adding you in chat saying that that's not what I was saying?
Uh-oh.
Because you've probably clarified your stance on this at a different time and I wasn't listening. But I'm telling you what I heard in your stream and I was listening to it. You're not saying, like, this is something you can do. Like, yes, it is possible you are going to have more sex. But, listen, what you need to do is not do that.
Okay. If you didn't hear me say that, then that's fine.
Ooh, the dismissive okay. I do that all the time.
Whole disagreement
people hate it when I do it. I love doing it.
If the whole disagreement just came down to you not hearing me,
no, it's not that I didn't hear you. It's
or that I didn't say it. It's completely irrelevant.
What you're saying though is like the only reason.
Would you date someone fresh out of a relationship, aka 3 months or less? Yeah, those are literally the best people to date. Okay.
To do this is if you are a good person, which you have no incentive to be.
Correct. There is no incentive to be a good person in material reality. There is none. Outside of a sense of purpose and duty. There is no reason. Tell me what reason there is for like Jeff Bezos or any of these.
Why? Because high quality people are always fucking dating, okay? If there's some girl and you're like, damn, this is like a really cool chick, but like I'm gonna wait for her to like, you know, like process her breakup and all that shit, and I'm just gonna like chilling every time, she's gonna be dating one of her friends in 2 months. No, sorry. She's gonna be dating one of her close friends in like 4 weeks or 3 weeks. Because as soon as she's out of that relationship, there's like 4 guy platonic friends in her immediate circle that are instantaneously trying to hit her up. Instantaneously. Like generally, it's not always the case, but like 94% of the time, like really high quality people are like always in relationships. So like the only time you can get like super lucky and date one of these people is like right after they've like gotten out of a relationship.
Other people with a lot of money or influence to do good things. There is none outside of a sense of duty or purpose. There is no incentive to being a good person. That's how reality works.
I mean, even in the frame that you have, like I said, you're lowering your dating pool if you're saying that if you shouldn't date
I can't tell if
women
this is
with
sarcasm or
trauma
not.
over 30.
This is not sarcasm. I'm super serious. I might have even said this in the past when it comes to like the difficulties of like dating past 30. The reason why it's really difficult is because if you want to find like a really good woman to date who's single at 30, the only ones are going to be ones that are just out of relationships. Like if they've been single for like 5 or 6 or 7 years, or even for like a whole year, like that's just so exceptionally rare that there's not like some other really weird fucking shit going on with them. That's so incredibly rare.
Do you think? Go ahead. Sorry, you were talking about something else. Go ahead.
Yeah, you shouldn't date women with trauma over 30. Then you are creating those women and lowering your dating pool. Also, if
No.
I
never was in the process of creating. I stand by those. I'm not going to date a woman with trauma that causes her to do a bunch of fuck shit to me. Fuck that. There's plenty of women that are like upstanding people that are normal fucking people that aren't going to do shit like check my phone without my permission. Fuck that. I'm going to stand on my feet and I'm going to go, no, I'm just not going to deal with you. I'm not going to deal with trying to fix your trauma that you can.
Really, a lot of women in the medical field are single at 30 from what I've seen. They all say they were busy focusing on their career in medical school. I don't believe it. Maybe, but I don't believe it.
Partially caused by your interacting with these people. Because there are easy ways to find decent people. People just don't do it. People like things that are more...
Okay, what happened to our poor friend Irrelevant here? It seems like... Did he get into a fight with a girlfriend recently or something? Or did she like check a phone and find out he was cheating or something? Or what the fuck is... what is going on here? He seems really invested in this phone argument. Like, it's really important about traumatized women not checking his phone. Like...
Spontaneous. People like for instance, the woman earlier in the story, there were actions that she made, I'll grant, not as with as much clarity or clairvoyance as she would have liked at the given time. Maybe she was young or whatever. But there are people, grown adults, who have avoided making mistakes that other people have made that have brought them to the problems that they are currently having. I don't believe that every single...
That was her example, little bro? Wait, have you guys been listening to the fucking video? That might have been the example that she used now, but the reason why is because Irrelevant has brought up that phone argument like 15 fucking times. He keeps saying, like, somebody that won't check your phone, somebody that won't check... Like, he's brought that argument up like 15 times. What are you talking about?
Person who's experienced trauma or is experienced or is actively like a piece of shit to another person was only that way without anything that they could do. I refuse that. So I'll just find somebody that doesn't go through my phone, that doesn't do these various different things that may be caused by trauma, and I'll just get in a relationship with them. Or just not get in a relationship at all.
Based.
I think it's really, like, obviously, yes, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But when you start off by saying, like, never date a woman with trauma, and then have to go back and clarify what you mean, it's pretty fucking toxic.
Damn.
How is it toxic?
The Irrelevant is hinting at something true here. He just said it in a very edgy way. The real answer is don't date somebody who uses trauma as an excuse to treat you like shit. That's the real take.
Because people are going to hear, don't date women who have gone through trauma. They're not going to hear, don't date women who go through your phone. Because obviously that's good advice. You should not date people who go through your phone.
I said it explicitly in the context of that trauma manifesting inside of a negative pattern of behavior inside of a relationship. And I gave the example of the phone. I gave the example of suspecting you're constantly cheating, possibly cheating on you because they're so insecure and things like that. I gave those examples at that time.
You gave them later, but yeah, I'll accept that. I just think that it's really important to like push that like doing this is creating these women with trauma.
Yeah, but from the perspective of selfishness, which is what most people are operating with, who cares? Not your problem.
Damn.
And so we need to give people a reason to care. And the only way that we can really do that is by making them have a sense of self that's attached to being a good person. And
He
most
said,
young people don't
who
have
the
that.
fuck cares?
Men or women don't have that.
Oh, wait. I'm a little delayed, but another reason for you don't have to just want to be a good person to do that. It creates more possible partners for you.
I already said that.
No, I don't think it does. Are you talking about long-term? Are you talking about long-term partners?
She already refuted it.
Are you talking about long-term partners, like when you're ready to settle down?
No, I mean, it just is better for everyone overall.
Yeah, but
It is better for you if you don't do that shit.
No, well, no, it depends on what you want. If you want short-term relationships, if you want fast sex, then no, it's fine. And your own contribution to that isn't going to poison the well for all women. It's not going to happen. If I disrespect all the women I ever interact with, there will still be billions of other women that are perfectly normal and well-adjusted. I can just go find one of them after I'm done. My own personal contribution can result in me having quick access to... What do you mean? You think I'm going to... You think I'm going to... Oh, I see. I understand.
Where are all these perfectly well-adjusted women? Find me one.
Hey, listen, based. True. The point is that I myself cannot pollute the entire pool, and that's the way people operate. I'm going to have fun in my 20s, I'm going to have fun in my early years or whatever, because the consequences are not large enough to cause me, and even myself, issues long term, so I'm going to do these things. And then, when I want to settle down, I'll just go find somebody who might be a little bit harder to find, but are still going to be perfectly findable, because...
Well, she's not going to, like, the way that you just said that was like, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to not have any consequences, and then I'm going to mature when I'm 30. Like, there's no reason to want to do that.
Why not? A lot of people want to have sex and quick relationships in their early 20s. They want to have fun. And part of that fun, for unfortunately a lot of dudes, because of the way that we encourage men to be promiscuous, is to have a lot of sex in short-term relationships. We gain men gain a lot of clout by doing this, so a lot of men will be like, yeah, sure, I want to do this, and then when I'm 27, 28, maybe 24, 25, I want a long-term relationship, and they can start being nice to women. We need to provide them a reason to not do that.
Yeah, but the problem is that they are hurting themselves by doing that.
Very marginally. Very marginally.
I mean, you can, like, dating older men in their 30s, you can tell guys who have, like, been shitheads and are still shitheads and are just trying to, like,
and then the argument wouldn't be to continuously be a shithead. What I'm saying is, if you're a nice guy,
can I get a nah?
Looking at the way that this
know
environment
I just want to hear
if you're a nice dude, an upstanding person, and you want to have sex in short-term relationships, but then later you realize you do want to have a long-term relationship, what incentive do you have to not be an asshole for the first 24 years of your life to try and get those short-term relationships, and then later, oh, well, I came to an epiphany.
Because you don't know how to have a healthy relationship.
Well, no. What I'm saying is you're a nice guy. You know how to have a healthy relationship. The problem is it's...
How? You haven't had any training or experience
Do you want me to describe how to have a healthy relationship?
How would you know?
No, I'm saying, how would you know how?
Yeah.
Do you not think that there's any guy who's 18 who knows how to have a healthy relationship?
No? At 18?
Yes,
no?
But it's usually by trial and error that people learn how to
you have to learn it, but you don't know that at 18 because you haven't had the trial and error.
And if what you're doing is having a bunch of shitty relationships and treating women like shit,
so then you're making it worse. What you're saying to me is that these nice guys need to have the trial and error to be able to learn how to treat women well instead of a relationship. But if these nice guys can't easily get inside of a relationship, then
do you think I could build like
what is their solution? Because by
another
the
16 of
we
these,
have made already,
and it would
they
fit?
could be mean, get into several relationships, figure out how to treat women by initiating at a point of being mean or rude or abusive, get in a bunch of relationships, figure out how to treat women, and then later in life,
how are they learning how to treat women if they're just like being dicks to them?
Because
like,
what we just described earlier, that being mean to women will enable you to be able to have sex with women more consistently, i.e. get you more interactions with women for longer periods of time, and also potentially get you short-term relationships, something that you may not have otherwise had. There's plenty of nice guys that are incapable of getting inside of relationships in their early lives because of X, Y, and Z reason. And what you just stated, which is that apparently one of the only ways to learn how to treat women, which I disagree, is to be in a relationship.
Not how to treat women, but how to have a relationship.
Yeah, I don't agree that the only way that you have to learn how to be a good partner in a relationship is by having a relationship.
That's probably true, actually. It's only by having a relationship.
Effective way, but what I'm saying
is
the
the only way.
You are talking to a man who is struggling to get a single relationship in every 7 years. And you're saying to him, just get in relationships to learn how to be a better partner. Well, great. Like, that's very helpful to him.
I didn't say that they should just get into relationships to learn how to be a bit better partner, but I know that if they're doing like the treat women like shit thing, then they're making themselves a worse partner.
No.
For their future relationships.
That's not necessarily true. Because there's multiple different factors. One, you can present yourself as somebody who you know women might be more attracted to, like what described previously. You could put on, you could learn game. You can get fucking tattoos. You can look more rough, whatever.
What?
Women inside.
Dude, our relevance on some actual incel shit. Wait, what? Get tattoos and look rough? Nah, bruv. What are we doing here?
Your area find to be disproportionately attractive. Primarily depends on where you live, right? You can fall into these categories, and then you can be nice to these people, or you can be mean to these people to get in quick, fast relationships, so that way you can get relationship experience.
You have like such a skewed view of what women want.
What do you think I think
so
women
weird.
want? What do you think
Bad boys.
I think that you think that women care a lot more about income than they do. I think that you think that women...
How much do you, what makes you think, like, what line do you draw where I am versus what women really want?
Relay Samuel is true.
I think that, like, it's not just income, it's like a status thing, right? So, like, I guess looks would bump you up in status as well. Like, women don't think about that when they're going into relationships.
What, looks?
No, of course I think a little bit about looks, and of course I think a little bit about income, but it's not like to the level that you are putting it at.
This is probably true depending on what he said and depending on where she said. Like, women do care about like what you look like and your income, of course, but I feel like red pill people think that it's like the only thing that fucking matters. Like a woman like basically checks your pocketbooks and your height, and she's like, okay, we're good to go, let's go.
Because she's securing resources. Because the woman's job is to secure resources for her offspring.
What do you think? So make a statement that you think I would disagree with, but is actually true. Because you're saying that my expectations don't meet reality. I don't have anything to go off of. How?
Let me see. Something that you would disagree with. Women will date people who are less attractive than them and make less than them as long as they make them laugh or make them happy or make them comfortable.
That is a necessarily true statement by the virtue of happy. Do you want to try a different one?
Ooh.
That is an ontologically true statement.
Oh, he hit her with the O word.
Please don't use that word.
Okay, it is a necessarily true statement.
Okay.
You said women will date men who make them happy. Obviously. Okay, so do you mean that just a funny guy? Is that what you mean?
I'm a guy who makes them comfortable.
Come.
Go with comfortable,
No,
not just funny.
then why would any nice guy ever be single?
Did you mean he means tautological? Yes, he means tautological. Tautology, it is what it is because it is what it is. Based.
I don't know, like, because they haven't found somebody that...
No.
Oh no! Water! Oh no!
Legitimate reason.
What do you mean?
No!
Because a nice guy is capable of making a woman feel comfortable. By your standards, any person that is capable of making a woman feel comfortable...
Oh, you mean like a nice guy, like in quotes, like nice guy.
A genuinely decent... I think there are millions of men that are perfectly fine, normal human beings that are not in relationships. Why are they not in relationships?
Usually, I don't know, I know a bunch of guys like that who I wouldn't date because there's usually something like a bit off-putting about their personality. It's not like a looks thing or like a...
Right, I agree. I'm not primarily about looks. What I'm primarily about is social interaction. I think 90% of incels aren't incels because of the way they look. I think it's the way that they talk and the way that they move.
Ooh.
I think that is the primary reason why.
Ooh.
It's not that they don't have riz. They have negative riz. They come off as weird or creepy or a little bit whatever. Right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that a woman wouldn't be comfortable around that guy.
No, they would be if it wasn't for the quick jumps that we make about character assessment. This is the problem with dating, is we make very quick assumptions about people based on the way that they walk.
This is why I don't talk to Desi on voice. It would just be him repeating everything I say in a Strumman Aussie voice. I tried to talk to August one time on Discord, and his voice was just so crazy. I dragged Abba and Melina into the call, and I was like, oh my god, if I get like really angsty and I start acting like House, it's almost like we've got his original team here. Let's go, guys. And then he never talked to me again.
The way that they talk or whatever, and we make very fast assessments. I believe there are millions of men and women that are overlooked because of small, minute details that really, if you get to know them or if you start a relationship with them, wouldn't really matter that much. Let's talk about weight for women. There's millions of women that I believe exist right now that if dudes just kind of started dating them, even became friends with them over a period of time, would realize they're perfectly good people and want to date them if they gave them a chance, gave them a couple dates or whatever to get to know them. That isn't the case, though. People make snap judgments all the time. If I kind of talk like this, there's going to be millions of women that do not even give me a chance, that where if I were to just talk like this, they would give me a chance. And it's just that simple. But my personality is exactly the same. It's all about presentation.
I mean, it wouldn't be. Like, doing something like that indicates some sort of insecurity.
True. It does. It does.
No, it indicates a lack of social practice, a lack of
insecurity.
Because you can believe that it is.
Oh shit! Wait, what's
going on
here?
I am one of those people. I don't know how to talk to women, and I can tell you, I'm a very confident man. Right? I'm a very confident man, but I don't know how to talk to women.
Oh,
It's not something I've really ever gotten used to. It's a part of the reason why I talk about this shit is I want to be able to show people that there's people that come in all shapes and sizes that are completely clueless on how to interact with women. Right? I believe I'm a decently attractive guy. I believe I'm a 6. I believe that I know for a fact that I'm a good partner to be in a relationship with, based on my past relationships, how I've handled conflict, how I've handled breakup stuff, how I've handled rough patches, how I've handled a lot of these things. I know that I'm at least on par with men my age, probably considerably better. Right? Based on the stories that I hear women talk about, women complaining about.
That's such a weird way of thinking about yourself in this ranked dating market sort of way. It's so weird. Like
Why wouldn't I compare myself to the other men that are available around me?
Because that's not how we're thinking about it when we're looking for men to date.
You kind of are probably a little bit.
Is.
Oh, okay. Well. I'm sure that you know the woman brain.
No, I just don't believe women are different creatures. I don't believe they're lizards. I believe that a woman is going to look at the men that are available to her and see what kind of men that she is capable of attracting, and then she will work within that sphere of what she thinks she is worth. I think that is how that works.
Do you think that all men have when we're looking at men, that there is an actual ranking that all women will, or most women, will put these men in this order?
Not consciously, no.
But I'm saying, is there an actual order there?
I believe this is how I believe this is how humans look at other humans. We view, for instance, with overweight people, we will subconsciously view these people, unfortunately, as lazy, unhealthy, undeserving of X, Y, and Z. This is how humans interact with other humans. Unfortunately, a lot of white people will look at black people as uneducated, inarticulate,
legions,
maybe
loud,
incapable of doing specific things. We rank other people all the time when we walk around and we do things. That's how humans work. I'm just stating that women also do it just like men when it comes to dating. All right? And if hold up, just an example of this is if I talk like this or whatever, you don't really know me. You don't know what my personality is. I could have a speech impediment. I could have speech issue. I could have trauma, right? That could cause me to speak in a specific way that would still make me perfectly worthy of a person to be in a relationship with. You don't know. You're just making a snap judgment based on the way that I talk.
Ooh.
You understand?
Well, of course, I wouldn't date you because you have trauma, but.
Of course.
Ooh.
But what I'm trying to ask
the counter burn.
Let's say that you're a 6, you say, and then you get a guy who's you see as a 7, and you see as an 8, and you see as a 5 and a 4, or whatever. Do you think that women, if you get
aren't these connected?
100 women,
Hello?
they're going to put them in that order after? If these are guys that they fucking know, they're going to put them in that order?
It completely depends on the women. I'm not going to say what I view as attractive in men is what all women will always view as attractive in men. I think I have a pretty decent hit score. Do you believe that Henry Cavill is more attractive than me? Yes. Will most women put Henry Cavill over me when it comes to attractiveness? Yes. This isn't rocket science. This is not rocket science.
But that's, like you said, that attractiveness is not something that you're focused on.
Yeah.
And that's not something that...
Correct.
It obviously matters, but it's not the only thing that women look for in dating. And in fact, I would say it's pretty low on the totem pole.
I disagree with that. I think I think you can look at how attractive men treat women and can and do treat women, and you can know pretty quickly that there is a special spot in people's heart for attractive people. It's just how it works. Attractive people get treated so unanimously better than other groups of people.
That's
even
probably
the people
true.
who are not even like physically.
There's a lot of conflating of stuff going on here. Like, pretty people do get treated better than non-pretty people. That's almost for sure true. But that's not quite the same statement as saying somebody be willing to like have a serious relationship or date a pretty person over a non-pretty person. That's not necessarily the same. There's going to be quite a bit of crossover for sure, but it's not necessarily the same thing.
Sexually attracted to those people. Men treat attractive men better, who are not, when they're not gay even. It happens all the time. It is a pretty ubiquitous thing.
Yeah, treating somebody better is one thing, but wanting to be in a relationship with them is another.
Oh, there you
go. What
go.
are you talking? The reason why they treat them better is because they believe that they're a better person or that they're worthy of more shit. So therefore, it would also correlate to relationships.
Well,
do you not believe that more attractive people can more reliably get in relationships and can make more mistakes, like on a first date, than somebody who is less attractive?
Do I think that...
I think attractive people, it's like booby streamers, I think. Like, attractive people can get their foot in the door a lot easier, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee success, but they have more chances probably.
More attractive people can... Do you mean like short-term relationships or long-term
even long-term relationships. All relationships.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think more attractive people can get in relationships more reliably than less attractive people?
I don't think that they have a greater chance of having a successful long-term relationship, no.
Whoa, whoa, I never said successful long-term relationship. That's where the blue pill comes in. Success in a long-term relationship comes down to personality.
Should I have stuck this
That's
train?
what it comes down to, both genders. It comes down to personality. What I said was,
Oh no, he
can
should go
more
this way, right?
reliably get into a
And then go up here.
relationship, can initiate, can begin
And
a
then go over
relationship.
here, and then go over here.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so then.
It's not an I guess. It's an unbelievable. Like this is what. No. I wanna
Uh-oh. He's going in.
This is exactly what I was referring to.
He's
when
going
I was
in.
talking about the groups of people that might be on the. I don't know where you align politically, but the groups of people that might be on the left that don't get that feel like when when viewers watch their content, they aren't telling the truth. The answer is yes, and it's not even
Well, no,
debatable.
I don't
It's not
think
even
it's
a
just like an
closely
obvious yes, because...
Another thing, I don't know if she's going to stumble this argument, but another thing that might happen too is pretty people, because they can get their foot in the door so much easier, have more experience talking to people, and they actually learn to navigate those conversations better just because they have that first intro so much more. So it might be the case that a pretty person is just a better conversationalist or better at people skills than a non-pretty person, but it's not necessarily because they're pretty, but because they're pretty, they're able to practice it more. Potentially, maybe.
Because there's the same amount of like 5 women as there are 5 men. Oh, but I forgot. You believe that like
Yeah, they can train their
5
charisma
woman
easier.
will need like a 7 or an 8 guy, right?
No, I don't. Again, I don't know why you keep projecting these things on.
I saw you talking
At least as far as streamers go, there are literally no fat female streamers. Oh, that's not true. Casey Tron still streams, doesn't she?
That like the other day.
What, that a 5 woman needs a 7 man?
No, but that women will date up.
Yes.
Women like...
Yes, women do want to date, primarily for social status or money, and that is statistically backed up.
What do you mean statistically backed?
Okay, there is data showing that women will refuse to date if they do not find partners that are of greater social status or economic status as them, disproportionately compared to men.
True. Uh-oh. How's she going to deal with the data
Men are more
argument?
willing to date women at or below their level than women are willing to date men who are at or below their level. Economically.
Okay. So that's a factor that is more important to women than it is to men.
Correct.
So that's why it's weighed more heavily.
Yeah, it matters more to women than it does men.
But that doesn't mean that women like want to date 8s and men are okay, 5 men are okay dating 5 women. Like that's not what that means.
That's never been my. Why are you bringing looks into a conversation about economics there? I'm not trying to correlate those two.
Economics in at the last second. What do you mean?
No, you said specifically about my position on hypergamy, whether women want to date up. And I said in reference to economics, yes. But I never said that women will uniquely get... what I said was maybe this was the issue.
But this
women
is all
are
in
uniquely
reference to me
capable.
saying there's as many 5 women as there are 5 men.
No, it wasn't. You brought up how you said that my point was that men wanted to date, or women wanted to date men who are higher than them. And I was clarifying that it wasn't in reference to looks. Well, of course, everyone wants to date somebody who is as attractive, as successful, whatever, in many different arenas as possible, right? What I'm saying is that it was primarily what I've seen in reference to social status and money that women will date up.
Okay.
Got him.
So, going back to there's as many 5 women as there are 5 men, that's why I'm saying that it's not necessarily true that, like, if somebody is more attractive, they're going to have more chances at a relationship. It's that these people that you're saying are 5s are, like, 5s for a reason. It's not just, like, based on an attractiveness scale. It's like, if a woman ranks a man as a 5, it's not just money or the way that he looks. Like, it's something with him in his personality.
Okay, are you familiar with something called the halo effect or the horn effect?
Yeah.
Okay, then how do you disagree with what I'm saying? More attractive people can get away with being worse people, can get away with being more broke if you're a man, because if you're more broke as a woman, it doesn't really matter. Being more broke, being less socially apt, meaning you could stutter, do whatever. You can make more mistakes because you have one thing that you're excelling at. If you say you know of the halo effect, then...
Watch something different? True. We could be doing viewer call-ins right now. JM, what up, dude?
Hey, sup?
Nothing much, man. What's up?
Yeah, let me mute stream.
Go for it, dude.
Oh, wow, wasn't expecting this.
Why would you...
watching something there.
What do you mean you weren't expecting it when you're literally waiting in the room?
Yeah, I just joined the channel and, like, completely forget.
Oh, damn. Well, here you are. What's up, dude?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to get in here for a while.
Well, now you've made it.
A bunch of things I wanted to talk to you about.
To the big man, yeah, what's up?
Let's go with the short one. To start off, like,
Okay.
Have you ever... Sorry, like, obviously I'm getting nervous.
You're good.
Have you ever considered, like, the way, like... So, like... Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me a second here.
No, you're good. Twitter, it's a gas.
So my understanding is that, like, early on you were using Twitter as kind of a way to get, like, people into debate.
Yep.
Like, among other things, right? Like, it's obviously a really entertaining source of, like, just interaction with, like, really crazy people.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like, you know, you've had a little bit of trouble trying to get back on that place. Like, you know, you got pretty successful friends that get on there all the time. Like, very close friends of yours. But it just seems like I might have an idea to fill that void a little bit.
Yeah, fill it.
It's something I like to call debate cerebro. So, like, TikTok. A lot of political people on there. I figure, like, if you just blocked out, like, 30 seconds to a minute, or no, like, 10 minutes out of every stream just, like, reacting to political TikToks, and then you had someone come behind you and, like, clip that and, like, make that into, like, shorts or even, like, an official TikTok, channel, that could, like, seriously draw in, like, debate fodder. Like, people, like, you're getting into that space and just, like, for like, it seems like a, wow.
Okay.
This is really hard.
No, you're good. So you're saying I should debate people on TikTok more?
Or just, like, react to their stuff, because it seems like, really easy.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe. I should, yeah. Next year, dude, when I start doing real content again, after I've beaten Factorio, yeah, I might consider that, okay?
After you get your internet back.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
True.
Didn't realize you were living in, like, a fake apartment.
No, you know, what are you gonna do?
I could tell you a little bit about myself. Also, maybe some stories, because there's some pretty funny stuff regarding the midterms I can tell you about. So I live in Louisiana, specifically District 3, which is relevant to like, the midterms, because Clay Higgins is my representative. The dude who like tweeted like, "You millennial leftists can now reflect upon your woke sky," or something like that.
Jeez.
I was talking to my dad about him because an opponent of his, this guy named Holden Hoggett, he came out with this like opposition research doc and like tried to, you know, spread it to like siphon votes off to like, you know, try to undercut him. And it ended up not working at all, but there was some pretty interesting stuff in there about how like he like voted, how Clay Higgins like voted for David Duke even though he like knew he was a Nazi. And I like tried to bring this up with my dad, who's like really conservative. And he was like, "So what? I voted for him too."
Base? Okay.
It just, I kind of came to the realization that like some people, like especially in the conservative space, they're fueled more by like what they hate than what they actually want. And it like I kind of prodded him a little bit about like, why did you vote for David Duke? And he was just like, "Oh no, I just hated the other guy more." Like I wasn't gonna vote for a Democrat. No
Yeah, I mean
matter what.
that probably happened a lot with Trump, where a lot of Democrats voted, but they were just voting against Trump, right?
Yeah, but it's like, ever since I started watching you in 2016, I became very interested in like, connecting with people and trying to like de-escalate conflict and like persuasion, right? Like I have this idea in my head that there's always going to be something you can say in order to like at least get people headed in the right direction of believing the truth or like, you know, something more productive. But it seems like that's really hard for me to do.
Yeah, it's hard for everybody. It's a hard thing to do for anybody, yeah.
And like practicing on your parents probably isn't the best thing, because like, you know, when you get mad, that kind of deteriorates things.
Yeah, for sure.
But oh, and I really don't know where I was going with this. Well, let's see, there was something else. Oh, you were mentioning like whatever the whole Kevels thing was happening. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that name.
Yeah, you're good.
That like, or like, and a couple of times after that about like harassment, regarding harassment, like you were saying something like, if I was able to go all out, like just once, people would finally know what harassment truly looks like.
True.
Would you be willing to accept like official volunteers for like an official like DGG war exercise?
No, I don't think so. That would sound a little sociopathic. It'd be funny, but probably
no,
not.
it'd be super funny, and like you would absolutely find people willing to do that, to just get absolutely fucked with for like 2 weeks and then get paid like, you know, a couple $1,000s or something afterwards. There's absolutely people that would volunteer to do that.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Hell,
Okay.
I even thought about throwing my hat into the ring at one point, but I don't know. I'm probably not in the best position to do that.
I'll think about it. We'll see how much we can destroy one person's life, okay?
Yeah, dude. Final statement, who wins? Kick me.
Jesus.
Later, bud.
See ya. Tier 4, you're in. What's up? Don't have a good mic. Talk, say something. Don't fuck this up.
Check. How you doing?
What kind of microphone do you have?
Hello?
Oh my god, he can't even hear me.
I can hear you. Is my mic working now?
Well, I just asked you a question. What kind of microphone do you have? Is the model name Hello?
The model name is not Hello. It is a Rockcat. Is it shit right now?
Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, authentic Tyler 1. Okay, let's go. What do you got?
How much, man? How's your holiday going? Are you doing anything special?
No, it's pretty fucking shit. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Good, you should be.
Oh man. Bummer butter.
Yeah, well, what's up?
You know, I saw that Annalicia was in the chat, and then she has her own little Discord, and it's so nuts, man. Like I'm trying to wrap my head around the argument of, like, you know, institutional racism is definitely a thing. But what is the, you know, it's like people love to go back to the same argument. It's like, okay, the only way we can really solve racism in America is, you know, to address institutional racism. And,
okay.
You know, and like the point that gets on my nerves is like, where do you jump off from that? like, how do you solve anything just by constantly complaining about institutional racism?
Well, you don't. I mean, you go from the bottom up and from the top down. So you encourage individuals to act better and hope that the culture reflects it. You encourage your institutions to be better and hope that it affects people, right? That's all you do, right? Is work things from both ends. That's all we can do.
Right, but when does accountability come into play? Like, we can talk about the immigrant story for multiple people, but
How is my voice overlay bugged? What are you guys talking about? What's bugged about it? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, just you think of, okay, I hate to use the black example. Like, why is it that the Jews, like Asian communities, are able to just go on and do their thing? Obviously, slavery is the big issue when it comes to institutional racism and how that has effectively put blacks in maybe a different position. But I feel like it's just constantly becoming a crutch rather than any sort of real solution.
Sure, but I mean, it's still valid to talk about it. Like, all you can do is if people are using it as a clutch, then you call them out on it, or a crutch, then you call them out on it, and then but then you keep moving forward, right? Like people could complain. There could be a person who's like crippled, that like their legs don't work, and they complain way too much about it, and you're like, bro, at some point you gotta like deal with your shit. But that doesn't mean it's not valid to like talk about how difficult it is to be crippled, right?
No, you're absolutely right. It's just a matter of what is valid versus what is a solution. Like, how do we build from that? I think that mostly woke communities just get so caught up, and I don't know if you agree with that, just with the problem rather than seeing, okay.
Yeah, I agree. You're not gonna find any disagreement here. Yeah, of course. I think that people victimize themselves way too much. It's a problem right now, for sure. But it doesn't mean that all of the other stuff about systemic injustice is like fake just because some people are losers about it.
Yeah, no. Just...
Okay. Well, anything else?
That's it for me, man. Thank you so much. Hope your holidays turn around.
All right, well, I love you, buddy. Be careful, okay?
All right, take care. You too.
Bye. Got him. What did I come out here for? Oh, more life support. Please tell me you're not going to New York City. I don't know. We'll see if all the flights are canceled tomorrow. I kind of should, or else Mel is going to sign the papers, probably. Let's see how much data we got left. Oh, fuck. Almost 40 gigabytes used. Uh-oh.
You objectively agree with me, because that's another well-documented thing that is just true. You can get away with being a worse person if you are more attractive.
Okay, and you can get away with being an uglier person if you're funnier. Like, there's a billion things. So why does it matter, the more attractive thing? Okay, funnier guys are gonna have a greater chance of being in relationships. Nicer guys are gonna have a...
The reason
why? Why does attractiveness matter?
No, I don't think... Well, we already established nicer guys wouldn't. We're talking about getting in relationships. Being more mean is an easier way to be able to do it, unless we want to go back. The reason why a lot of people talk about looks, in my opinion, is because it's easier, visibly, for you to do these things than it is to be funny. Being funny is incredibly fucking hard and difficult to learn how to do, to become, and whatever, in comparison to how people view the night and day difference that a quote-unquote Chad gets treated in comparison to like a normie. Right? That's the reason why. It's because in 2022, when social anxiety is fucking crippling for both men and women, my ability to talk to a woman without fear of potential social repercussions, being called weird or creepy, especially to her friends and whatever, and then having it cascade out from there, being ostracized from my community, all of these, the rejection or whatever.
Okay, I don't know where Erudite is. I DM'd her on Discord. I don't know what she's done. So we're dragging more in. Oh. Hi, what's up?
Oh, you just booted poor Steel, Ducky. Do you want me to wait? I can wait for Steel.
Okay. Why are you echoing? I think it's not using the right microphone, is my guess.
In a second.
Hello, Steel Ducky. You're up. What's up? Ah, so this is what you want to do. You want to come in and troll me. You're trolling me. This is what you're doing. Is it fun for you to troll me like this?
Hello?
Yeah?
Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. No! Hello? Test. Test 1, 2. Check.
We hear you. We hear you. We hear you.
Check. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
He
You
can't
can
hear
hear you.
us.
Oh,
I think
thank God.
it's still using the webcam. I think he's probably listening to the fucking stream now.
No, I'm not listening to the stream.
Oh.
What the hell? Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
Is
Sorry
it?
about that.
Okay. What's up? You're up. You made it.
Yes, so the stuff with Irrelevant I've been following for a while, and or at least the last couple of days.
Okay.
And been thinking a lot about, like, Mindwaves has been talking about platforming, and in the past you've done a lot with, like, de-radicalization.
Yep.
And
just give us a question. What do you got? Hit us up with a question.
All right. So when it comes to incels,
yep.
I think that while it is super important to acknowledge that their feelings are authentically held, it gets really difficult to sort of listen to the same talking points when a lot of these guys aren't going out and trying to action their ideas. Like, these guys will write these huge diatribes and go on these huge video essays for with no, like, personal experience. They're not putting their stuff into practice. So how would you approach these sort of
I don't know, tell people to go out in the real world and try things? I mean, that's all you can really do, right?
Yeah, I can see that. That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, that's really all you could say, right? If somebody's going to sit at home and complain all day and not go out and try anything, then, I mean, there's not much you could do for them.
I guess that's fair, but at the same time, I feel like you run into the same issue as when you're trying to talk to people with any other sort of destructive or self-destructive ideology that they're really bought into. I don't know, it feels...
Are you saying that, like, what do you do when they're, like, hopeless or given up or whatever?
Well, it's the same thing with discouraged workers. Once somebody has pulled themselves out of the thing, there's not a lot you can do. Like you said, you can just say go out into the real world and then...
Well, I mean, it's going to depend on, like, your relationship with the person, right? Like, if it's a family member or, like, a loved one or, like, a close friend, you probably can exert significantly more influence over them than, like, a content creator could to a random fan, or you could to a random Reddit user, right? It's going to depend on your relationship to the person, no?
Yes, I guess what I'm primarily asking is what is more implementing counter-radicalization, because, I mean, radicalizing is a self-directed process, but...
Yeah, it's probably being able to give, like, clear and consistent tips or advice from the other side is probably the best you can do. Like, if people are complaining, oh, I can't get dates because of this, then, like, well, try this, and then, like, have them try to implement things. Like, that's all you can do. And then from there, you go into, like, all the, like, how do you make changes in your life, like, small, measurable goals. You know, like, don't tell people shit to get the reward before you do it. Like, whatever all the tips and tricks are for that shit, I would imagine, right?
Right, right. And then just if they're committed to... Is it just a matter of upping the concentration of, like, different people, saying this is how you have healthy relationships with people, like getting different people, upping the number of content creators on the internet that are...
Yeah, probably getting more people to be on point with their messaging relating to these issues, yeah.
Okay, so it seems like a lot of the red pill people and incel people that are pushing this messaging, they do talk to each other. They have, little meetups and they do use each other to refine their messaging, do you think there'd be any benefit to sort of
having a community of people giving positive messaging on the other side? Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yeah, and all of the relationship stuff and hookup stuff that you were talking about earlier, based and true, certified not virgin. Chat was trolling the fuck out of you.
Thanks.
So
I appreciate it. Okay.
All right. Well, I'll let you get on with your conversation. Yeah. Good luck.
No problem. Have fun. Be careful. Bye.
Too easy.
Hi, Lincoln.
Hello.
When did Lycan
Do I
sneak in
sound?
here?
Am I still echoey or am I good?
Nope. You sound better now.
Awesome.
Better, but good is questionable.
Good one. Good one.
Wow. You could give me one compliment, Lycan. It's been a long time.
You are... No, I can't. No.
What? Why not?
Too shy. I'm trying to burn a bridge
fuck
here.
off. Okay. You're trying to burn a bridge? Oh.
I am. Steven's making it hard as fuck. Fucking Keffels came out with the manifesto. He'd be reading that shit right away.
I'll read
did
it.
she? Wait, really?
No, he said
No,
if
I said
Keppel
it.
said he wrote some big fucking meme thing, and I'm supposed to read it on stream. I'll do it. Okay.
Oh, your thing. Oh yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh, it's just another cringe twit longer, and I scrolled past it like him.
It wasn't even a
all
twit
your
longer.
Sexy selfies.
It was a Substack. You know what? I thought in Redacted's picture you looked quite beautiful. Muzzled.
I don't know
and
who
on
you're
jeans
talking
like you should be.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I feel like she was a little generous with my proportions. I'm not gonna lie. Like I feel like my booty was almost Brittany Simon booty, and I'm gonna tell you, we do not compete. Okay, we're not on the same level as Brittany might say.
No comment.
Wow, just dropped it. Ouch.
You're very pretty.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Jesus.
How's your move? It's been a long time.
Are you talking to me or Lycan now?
Well, I assumed you're the only one who's moved. I don't know if Lycan's moved.
Has it been a long time since we've spoken?
Yeah, it has been.
Oh, well.
I think the last time we talked was when Nick destroyed you in the debate about working out. I think that's literally the last time we've been on
do
stream
this.
together.
Don't trigger me like this. You don't need to trigger me like this early. We don't have to do this right now, okay?
It's okay. You know, everyone takes losses. It's fine.
We could just not. Okay.
So what did you think about the rally thing? Oh, did you get your birthday gift? Or did you leave it at your old place and never pick it up?
Probably that. It's sitting in the thing right now. But I'll probably go pick up that mail in like a few days. But what's up?
You called me. Just kidding. What did you think about the rally thing? Since you wanted to chat about that.
I don't know. Somebody was like, "Oh, like you agree with everything Relevant said." So I don't know. I was just curious what your takes were on it.
Somebody said I agreed with everything he said?
I don't know. People in chat said it, and I'm bored, and you're fun to talk to, so I dragged you on. So now, talk, dance.
Okay, well, it sounds like, do you disagree with almost everything he said? Because I would say there was some stuff that was reasonable, some stuff that seemed a little bit hyperbolic, but when he gave more nuance to it was okay. Do you think everything he said was like pretty bad?
No, I probably agree with. I'm probably going to agree with most of what you say. Yeah, I guess from a broad perspective, I think my issue was that, guys, I turned the overlay out because it's lagging and too many of you fucking retards complaining about it. There is no more overlay because it's lagging and too many people complain about it. So don't complain about it. You're getting nuked or banned. Okay. Fuck, what was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying now. What did I disagree with? He just seemed like he was like pretty black-pilled. Oh, I'm sorry. Here's like one major thing that I notice that people have issues with when they're speaking in these spaces about dating and relationships. People always say that it's like dating and relationship advice, but none of it is. None of this has anything to do with datings and relationships. All of it has to do with hookups. And when people use all of these terms interchangeably, it triggers the fuck out of me. Everything, I'm listening to, I think like an hour or 40 minutes or something of the irrelevant thing, or an hour.
Yeah.
People that switch between these words of dating and relationships triggers the fuck out of me. Everything Irrelevant was saying was absolutely true if it was regards to like just hooking up with people. But that one Australian girl was right where it's like, okay, you can do that, but if you do that all the way up until you're 30, like you're setting yourself up to be like a horrible relationship partner. You're not just going to jump into a good relationship at 30 if you've just been trying to fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And you would agree with that?
What her statement? Yes.
Yeah, that basically like because he was kind of saying like, but if you manipulate, so the part that I took kind of issue with, that I'm curious to ask him what he actually thinks about it, because it was like an hour and a half into the girl, but he said something like how if you have no morals and you kind of manipulate yourself into a whole bunch of relationships, you might have a whole bunch of brief, short relationships, but that's better than having none, and you'll have more experience so that when you start pursuing healthier relationships, you'll already be like ahead of the ball game. And so like in some ways, like manipulating women and like lying to them to get into like fake short relationships is kind of like the meta plan. And I would say like, I would just wholly disagree with that, because I think that you can learn a lot about relationships. I don't think you need to be in a relationship to necessarily learn about them. And I also think that learning from a really toxic relationship isn't going to transfer super well to a healthy relationship.
I'm probably close enough to agreeing. Yeah.
Fuck.
What?
All right, well, fuck you.
I think Irrelevance points on what type of guys are going to get initial, like his point when he made the voice change for a second and said, I'm going to be judged immediately off that and not get a lot of attention or chances. I think that's absolutely correct. And I think
I am going to give this take, and I don't care. I'm going to stand by this till the day that I fucking die, where people come around to it. Being shy is a negative characteristic, and for some reason, people don't want to acknowledge that. If
he
you
didn't
are
say shy.
He made a shy voice, like talking like a guy with no
He said
confidence.
meek. Yeah, he said that
Yes.
he's very, very meek around women.
Yeah, that's lack of confidence is always going to be an unattractive trait. I think even for women that could be unattractive. If there's a girl that constantly needs reassurance or constantly needs like she's fishing for compliments and shit, like even that's unattractive for women. That's fair. That
I might have misunderstood his point, but I didn't think it was supposed to be shy. It was just supposed to be that sounds weird, and that's going to be a turn off.
Okay, but like if you want to go that hardcore and literally be like, well, what if it's just a speech impediment? Then fine. But that's like dumb as fuck. Sure, right? Like
no, he was pretty clear. Like
Yeah.
he was like he called himself a 6, and he said with women he's very shy and unconfident and awkward. And then when that third caller came in, I'm like, come on, man, you just seem really confident. How are you going to say you're not confident? And he said, bro, you've never seen me in person. I'm really, really awkward with women. I don't know how to talk to them.
Okay, then I missed that part. I was rating at the same time.
It was at the very end. It was like the third caller in. So
Okay, because I heard him say the speech impediment piece after he made that voice. So I thought he was just talking about, on first glance, there are going to be something that, as like a person, because right after that, he also said something along the lines of, you're going to get more passes for fuck ups early on if you are very, very attractive. And I think that's
but that's true with every trade. That Australian girl brought up that's true for everything. You're gonna get more passes if you're wealthy. You're gonna get more passes if you're really funny. You're gonna get more passes if you're really charismatic. You're gonna get more passes if you're like a good manipulator. Like there's a lot of things that get you more passives or passes.
Well, right, but take out wealthy, take out manipulator, and all that stuff. In general, most guys are not going to get a ton of passes unless they are of a certain caliber of attractive.
Well,
so here's the.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, what was interesting to me was, I'm curious what you guys think. Relly says that he's confident. He's just not confident with women. And I'm curious if you guys think, like, is that real? Can you be confident but just not good with women?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, no, it's not that he's not good with them, but he's not confident around women, right?
Right.
But that's like a lack of confidence. But I mean, like.
But he says that he is confident. Broadly.
Okay, but that's like autistic, like word games, right? Like I can be like, oh, well, I'm really confident. I'm just not confident about playing my saxophone though, like in front of like doing like rehearsals, or oh, I'm not confident about that. Well, okay, then you're not confident, or like that's weird to be like a general like. That's just a weird thing to say. Like if you say you're confident, you're confident. If you're not, you're not, right? It sounds like he's lacking confidence around women. If you want to talk about how much that affects your general confidence, it's a weird thing to say, but yeah.
Okay, I think we found finally maybe a disagreement. I think that you can, because I think I kind of break up social skills into a number of different domains. And what I think is I've noticed some people can be really, really skillful in certain social domains. So for example, you might have somebody who's really good at like friendly interactions. They build friendships very quickly, and they're very good in like group friendly dynamics. They're very charismatic, but they're terrible at flirting, and they're really, really awkward. Or differently, they might be awful at confrontation. And I think like general social dynamics versus like sexual negotiation and flirtation versus like confrontation are kind of slightly different social skills, and I think you can be good in some and bad at others.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna destroy this one too. Okay, I'm gonna destroy this one. I'm sorry. Okay, you know how Brittany has her fucking introspective system bullshit or whatever.
The levels, yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't mean bullshit. Specific. I think it's fine to rate people that way if you want. This is something I figured out when I was 17. Okay, and I haven't been convinced out of it since. Okay. I believe that confidence and self-esteem are the most important traits a person can have. I think that every single other trait in your life, everything, is built off of your personal self-esteem, all of it. And that if that foundation is fucked, your image of yourself is fucked, every other part of your life will suffer. Nothing won't have the tendrils of your lack of self-esteem on it, right? If somebody says, I'm really confident, except in situations where I'm challenged, that means you're not confident. It just means that you spend a lot of time in a comfort zone, in my opinion, right? If somebody's like, oh, because of irrelevant saying I'm not confident on girls, okay, well, when are you confident? Well, when I'm hanging out with friends, okay, congratulations. When I'm talking to my audience on stream, okay, congratulations. When I'm like debating, that may be a little bit more, but like it's something you enjoy. But when the stakes are high, because for men, there is no higher stake than a woman rejecting you, because that's how we, like all of us derive, except for me, because I'm way cool in that, but that's how 99% of men derive like all of their validation. Well, then that is a problem with confidence, in my opinion.
Interesting. Because, so you would say because he's good at confrontation, clearly. So he can manage pushback. He can manage people disagreeing with him very harshly. In fact, all he looks for in streaming is people to fight with him. So you would say that's still his comfort zone.
Yeah.
So he's not confident.
I think so, yeah. If there was a girl that I really liked and I had a chance of getting shot down by that girl, that confrontation for me is going to be a billion times more stressful than having Keffals and Hassan and everybody else on the internet attacking me. Because like in a way it's a type of confidence that I have, but like it's not actually. It's actually more disconnectedness that I feel, right? Like when Keffals attacks me, there's a part of me that's like, oh, well, I know that she's wrong about this. But there's another part that's like, I just don't really give a fuck what she thinks about me, right? So I don't need much confidence to deal with like the degenerate sludge that inhabits these online arenas. But if it's talking to like somebody you really care about, well, now I think the confidence is like way more important because now it's somebody's opinion you do care about. I think that's the difference. So like for irrelevant, like being able to churn through like a million people that are shitting on him or debating online, it's like whatever, because it's not people's opinions that are like actually going to have like a hugely negative impact. There's not like much at risk there, in my opinion.
Sure, but I guess, I don't know how much time you spent with him IRL, but I felt like when I saw him like interacting in person, he definitely was shy in person. I don't think irrelevant is confident.
Okay.
Across the board.
Ooh.
However, yeah.
Ooh,
however,
call the fuck out. Damn.
But I can't underscore this enough. I love irrelevant.
Too late.
I think he's. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna earn it all back anyways. Okay, baby, let's go. So I think he isn't confident across the board because he thinks he's a 6. Right? He unironically evaluated himself as a 6 on the dating market. And I would just say, like, he's quite tall, he's very jacked, and he's a good-looking guy. And when he gets going and he gets, like, more comfortable, he's very, very socially capable as well. So I would say, like, in every regard, he's above that. So, like, the fact that he rated himself so poorly speaks to me that he lacks confidence because he so greatly underassesses his own capacity. However, I still think my original thesis that you can be confident in some domains and not others holds.
Okay. Well, what next?
Okay. Base. I
mean, if you're going to be evaluating your confidence, it's only going to matter how confident you are in like that particular domain, right? So if I say like I have really high confidence in every single area except for playing my instrument, and then I go to do like a recital for my final, for my degree, and I'm just like so nervous I fuck everything up, it wouldn't really make much sense to be like, I'm so confident, but like, I guess just not with my saxophone. It's like, okay, well, in this arena, that's the only thing that matters is your confidence with your instrument. And it's the same thing with like talking to women. If you're like, oh no, like it's not like that woman can't not like me because I have low confidence, because I have really high confidence. I just don't have high confidence in anything involving another woman. And it's like, okay, well, that's what she's going to evaluate you on, you know?
Yeah, it's just a question of basically is confidence like this, like, is it the G factor? Is it being strong across a number of like metrics? Or can you be strong in some metrics and not others, but still be like, because the question is it your self-assessment or is it others, right? A lot of people when I was growing up would have called me confident because I tended to mask my anxiety by putting on like a very like dry, like kind of stoic face. And I'm very confident in certain situations. Like I've always been very confident in confrontation, and I've always been pretty good when it comes to like social interactions. But like, especially in flirting, I was horrible in dating, like when I was younger, like extremely unconfident in it. And so everyone would look at me and say I'm a confident woman. And I masked my fucking failure at flirtation by appearing confident. But I would say like I was confident in a number of areas except for one domain. But I don't know if across the board people would say that I was unconfident, and I wouldn't have described myself as unconfident.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are we at?
I don't know. I guess we mostly agree, and then I think the areas we disagree are small enough that it probably doesn't matter that much.
Really? That's all you got for me?
What do you called me? I was hearing that somebody was saying that you were coming down super hard on Relly, but it sounds like you mostly agree with him.
Well, his rhetoric all sounded like really, really, really incel-pilled. Because I listened to the first hour and like 35 minutes, like you should just treat all women like shit, and no fucking woman likes a nice guy. They just want bad boys. It's like if you want to attract a woman, you should just get like tattoos. I was like, bro, what the fuck? I just thought that was really weird.
It was cringe, and I do think like I think he's going through a breakup, so probably some of that is coming into like bleeding into his characterization. But I do think his implications were somewhat reasonable, which what I understood. Maybe we got a different take from what I heard, but I heard him basically say like, if women are going to require all these things, if they're going to want like the edgy boy with all the tattoos and crazy like Riz or whatever, then like. By that implication, like, why wouldn't men just manipulate? Like, if that's all women are looking, if they're
well,
looking
but like
for these
again, we have to be careful in terms of like, are we talking about just hooking up, or are we talking about getting into relationships? Because that's why.
That's fair.
Yeah, because
I don't know what he means.
Exactly, yeah. Because people will mix them up. Like, well, it doesn't make any sense anymore. Because like, you're not saying anything novel if you're just talking about hooking up, because all you're describing at that point is being a fuckboy. But why are they called fuckboys, right? It's because they fuck a lot, but that's all they want to do. But like, obviously it works, right? You're not making any novel like observation. It's like, oh, well, if you want to fuck a lot of women, you know, like you just kind of like fuck with them, you be a little scummy or whatever, and like you can work your way through women doing that. But that's not like But that's not going to be a good guide to getting into a relationship, right? This is why I hate it when all these things get like mixed around.
Well, the issue that I've noticed with the manosphere is, as much as they criticize women for not understanding, like women like view dating from a woman's lens, and they don't understand what men go through. I'm like, you guys do the same shit about like what women are looking for. So you like talk about how women are so privileged because they can just fuck whoever they want. And you're like, yeah, but that's not what women are looking for. Like, they're looking for different things than you. They're usually more so looking for a relationship, and therefore like you're male gazing the woman's experience in the dating dynamic. But yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I'm assuming he meant hookup, but maybe also relationship.
Yeah, but then when the one Australian lady started talking about dating, it seemed like he was pushing back, and then, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, yes. The issue is that fight was a little bit tricky because it seems like she came in assuming a number of things about his position. Like, she basically assumed he was black pill, but he isn't black pill. Because he doesn't think looks are all that matters, right? He's super red pill. But she kept on painting him with like having views that he didn't have. So I don't know. When I watched her like bringing up the fighting stuff, it just felt like the whole conversation had derailed and was looping by then.
I feel like her point was just that, like, or again, I only listened to 50 minutes, so I think she was only on for like 15 minutes. It felt like one of the points she was bringing up that I thought was true is that, like, you're preparing these men to never be in good relationships if you just train them, if you just tell them, oh, just be fuckboys and you can fuck as much as you want, and that's like the best way to go, which I think is probably true.
Yeah.
So I missed a lot of that conversation. I didn't listen to the majority of it. Was that his point? Because he was saying things that were like kind of realities that don't really get acknowledged or discussed, and if you kind of talk about them, you sound like an incel. But when it comes to certain dynamics between what certain types of women look for, what they give that first chance to, I think he was hitting the nail on the head.
What like being a fuckboy, or
no, not with the fuckboy thing, but just with the types of guys that are going to get that first chance more often than others.
I don't know if this really happens. I don't know if I agree that this is a real thing. Or I think it might happen with some people, but I think it's with like the shallowest, like fucking Miami girl type people. Like, I don't think an average, like nice, cool, chill girl is looking for a guy that is like ultra tatted up and is going to treat her like shit. I think this is like a movie trope that gets passed around. I don't know if this happens in reality that much.
Okay, so yeah, not your average girl, but like, let's talk about your fucking smoke shows, right? There are a lot of those that are going, that it's something that you see it's the nice guy thing, right? Like, you see the girl, she's constantly online bitching about how she can't find a nice guy, talking to her other male friends saying, I wish I could find a nice guy like you, all that jazz. And it gets memed on, but in observation, that does seem to often be a thing that happens, where you have these really hot girls going after these douchey dudes, and they're constantly bitching about it after the fact. But then these guys are like, I'm not a piece of shit. I'm not an asshole. I've been in some relationships. I'd like to think I'm a decent partner to be with.
Yeah, but for some reason
normally...
it's not working. It just doesn't click. Like it's like, what are you gonna do?
Well, it's not necessarily even a matter of click. I think the point he makes, and that isn't necessarily that out of bounds, is that those guys don't normally get the chance.
Yeah, but I think that's because they end up fixating on one girl and they get friend zoned and they hang around her forever and they don't ever like wander away. Like, dude, I did this with a girl for like a year in high school when I was a fucking loser. But like, if you get like needlessly like hooked on one girl who's like friend zoned the fuck out of you, then of course you're gonna feel like you never get a chance with any girls because you're constantly spending your time pining over this one who's clearly not romantically interested in you.
That could be the case, but in my experience, it's been like on online dating, it's been a boon for me because it's a lot easier for me to. It starts with the conversation once you get the swipe, right? But so it's like 1 in 10 of the people I've matched with on dating sites have been very, very attractive, and it's someone that I would think of as that type of chick that we're talking about in that situation. But in person, sorry, I'm brain farting for a second. In person, I see a lot of those same types of women continue to go through that cycle. God, I'm sorry. I had a point and I fucking lost it. Give me a second. Erudite, you're up.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted because Boots is trying to explain her position.
Who's Boots? What is Boots?
Boots was the girl that was in the conversation with Relly.
Oh, cringe.
Yeah.
Oh, you think she's mega dumb? Oh my god, that was the most dismissive. Yeah, I've ever heard in my entire life. Holy shit! Oh my god.
Why are you projecting onto me right now?
I'm not projecting.
I don't think she's dumb.
I've never. Yeah, but then why did you? Why did
I drag my tone out while I was
thinking? Why did you radiate that so hard? Why did you put that energy into the universe?
Are you an empath? Because you psychoanalyze with the best of them.
I'm not psychoanalyzing at all. It's just I was able to pick it up subtly from the tones of your voice that you have no respect for her as a human being or a fellow woman. But I mean, like, that's probably normal for you, considering you're a super pick-me and all your goal is just stir other women on the internet, so.
You catty bitch.
True, catty bitch. Very mean. I hate all women, and I just want to be, Here's the issue. Are pick-me's women who just hate all other women, or are they also wishing that they could be men, too?
Both.
Like Oedipus.
Oedipus?
Well, I guess not the Oedipus, but the Electra. Like, the Electra is the alternative to the Oedipus.
Okay. Okay, where are we at now?
People are getting super butt mad at me because I slightly disagree with your definition of the fuckboy, but it's such a like.
Wait, what do you disagree?
How do you? Basically, in a different debate, when we're explaining fuckboys, I outlined that fuckboys are often colloquially talked about as men who specifically lie and con with women to sleep with them. So they're not just men who sleep around, right? Because we call those man whores in a lot of ways. They're men, like fuckboys have a very derogatory tone for a lot of people. When girls are saying, this guy's such a fuckboy, she's talking about a guy who like lied to her probably about his commitment level to get in her pants.
Yeah.
Do you think women are consistent with the use of the term fuckboy?
Of course people use fuckboy in a variety of ways. But I think most people, when they're talking about fuckboys in a derogatory way, they're talking about men who lie to women to sleep with them.
Wait, what do we
or
disagree?
in some way are like manipulative. We don't disagree. I'm just dealing with fucking annoying chatters. That's all.
Someone said in your chat, you have a chatter named Vanessa that needs to shut the fuck up. I agree. I don't know what she's saying, but okay.
Damn, war of the chatters.
I disagree with you, Erudite. I think that a lot of people use the term fuckboy for dudes that are maybe non-committal. And I bet a lot of guys are poorly communicative when it comes to whether or not they want to commit or they're wishy-washy or all those things. Yes. But I think the fuckboy term gets used in general to any guy that is non-committal. I'd say is the more likely thing rather than the manipulative fucky kind of dude.
I don't agree. I think that fuckboy, every time I've heard fuckboy be used, maybe some people just use it weirdly, but a fuckboy is a guy that like uses, I'm just going to repeat everything Erudite said. It's manipulative tactics, right? Like, oh, like, I love you, like, we should come hang out, like, blah, 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 like, yeah, maybe we can do something. And then after that, like, you bust, you're like, okay, I need you to leave. I got some shit going on in the morning, like, I'm sorry, like, I blah, 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 blah. Did you read Rich's messages to that one girl that he kind of maybe raped or whatever?
Not No.
Oh, that was a really good. Rich is like the perfect example of a fuckboy. He's got a woman on a string that for 4 years is like really clingy and obsessed with him. She's like, oh, I don't want to fuck. And he's like, oh, well, maybe you could come over. We can watch a movie in our theater. Like, it'll be fun. And then she gets there and he's like, oh, looks like we got to leave the theater. LOL. Like, let's go to my room. Like, that's like fuckboy behavior, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just being like, hey, like messaging a ton of girls like, yo, do you want to fuck? Do you want to have sex? Like, come over, let's fuck, hook up, and then leave. Like, that's not a fuck boy. That's just, you're just like a man whore or whatever. I think is a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, it was in the context that the reason why this is getting brought up is there was a big debate about like calling a woman a hoe or like slut. So we were in a conversation talking about like traditional like manosphere stuff where they just call all women who sleep around. Like women who have lots of sex are just like hoes, sluts, ran through, whore, like just like just derogatory terms, obviously. And then I used the word fuckboy, and they said, well, if you're gonna say hoe is a bad word, don't you have to say that fuckboy is a bad word? And I said, well, only if you're using it incorrectly, because hoe is just a woman who sleeps around. A fuckboy, a lot of the times, is a guy who's actively manipulating women to sleep with them, and that's a bad thing. And you can call people doing bad things bad names, obviously.
Damn.
If somebody's being a liar, you can call them a liar, obviously.
Damn. Now what, Lycan?
Yeah, fuckboy.
Are you?
I feel like you could be.
No, I'm very, very clear about my intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Is he though?
I don't know. What is he like in your DMs, Steven?
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
What am I like in your DMs, Erudite? You can't fucking say that and not then elaborate.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I see why Melina got for him
that
gift instead of a real one. Grimace emoji. Who's this? Who's Vanessa in your chat?
I don't know. Apparently she doesn't like you though.
Oh fuck! You're on YouTube.
I am on YouTube. Are you gonna fight with my chat now?
If someone's talking shit, I'll fight with anybody. What the fuck? Or anyway, sorry. What else?
I don't really have anything else. I
like your sweater, Erudite.
The one I'm wearing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. It's very cozy. I can only wear it when it's like minus 30. Otherwise, it's way too hot. That's all I got.
Really?
How's the anti-misogyny art going? Have you ever talked to Kidology?
No, not yet.
You should. I think you'd really like her.
Yeah, if she wants to, I guess.
She's I don't know if you've seen any of her video essays and stuff. She's very smart.
Nope.
I don't know if you disagree on anything though. I think that's going to be your biggest issue. Because yeah.
Boring.
Yeah.
I need to fight.
I know. Did you get my message? Oh, did you get my message about speaking of fighting? What did I send you the other day that was so based and brilliant?
Did I call your names about it?
No, you just no, you were busy, so you just didn't respond. I said
Based.
Oh, epinephrine and norepinephrine are precursors to dopamine. This is why extreme sports are addicting. Did you know that?
Nope.
And then I said, isn't that just like fighting or being on the internet or being gaslit? Perhaps part of what drives the desire is the epinephrine and norepinephrine give you that sweet, sweet dopamine hit.
Isn't that why like extreme sports, like adrenaline junkies are adrenaline junkies? They
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. They didn't know the like the behavioral precursor for why like behaviors can be addicting specifically, like especially like extreme sports and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they think it's that because they're precursors to.
Maybe that's why guys fuck with crazy women so much. Like there is that little thing of like this person could ruin my life, but also I enjoy interacting with them until that crazy hits. But then after that passes and they stop talking, it's like, okay, I can go for that again.
Well, it'd be like the same reason that like women stay with like kind of like shitty, terrible partners, is they're like maybe that dopamine hit. I'm not sure if that's what's driving it. I just thought it was an interesting thing for Steven to kind of analyze his life choices.
Based.
Do you think that the friendship experiment failed? Have you given up on it? Because I know it burnt in whatnot, and you said that it was my recommendation. But just so it's out there publicly, I didn't recommend who you should be friends with. Just to be clear.
Yeah, I know. The,
and I'm pretty sure I specifically privately told you that I did not necessarily support your choices of friends at the time.
I don't know if you said that. I thought you agreed with me, but I'd have to think in chatting that I always knew that things publicly could always get weird with Mr. Girl because it seemed like it, but I never thought that privately he would go that weird. But I think usually the things that I've continually learned through my life over and over again is I still need to stop projecting my mental states onto other people because I still do it a lot. Even when I don't think I'm doing it, I'm still doing it a lot. So one of those traits that I'm probably kind of highish in, or can be, or at least I think about it a lot, is like Machiavellianism. And that was the main avenue that I had that I thought Max would never fuck me over in, is because even if Max hated me, like I'm technically his only gateway back to like the real world, right? Because aside from me, who's going to give Max like the time of day? Nobody, right? He's going to burn every single bridge constantly and consistently. And I was the only one that gave him a chance and gave him a... So like even if he hated me, I figured he would always like, you know, not like be insane, but that was just me projecting my mind on him. And I'd never truly dealt with somebody that narcissistic before, so it's always good to collect experiences.
Do you think, so I've been noticing, especially in this space, I've been realizing, so I don't know if you know this, it's 1 month away precisely from a year since you and I first talked and I basically started streaming.
Mm-hmm.
It's been quite an exciting year.
Based.
All the drama.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed something, so I think there's a really good principle that I think a lot of internet people know very well, probably because they're rejected so much by like normie world, which is like, just because people say shitty things about somebody doesn't mean that you should like assume the worst. Like maybe give people their own shot with you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's been translated to like an extension in like streamer internet world where it's like, well, if they haven't done a shitty thing to you, then you should try to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I'm starting to think that that's probably not a good idea. Like, I've never really thought about it before because usually, like, your entire life's history isn't on public stream for you to watch how... Right? If you meet a new person, you can't watch the interaction they had with said friend who says shitty things about them.
Yeah, I had a discussion with Ab about this. There's a very, very, very fine point here that people have misunderstood that I've said in the past, and I'll try to clarify this now. The reason why I will give everybody a chance it's not because I don't want to look at their past relations with other people. It's because me being on the internet so much, I know how that can get misrepresented. But if somebody has legitimately been like a massive piece of shit towards somebody else, and you know that, like it's perfectly valid to run off of that information, right? The only reason why I'm willing to give people a chance is because I know that stuff can get misrepresented on the internet sometimes. But there are going to be some people where it's like, oh, I've seen how he treated this person or how they did this thing. I'm never going to trust this person because of their experiences with other people. Like that can happen too, you know?
Yeah. That's a healthy way to operate. Like it's like in the workplace. Someone says, hey, you know, so-and-so's kind of a this, that, and the other to work with. Take that, keep it in the back of your mind, grain of salt, but give them the chance in the first place. And just, you know, recently I had to replace someone on a contract because everything that someone warned me about ended up being true. Mm-hmm. And all it did for me was made me ready to observe it. I was open to it, but I didn't allow it to taint it or snap at the first fucking moment where I thought maybe something was wrong. And that's how most people should operate. That's why gossip is fucking stupid. Like, you know, someone comes to you and says, oh, you shouldn't talk to that person. Think about how many people fucking say that about you and how many people fucking adhered to it because there's all these cliques and stuff in the space.
Yeah, I know a lot of people say it about me. And so that's why I also like, if I want somebody to do something for me, I typically assume that I need to do it for another person. So I know there's a lot of people that say a lot of crazy things about me. Yeah.
And I think of how many people have come at you on like Twitter or Reddit or in YouTube videos or Twitch streams and whatnot. And it's like if they just took 2 seconds to jump on stream with you, like how many of those people from the recent drama jumped on stream and talked to you for a little bit and they're like, oh yeah, you're fucking chill. Everything's fine. But no one wants to give anyone that kind of deference in this space, any kind of chance in this space, because there's more to be gained by just jumping in line and agreeing with your clique.
Well, and that's like a super normal human thing to do, I think, right? It's not even like a unique internet thing. Like we all make snap judgments about people based on cliques and tribes and all that shit.
Yeah, I think people do it. I just think it's, you know, it's like that's descriptive, but on the prescriptive side, it's like, yeah, you should probably not do that.
Probably not.
I think we've seen I think everyone has experienced that, oh shit, you're not the way that someone described you when they've actually engaged with you.
Yeah,
right.
True.
Especially like, I feel like it's always interesting seeing streamers meet in person. and like people who just hate each other on the internet. Other than Haas,
Haas
maintained his energy, but he's like the only one. I think like basically in general. Even like
was that a metagame on his part? Like he was like, fuck you guys. I'm not going to be that person. I know how you guys are going to talk about it later. Fuck that. He couldn't let his ego handle that.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I don't know. The streamer world is like the worst. It's like high school, but also full of like entitled rich kids who are super self-absorbed, and everyone's got like a knife. Everyone starts the video game with a knife to like shiv each other.
Nice.
Why do you say rich kids?
Specifically because there's kind of this like self-grandiosity and like self-focus that I think is not always, because I think there are many people who get into like content creation who aren't like this, but I think especially to be a streamer, there is a bit of a self-selection of like, you have to be somebody who at least thinks you're interesting enough to like, sorry, I'm getting a loud thing in my ear. You think that you're something enough that you can point a camera at yourself and like talk into the mic. I think that that's a very selective group of people, for the most part. Not everyone, because there's some people who stumble into streaming just kind of like by luck and stuff like that. But yeah, I find a lot of people, I don't know, it's just a very interesting group of people.
I just wish people could be less pieces of shit, A little normalcy would go a long way. I think
well, a lot of them are like people who've never had like streaming as a career, but it's not a real job like a 9 to 5. Like when you graduate university and have to like work your first like shitty job, or like maybe you don't even graduate university and you have to like deal with crappy managers that are annoying and like kind of just like basically bow to the system a little bit. I think you learn a lot of like necessary like skills of like which things to let go, which fights to really hold, which things should be like just water off a duck's back, and like how to actually like organized confrontation that I just think a lot of people in this space never learn or didn't learn or left normal workspace because they couldn't learn it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't learn how to be that kind of normal human until 25 plus maybe, and that's if you went to college or had a decent amount of socialization up until that point. But I mean, you watch these kids who get into streaming right away and they don't grow the fuck up until they're basically near their 30s, and a lot of them who stay in the public spotlight don't whatsoever. But I don't know, maybe it's hard for me to understand because I've never been the way that a lot of streamers act. Like the idea of how quickly so many people are willing to leak DMs or instantly turn on someone, like using Steven's interactions as an example. Like when you watch him interact with all these people and everything's fine and good, and the one time he says this is a fucking stupid take, and those people run to it to their own fucking stream, the bridge is burnt and they can't fucking handle it, rather than just maybe a message like, hey, I didn't appreciate this, or jumping on stream be like, hey, what do you mean like about this? So few people do that, and to me that's the normal course of action. It's, hey, I really didn't appreciate this, or hey, I want to talk about this further. That's the normal one. But people, when they do jump on stream, it's to fucking fight with them about it and not actually engage in a discussion. Granted, Steven is really fucking inflammatory. I'm sorry, you're here. Destiny, you're really fucking inflammatory about this shit. And I think that is hard for a lot of people to deal with. But still, it bothers me how unwilling people are to just engage with it rather than take it off and use it for drama stirring. But that's what everyone does. And I am the content cuck, yes, because it's more. But this is actually the fucking problem. Sind in chat is that people.
Ooh. Yes.
They want, you guys want this, so there is that feedback loop where these people's audiences, especially when you have Destiny involved. The moment you can feud with fucking Destiny, the moment he's covering your content on stream, the moment there's a back and fucking forward, you guys are promoting it by encouraging it, and it keeps this shit going. So like something that I've noticed over the last couple of years is that there will be new people that come in, a lot of people that I like, I'm not going to name them, adopt Steven's mannerisms when it comes to argumentation and debating, and they get really loud, really aggressive, etc., and that permeates throughout this space, and people aren't thinking about why they're doing that. They think that it gets good reactions, so therefore it's good to continue doing. But it's not. It fucking kills so many good discussions. If Hassan could, or Vosh could grow the fuck up and just engage with Steven, we could have so much more substantive political discussion and debate. If you think about the 3 different positional platforms that those 3 people stand on, if they could sit down and actually talk more often than they do fight and get stupid shit and get butthurt because they might feel embarrassed in a conversation or frustrated with a conversation, this place could be so much better. But no one wants to fucking do that because at the end of the day, it's all about clout and who you're fighting with.
Based clout, yes.
But yeah, there's like the necessary commodification of the relationship where it's like you have so much to benefit from somebody by being nice with them, and you also have a certain amount to benefit from not being nice to them, and you have to like constantly be like weighing. Like I don't think you have to be, but I think a lot of people end up like constantly weighing that to like when I watch people decide where they fall on things, it's interesting to see the thought processes that like lead people to certain things. Like you can definitely see some people like see dollar signs in like where they lead, whereas like, but not all, because there's a lot of people in the space that definitely don't do that just like mostly go the direction that they agree with. I would say like Irrelevant and like Wicked are those type of people. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird world to be in. And
I mean, so you came from a pretty normal space before you got here.
yeah, I worked professional work.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Careful. What were
Yep.
you a professional again? Professional psychologist? Professional therapist? Professional what?
Give your credentials.
Yeah, careful. Don't fuck
Sure.
up.
Psychometrist, yeah. That's a psychometrist.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I've always
Really?
said. Do you know I'm working in
Really?
university right now as a
Uh-huh.
psychometrist?
Are you really? What are your published peer-reviewed papers? Link them.
Well, we're doing it's a longitudinal, like almost 10-year study.
Oh, me
so
too. Yeah.
I'll be on papers in
Yep.
the future for sure.
Me too. I'm working on a longitudinal. It's a 30-year. Okay, very big time horizon. So you know.
Yeah, you're trying to see if famous streamer wears blue hair for long enough, will the trend catch on? Is that like the research that you're trying to do?
No, it's actually if my hair is blue long enough, will your mom let me fuck her more than twice a day? That's what I'm checking. And so far the answer is no. It's only been once per day. So.
She's old and tired, okay? Try green. I know she's really into green. I think you'd have way better.
Oh,
way
I
better
know
bet.
she's super into green. I had to spend a lot of money to get her to where she's at today. Don't worry.
Jesus Christ. Hold on, but before that continues, I need to
Sorry.
fight with chat. I'm not Lex Friedman at home, and I like Lex, so if he's watching the stream, that's fine. I'm not saying being a fence-sitting centrist that just like everyone should get along and be happy. No, what I want is for these people to be able to fucking fight and debate, and then at the end of the day be like, okay, that one's done. Wait for the next one. That's it. Fucking fight, disagree, but that doesn't mean that you have to get butt hurt and deep into your feelings and then farm your audience for all the fuck Destiny or fuck what other oppositional person you're engaging with and get the clout. I'm just saying fight, disagree, hold a fucking stance, but then move on to the next issue. There's no reason that can't happen.
What if the topic that you're fighting about is something that like matters dearly, and you think the position that this person has and the way that they interact about it and the way you've seen them interact in other spaces makes you think that they're an absolute garbage piece of shit human? What do you do then?
If that's your takeaway from most of the issues that get
Not
talked about in
most.
this,
What if just in this circumstance, say you're fighting somebody on a topic that really, really matters to you. So just one. Not most.
Hopefully, for a lot of these topics, they all matter. Because these are a lot of things that get discussed here. Well, I think a lot of people take their impact on these things a little too fucking seriously in this space. A lot of these topics are very serious.
Name names. Name names.
No, I'm talking about every fucking thing.
Every person?
fucking thing.
Wow, real
Every
brave.
person.
He's criticizing every person. Wow.
Yeah, no, I think
very
that
brave.
most
So you think I think
streamers-
I'm too important?
No, actually, you technically have the reach and power and capacity.
Oh wow.
with
Okay.
your
Well, so
audience.
you avoided harming me. That's good, white blood cell. So call out a name.
No, I'm saying everyone does this. You don't.
You just said I
hold on.
don't.
No. Stop, Steven. You are the fucking person who can fight with them and then have a fucking beer and chicken and waffles with them after. You're the person.
Okay.
that
Well,
I'm
then don't
saying
say
that those
everyone.
people
I want a
should
name.
emulate.
I need one
Okay.
name. Call out a name.
Demon Mama. I think that Demon Mama gets on her
brave.
platform.
Farming chat.
It's what fucking person do you want me to name? I'm talking about everyone that has fought with. Now here's the
I
white
want you
blood
to
cell
name a
shit.
fan favorite.
Hold on. All right, let me think. Well, no, because a lot of
Is her
fan
name
favorites-
Erudite?
No. Because the fan favorites still engage with you. That's the thing.
Wow.
The fan favorites are the ones who have
literal
the
white blood cell behavior, but okay.
You are fucking with me right now, you piece of shit.
No, you're good. You're doing fine. You're gonna get an immune system raise. Okay, I'm so proud of your.
Hey, how's that rocket going? Did you launch another one yet?
Good one. How's your psychology going? Did you fake any more research yet?
No, I did real research and it was great. And I'm very smart and I feel very proud of it. My mom, the one you fucked the other day, she was really proud of me.
She is super proud of you. She can't stop talking about you when I'm balls deep inside of her ass.
That's really weird. I don't even like the idea of I prefer if my name is not on anyone's lips while you're balls deep in my mouth.
Okay, I'll think about it. I'll tell her to change up the conversation topics. No worries.
I'm sorry, Lycan. I agree. There's a guy you might like, a researcher even. If you like being
his name is
boring,
Tony Robbins. Okay, he's a super good,
Shut the
very
fuck up.
inspirational.
Nobody asked. Nobody asked. Just leave, Steven. Nobody asked you, okay?
Go ahead.
There's a guy. I will go ahead, but I'm hot micing something. It's driving me crazy. Am I hot micing on Steven's side?
No. You can't hear yourself if you hot mic. That's the definition of hot mic. Is other people.
No, you're hot micing. You're hot micing.
Oh, am I?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe I'm
It's
just
hot
making
micing
it
every time you load up stream.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, say your thing. You were
Hey,
talking about
sorry.
Tony Robinson, yeah.
No, I wasn't. There's a researcher that you might like. I'm trying to remember his name. Andrew something. He talks about basically like idea inoculation and how it's really important that people realize that like ideas are not fundamental to like who you are, and it's okay to let them like come and go. Essentially, that they're like visitors at your house, but you don't need to get too attached to them.
True. Lex wants you to know, he said, let's get off mom's. I just got off yours. Nice.
Damn. Fucking. My mom's getting around.
Wait, Lex Friedman?
My
No,
mom's
the
more
other
famous.
Lex in my YouTube chat that I just felt like reading their message out like in good one.
Well, you know, that'll be my mom's claim to fame, that Lex Friedman. She probably doesn't know who Lex Friedman is, actually. She's like a Bible thumping. She'll be like, is he like the equivalent of like an Andrew Womack?
Don't worry, I'll tell her all about him next time we hang out.
Thanks. Can you wish her Merry Christmas, too? Because I won't be seeing her for Christmas. So.
I'll think about it. Oh, I had a thought come to me.
You bet you have a lot
weird.
of them.
It's weird that you're launch. I don't know how I feel about you launching from that to this, but go for it. Yeah. What's up?
You know how like psychology kind of sucks, and that like our medical health interventions are like very, very, very difficult, or not. I'm sorry, not difficult, but they're not very like efficacious. Like we don't have like a way to like cure depression or anything like that. And people are constantly exploring like other ways to make it work. One thing that I noticed as I thought about this, mental health is treated way differently than physical health. In that when you go to the hospital, the expectation is not that you leave the hospital healthy, it's that you leave the hospital not dying, right? That's the goal of a medical professional, is to move you from dying to not dying. But a medical professional never, ever, ever moves you from not dying to healthy, right? They're not like helping you work out. They're not like helping you eat better. They might like say a thing, but that's not like not their job. But when you go to a mental health professional, the goal of a mental health professional is not to make you not kill yourself. It's to actually like make you mentally healthy. The burden that we place on mental health professionals is way, 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 way higher than the burden that we place on medical professionals.
Ooh, interesting. So there's a lot of people who critique psychology and saying that we don't try to make people healthy, we try to just make them functional. We really do just try to get them to like zero. We don't. And
But that's
would
not
agree with
really
that.
true, right? That's not really true, is it?
I might disagree with this. I think that actually there are plenty of cases in medicine where we don't expect people to be 100% better as soon as they get treatment for a mental illness. In fact, oftentimes it takes people a really long time. Like if somebody's been suffering from depression for a long time, or if somebody's been suffering from something really severe for decades, right? We know that they're never going to be 100% again.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that like the expectation, like for instance, when you go to therapy, right? Like think about the difference between like therapy versus like physical therapy, right? If we think about physical therapy, oftentimes physical therapy is something you do when you're like recovering from a serious injury or like getting the function of a limb back. And it's like you're never, ever, ever, you're going to therapy to learn how to walk. You're not going to therapy to get a 3-plate squat, right? They're not like making you strong. They're just making you like barely functional. But when you go to like therapy, like mental health therapy, not physical therapy, but like therapy, mental therapy, like it's almost like the goal is that you're coming out as like a way better person with the ability to deal with your problems. Yes.
I disagree disagree with you. I disagree. No, I think anybody. I think that's your perception. I think anybody who is well versed in that kind of stuff would know that therapy is a long process, and a lot of the times you go into therapy, you feel worse for quite a while until you start feeling better.
Yeah, but that's all part of the process that I'm saying that's unique from medicine. There isn't like a medical thing like that. Like the goal is to just make you not die. It's not like here's a bad process you have to go through to like feel better afterwards. But the mental health thing is actually pushing you towards like for instance, somebody that comes out of a hospital that was moved from dying to not dying is not generally going to be doing better than the average person. They're just going to be caught up to like a neutralish place, but probably worse than the average person. But somebody that comes out of therapy in a really successful manner should be doing better than an ordinary person.
I disagree.
So I guess what I would argue is a lot of psychology would actually acknowledge, like, do you know, so positive psychology started in the 1990s with Seligman. And Seligman started positive psychology because there was kind of this acknowledgement that all of previous, like, abnormal psychic pathology was focused on taking people from like -10 to 0, but nobody was concerned about taking people from like 0 to 10. So we have a robust amount of information that tells us how people go wrong and how to make them unwrong. But we don't have a lot of information about how people go right and how to make them more right. And I think that's probably part of why we have this like mental health crisis and why there's like this question of like efficacy of therapy, where we know therapy works, but it's only lasts for so long and the effects are very diminishing long term.
Yeah, I acknowledge that. I'm just saying that we don't ever place that same burden. Like, I think a similar burden on medical professionals would be, why is it that we spend all this money on medicine, we have all these doctors that go through all the schools, but we still have so many fat people? Like, people would say, well, hold on, it's not doctor's job isn't to make people not fat, right? Which is true. But for mental health, I think we have a much higher expectation to make somebody like way more mentally tenacious. Not just like, okay, well, this is really great. You're not suicidal anymore, so now you can leave. Like, nobody would ever say that as a therapist. Like, okay, you don't want to kill yourself. You're good to go.
I may agree that that's like the societal view, but I don't think that's like the general view within medicine. I think the general view within medicine is much more nuanced, and people know not to expect that.
I disagree. When you go to therapy, they're not teaching you how to just not kill yourself. Like, they're giving you a whole bunch of tools to navigate interpersonal relationships, to navigate negative thoughts you might have about yourself, how to deal with like potential situations coming up in the future. Like, these are things that a medical professional would like never talk to you about. Like, they would just like say like, make sure you diet and exercise, and then they just,
Well, you go to therapy with the expectation that over a period of time, you'll come out with better coping mechanisms. Maybe you won't be 100% perfect, but you'll come out somewhat functional within society, right? And any further work that you do with that, like, it's a long process. I think that anybody who's familiar with mental health, at least, is familiar with that. And I think within the healthcare field, like, sure, it's harder to know exactly what's wrong with somebody because with mental health, because it's so internal. But I think that within the medical field, generally people have a more nuanced take on this. I'm not going to disagree with you at all, though, on what you're saying. As far as like general population, people sure have crazy views and crazy expectations from not just mental health. Actually, I think they do have some crazy expectations from physical health, but more so mental health, 100%. So.
Okay.
I think the issue is that like medicine is a lot more standardized in a lot of ways.
Well, but it's standardized because it's just trying to make you not die, right?
Well, I mean, you compared like therapy. Like I think when, at least in my experiences of going to like physiotherapy for like my neck injury, there was an element of wanting to get me back to normal, but there was also like, I was also able to continue going to therapy because I wanted to train and I wanted to get like stronger than I was before, and like exercise and stuff like that. And so they like continued me on in the journey of like not just like getting me back to like not being in pain and not like struggling every day, but also like what are the like post-acute things to do to get my neck to go from like 0 to like healthier and now resistant, so that like concussions are much less likely for me. And so I think it's really hard. I think the issue is that we compare medical health to mental health a lot. And I understand why we do, because of the medicalization of mental health. The problem is that like mental health is obviously, I'm going to say this, medical health isn't solved either, but I would say between the two things, I would say we know a lot more like systematically what to do with a number of things with medical health than we do with mental health, right? So like some practitioners, if you go to like a psych ward, the goal is to basically get you to the point where you're just not going to kill yourself, and then you're kind of released, right?
Yeah, but that's why I was saying that, like, if mental health and medical health, the comparison of the outcomes were the same, then all medical health would just be those asylums. Because stopping suicide is actually incredibly fucking easy. You medicate the fuck out of the person, you lock them in a room all day, and then you wait till the feeling passes. And they're probably not going to kill themselves immediately. You probably have like a few months or whatever, right? Like that's a pretty, like even just like calling, that's why the suicide hotline exists. Somebody like having somebody stop them immediately from killing themselves is pretty easy to not kill themselves, right? But I would compare that to like you go to the hospital with a heart attack, they do a bypass surgery, and then they send you out and you still weigh 400 pounds, you still go back to your same lifestyle. Like that person's gonna have another heart attack in a few, maybe months, depending on how bad their lifestyle is, right? Same thing with the mental health crisis. But for the mental health, we have such a higher expectation to build a stronger mind than we do to just like keep them from not dying, like I think we do in the medical health world.
I think we do, but I think that's because psychologists a lot of times kind of say that we can do this. Like I think sometimes we oversell ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the issue is because here's the real blackpilling. Some therapists are so good that they can do this. Some therapists effect size 99.8% of their clients are not just doing better, but doing significantly better after seeing them. However, the issue is on the other side, we have some people with an effect size of 0.25. Which like, I forget the math, but that means that like, it's like less than a coin flip of their clients are doing better after seeing them. And so it's like, the problem is that we have like this incredibly less standardized thing. And then we have a whole bunch, I mean, this goes back to my whole issue of like, who's even pretending to be a psychology expert, because we do have some people who say like therapy should be there to like basically fix all of your problems. Therapy should be there to like, just make you not suicide. Like we don't really have a cohesive agreement within psychology and within like psychology experts about what the purpose of therapy is, or even worse, what therapy is precisely. It's just a way less well-defined thing.
Sure.
I can.
Sorry, bro.
I can agree that we definitely have too high standards, like as a society, for mental health, and I think anybody who's known somebody with a very severe mental health condition knows that there are some people, they're never going to be 100%. There's some people who are never going to be even 80% of what they, of what they used to be prior to whatever illness's onset. So, and those are tough realities that people have to accept.
Yeah, sure, probably. Right.
Isn't part of the advantage that mental health has here is that it's a habit? Like, if you go to therapy like once a week or once every 2 weeks, that can kind of continue into perpetuity, right? And there's not like it's a
yeah,
part
but
of
the
your
difficulty
routine.
is that like again because of the differences in how we like what outcomes we're valuing, like generally speaking, except for maybe like some kinds of like physical therapy, like medical stuff, like when you go to the hospital, doesn't usually require you to do stuff at home, except maybe like take a prescription. But mental health requires you to make like big lifestyle changes, I think, like that you have to implement, like that might be a big change of behavior on a daily basis, which I think is unique to mental health.
Physical therapy actually does require you to do exercises at home and stuff like that.
That's why I said with exception to like maybe physical therapy.
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. Sorry, my bad.
I think doesn't like the weight treatment stuff that's done medically, isn't that usually paired up with a lot of like post-operation care and stuff like that?
There might be some stuff. So like for instance, to get like a gastric bypass surgery, that you have to actually prove that you've taken steps to reduce your caloric intake before they'll actually do the surgery. Otherwise they won't. So yeah, there can be some things like that, but by and large, most medical stuff is expected to just kind of work, and then you have like a prescription pill that you take maybe, but
If you're constantly on a prescription, like the expectation in the I don't know if I would call it the expectation, but what you're supposed to do is like have regular follow-ups with your doctor, right?
Well, what you're supposed to do that nobody does is oftentimes for a lot of things, they need to have like big lifestyle changes. But all doctors can do is recommend stuff like that, but it's not actually going to happen, right? Like if you're diabetic, you shouldn't eat things that are so high in the glycemic index. Or if you're like have a lot of hypertension and you're very overweight, you should probably, diet and exercise in general. Like they can recommend these things, but there's like no guarantee that you can do it or that you will do it.
The trend is right now is that the medical field is encouraging more of that follow-up care. and like the like more communication with your doctor thing.
Preventative care.
Then mental health, or just by itself?
What was that?
I was just asking when you're saying like, because you said like, isn't the I felt like you were saying some of the differences between like medical and mental health is like the habits, like therapy should be a habit. So are you still differentiating between the two, or have we moved on from there?
Yeah, I think that I think medical is moving more towards the mental health side in terms of like they're encouraging more regular communication with your doctor, especially with all like the new technology that exists. And like they don't really it's easy to send a message to your doctor now, and like they don't charge you for it like the same way like a doctor visit would cost. So
yeah,
I think
because you can do like
it's
a
becoming
Zoom
more
meeting and shit.
accessible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
I think it's trending in the right direction is basically what I'm saying.
Basically, like, holistic care is probably a lot more important than just, you know, here's like a prescription and then get the fuck out of my face. Not that doctors say that.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's trending even within mental health, right? Like, a lot of therapists are moving more and more towards a holistic practice as well, where they're talking about, like, not just talking about your feelings, but also, like, what behaviors are you doing? Are you managing your sleep? Are you exercising? Because, like, these are all fundamental steps to, like, being mentally okay.
Erda, can I ask a question about your job?
Uh-oh. Her
My
quote-unquote
job?
psychologist job? Lympheo.
Stop! There's too many people who actually think that I just, like, lie about my credentials, that it's, like, it's
That's
getting
okay.
out of hand.
That's all right.
Please no. Please stop. But yes, of course, you can ask me a question about my job.
Okay, so I'm pretty new to academia, and so I'm trying to understand your job because obviously I'm in a different field, but it's like a similar field. I mean, it's consumer behavior, and you're in psychology, right? Strictly. Do you work with a tenured professor, or how does it work? Because what I usually thought was that if they're looking for people to help with the research and stuff, they'll either pick a PhD student or an undergrad that wants experience or something. So I was curious how that kind of came to about.
Yeah, so
How did it come about?
Yeah, no, that sounded like a well-worded attempt to dig at you. Like he's setting you up.
Yeah. I don't think he's setting me up. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. So I have an undergrad honors degree, and then I also have a graduate diploma in psychometrics, which is like psychological evaluation. And so with the research that this lab is specifically doing, they needed basically somebody trained in psychometrics. So I got the job for a number of reasons. Number one is I'm going to most likely be studying in that graduate lab next year. So I've already have like a working relationship with the professor. And so they brought me in basically originally to start prioritizing just working on their website. And then when they started opening up this research, they were like, you have a degree in this. And I said, yes. And so I came on and I trained the other RAs. I helped train the other RAs, and I'm now administering tests for this research. This lab does a ton of research, but this is just one of their longitudinal projects that I'm now working on.
So the lab attached to the university?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. It makes more sense that you're working with the lab. That makes a lot more sense.
A little bit more,
in
maybe.
that context.
Yeah. So with the graduate diploma I have, most people with my training either work for like a private, like usually a neuropsychologist, or they'll work in like jail settings. So I kind of lucked out there.
So are you actively pursuing graduate school now?
Yep.
Right.
Good stuff. Just curious.
Nice. Okay.
We just gotta sit in silence here.
Yeah. You got anything else for
Is
us?
there anyone else's education or training that we want to ask about? I'm just kidding.
I have a question about something Lakin was talking about earlier. I think it's like Lakin seems to not like the blood sports. Am I getting that correct? Lakin, you know, like the attitude that everything should be blood sports.
Yeah, no, I hate the blood sports.
Loser.
Like
I personally agree.
To be really honest, like when I watch Steven, God, ugh, I had to pull the dick out of my mouth for a second. But I like watching when Steven goes in on someone because usually it's based on
Righteousness.
Reasonable fucking argument.
True.
There are very few times I've seen him go in on someone. I'm like, you probably shouldn't have. Whatever.
That Bad Bunny tweet was so good. I agree. Go ahead.
It's, he has righteous indignation, and you know, when you're like angry with someone, but you know you're fucking right, and you're like, God, I'm fucking right. There's that sense of excitement about it. And I live that vicariously through a lot of the people that Steven fights with, because he does it in a way that isn't based on like just I hate you, fuck you, die, die, die. It is you're wrong for this reason, this reason, this reason. So those are blood sports I'm kind of okay with. I'm not okay with the like petulant, stupid shit that happens.
Like when people disagree with me. True.
No, I have no problem with people who disagree with you. I think it's healthy. I learn a lot from it when I watch those disagreements happen, and I hear you explain things, and you can often articulate other people's arguments better than they can, and I get the full spectrum of the different stances.
We got it.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I thought you said you took the dick out of your mouth.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
I did, but it just slips.
I agree with what you like and you don't like. But over time, kind of observing the community, I'm curious if you think that the space could exist without those people. In terms of like, would it be large enough to hit that critical mass of people that like, it could self-sustain?
No, it couldn't, because there's always going to be someone who wants to capitalize on it. So there's always going to be the audience that migrates towards it. So
yeah, that's the thing, right? Like people like seeing emotionality. Like I think that's like why like people are drawn to people like Max or like Haas and stuff like that. Is like people are really drawn to like the contentious emotionality. Like there's something entertaining and interesting about like watching a train wreck occur in front of you. That is like, I think people love drama because they can see themselves in it. Like you can always insert yourself of like, well, if I was in this position, this is what I would be thinking, or this is what I would have done, or you know, it's like it's about them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. No, I mean, people are always going to want that, and that is going to continuously drive. It's the reason that people do it. They get that feedback loop, and that's never going to go away. So it's just one of those things I have to accept as a part of this space. Doesn't mean I have to like it, but I understand why it exists and that it does exist.
Okay.
So we're just blackpilled on that one.
Not blackpilled. Like, I mean, this is an unrealistic expectation, but I would love to see, for like 1/4 of a year, Steven engage actively with politics on a daily basis, but never, ever, ever go in hard at someone. So
I mean,
when
I
someone
kind of did
says
that
something,
over this past year, like broadly. I was trying to be like pretty friendly to most people. At least conservatives have tried really hard.
like, and the conservatives seem to do better with you than those on the left. So I would like to see it with the really frustrating leftists. Not that I wanted to see the leftist arc reinstigated, but that was based on contention almost entirely. So I would like to see these debates go through for the 2-hour, 3-hour debates, the back and forth with the different communities. I would like to see it happen on both Twitter and on YouTube in a just very productive, as if he was a fucking paid pundit on a news network where he couldn't go off or else he's never going to be invited back again. And to see how that shapes the space. I think that it could do a lot of good because I think a lot of people emulate him. And I think he also drives a lot of that kind of contention with the communities he engages with. I don't think it's a realistic expectation, but I would love to see if anything changes if he were to do that.
Cringe.
Do you think it would kill his stream?
I don't think it would kill his stream at all. I think he has a loyal enough fan base that he could suffer the minor viewer hit it might cause. Because I think people still enjoy watching him talk about things that he's well educated on, well read on, and is able to dive into.
See, this is like the common issue of like the academic too, right? Like there's so many people in like, there's so many academics that like want to get into streaming and want to spread information and education. But the issue is that like you need to be entertaining too. And like it's possible that Steven is at a critical mass where he could like basically be like just like chill all the time and just educational and do well. But like people just don't care about that.
And he can still be emotional. Like, he doesn't have to be, like a deadpan deliverer of just rote fact from start to end of stream. It doesn't have to be that at all. He can react to Ben Shapiro and all these other people, and he can get emotional and upset or pissed off. But it's more in the interactions between other communities. So it's like, if he says something about a leftist ideal and someone wants to get in and talk about it, or he goes to them on Twitter, I think that engaging in a more measured way, I think, could have a ripple effect in the online politics community. I could be totally wrong. And it could be that people end up just ignoring him or not wanting to engage because there isn't a real fight to have. But I don't think that's the case. I think he still has a valuable enough platform that people would want to engage with him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree at all. It's kind of why I try to be like more civil towards people, kind of.
I want to believe that you're correct, but my suspicion is that people can't differentiate between passionate but accurate and passionate but just screaming into the void. I don't know if people can really make a significant number of people can make that difference.
I think they can see the difference. I think that's pretty easy to see. I think it just comes down to presentation.
Yeah, for the most part, except for like kind of like ideologues who are sold out and like are too motivated in their thinking to ever like move anywhere.
It's just frustrating because the challenge is you have to be so much better than everybody else in the space to do that, and you're gonna have to like work against like your own fan base being bad faith against you, other people you argue being bad faith against you. There's like so much that you're working against, and you have to have like an insane amount of discipline to deal with like all of the idiocy from like all sides, because you will get it from all sides.
Yeah. And in the midst of that, keeping yourself from becoming like a person that you dislike, because I think like if you're like always being like beyond reproach and like being as excellent as you can be, and people are still being constantly like bad faith and shitty and nasty and toxic, I think it's like, it's damn near, I don't know how humans do it. Like, I think it's really hard to maintain that experience and not become like resentful and like bitter towards other people.
I think that, so let's talk about the Keffel saga, right? Okay. What if Steven had gone to Twitter right away, and instead of being pissed off about it, and this isn't an admonishment of you, Steven, this is just in general, if you had gone to Twitter and just said, hey, at Keffels, this wasn't my community, it seems that you were feuding with so-and-so, this wasn't me though, and it was nothing inflammatory, it was just matter of fact. And that was how he engaged with that, instead of like the getting really upset on stream and deriding these communities. Could things have gone different? I think they could have. I think even if he had DM'd her and said, hey, this wasn't me, and I'd appreciate if you didn't spread these lies. Look at the evidence I have. I think it could have gone differently.
I actually don't know that it would have, because like I feel like I had an experience with her where I tried to come at her pretty calmly, and it just didn't work out. Maybe it would be different because Steven's bigger though. So yeah,
Keffels is kind of like a terrorist. I think that's like a special.
You don't think that was after she was?
Christ.
Wait, hold on. You don't think that was after she was juiced up? Because once she started going with you, like that gassed the engine.
No, but she went after me. Keep in mind, like our feud started from nothing. I didn't even know who she was when she was accusing me of hate rating her.
I know, and I'm just saying, at that point, if you had said, "Hey, this wasn't me. Here's what I can link to prove that,"
I had
you don't think that if you had engaged.
The thing is, I've seen a lot of people have calm conversations. Stardust was one of them. Hunter Avalon was another. The problem is, even in those calm conversations, she has a breaking point. It was in my manifesto. I think I had 3 recorded instances of this, where she'll just like fucking snap, and she'll just start fucking screaming, like out of nowhere. Like I understand. I think the general thing that you're saying is true. I just think Keffels is a really bad example.
Yeah,
it might be. The only thing I'll disagree with is with Stardust, your conversation, the Hunter conversation, etc. At this point, that stone was rolling down the hill and it wasn't stopping. There was nothing that was going to get her off of it.
The issue is like with what you're talking about is there are times like I dream of a world where we could all be like Lex and just like try to see the good in people and to like be kind. I think that there's something really valuable about those people and good, but the problem is that there are bad actors out there. Like there are people who are selfish and shitty and just want to do harm. And it seems like in the case of Keffels, there is like this shitty nature where like, I agree, the ball was already rolling with Hunter and with Stardust. The issue is like, it's possible that if he just went to Twitter, he would have gotten all the Twitter stuff dealt with. The problem is that now there's a social narrative getting into even like Washington Post that is like painting Destiny as a character. And I don't think there's anything he could privately say to her, even if he was super nice, to get her to be like, yeah, probably this like attention seeking like behavior that's like super nasty and throwing him under the bus. You're right. It's kind of mean. I should stop. I don't know if that world exists.
So I think, okay, what was that crazy guy you dealt with recently, Steven, the scammer guy? Where everyone did the Boba Tea jokes and all that?
Oh, the Saint and Sinner guy.
Yeah, so with Saint and Sinner, he was already there, right? Like he had his agenda, he was in that mode, there was nothing. And I made the stupid mistake of thinking that I could go in and talk to the dude and be like, hey man, don't you think that in a conversation about this, it's a very reasonable thing? That was really dumb on my part because the guy was not there to engage at all. And the sign was there from the beginning. And so with the Keffels situation, not that I'm standing Keffels, I'm just saying that I think in that initial part, because everything that you guys keep bringing up is stuff that was like 1 week and beyond with all that shit. I think within the first week, if there was a different approach from Steven, it could have. I'm not saying it's likely. This could be everything that she did was just indicative of her character, and she was never going to back down whatsoever. I'm just saying in the first week, I think it could have gone differently if it was engaged with a little bit of private DMs and a little more calm tenor on stream and on Twitter. It could have, because at the end of the day, at the very least, she looks unhinged from the beginning. But you have all these people that are primed to hate Steven that are supporting Keffels. And so when they see all that shit, there's no evidence they're going to look at that they agree with at that point.
I'm not sure. I can't remember. What was the first thing that happened between you and Keffel, Steven? I can't even remember anymore.
The first thing
one of her
was
mods
that
accused me of hate rating her, and then she said yes, and then I don't remember what she said after that. But
okay, so in your head,
Even
like, what do you?
though? So, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. I was just gonna say, like, so do you think that if Steven had privately DM'd her and been like, "Hey, heads up, I definitely didn't hate raid you," blah 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 blah, that would have solved it?
I think that it could have gone a little differently. Do it solved it? Not necessarily. Do I think that in this moment with us, if that's how it had happened, I could say, oh yeah, she was psycho from the beginning. But if he had done that differently, a lot of people would have, not that everyone needs a fucking leg to stand on to fucking hate him because they do it just because.
Yeah.
But I think that they would have had a much harder time supporting her if all of that was just that well-measured.
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying, because anytime I've had I shouldn't say anytime. A lot of the times when I've had tensions with people on stream and stuff, I almost always try to address it privately. I almost always DM them.
Cringe.
The issue is I'm starting to notice that me doing that and then seeing them privately be like, yeah, of course, and settle down, but then hear about things that they're still saying about me publicly and just how they're talking about me in general is so gross. But it's part of what I've been wrestling with in the last couple of days is I don't want to become a worse person because of this space, and these types of people are making me more bitter and more harsh, and I don't want to be that. And so I think there's a criticism in there that you're saying, which is if the leaders are toxic, is the space toxic, essentially? The problem is the bad actors. What do you do with the bad actors? Especially because there's so many people, this space is inherently reinforcing of being a bad actor. You are motivated actively to do so.
Oh yeah, no, the space absolutely reinforces that. I just don't know to what degree that situation was immediately exacerbated by that. Because I'm sure Keffels hated Destiny before Destiny knew who she was. And so that's why she was so okay with just saying, yeah, it was him, fuck him, and going that hard. But then again, the other thing I'd have to say is, here comes Alexide. a lot of people in this space are primed to do that anyway, even without knowing who Steven is, right? The moment you can get into drama with the big streamer and claim a big streamer is trying to fuck you over or doing something bad against you, there's a lot of positive benefit to reap. So I could be totally wrong. I could be totally misreading the situation, but it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I like to think that a calmer head could have changed the tide a little bit. Not that Steven needed to, because at the end of the day, he was just accused of a horrible fucking thing. So why would he have to be calm? He should be allowed to be like, this is fucking bullshit. You're out of your mind. Fuck you. Die. And
also, if you lean into the drama, there's money too, right? Like, you know that if you respond inflammatory, there could be just views. There's also that incentivization as well.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that it would have changed it. I'm just saying that maybe it was a bad example, but I think that it's one of those things that I could have seen it gone differently. The thing that keeps popping in my fucking head is Vosh retweeting the clip of Steven saying, like, the out loud thought, which is like, I really want to say something transphobic, or I want to, it's hard, no, he said, it's hard to not make a 41% joke. And what he's having is a normal internal thought that a lot of people would be. When someone is really hurting you, you think of the worst thing you could fucking say. And most people are decent people, and they don't fucking say it. Especially when they're, their name's out there and they're, not some random internet shitter behind an anime profile pic, right? They're going to say the mean thing. So all Steven did was vocalize a very normal thought that people would have in that situation, and Vosh fucking retweets it with, and nothing else. And it was one of the most dishonest, shitty, scum fuck things I've seen on the internet, because I know goddamn well Vosh has probably thought those exact same things about people that have come after him.
Well, yeah, he's master misogyny, right? So,
dude, Vosh's transphobic rants are legendary. I look up to those to this day as a guiding light for my transphobia.
Yeah, there's a criticism to be said, which is like, I love the internet world and all of its cultures. I think it is hilarious. I basically go to the DGG subreddit just to read the comments because they're super funny, and there's something I really like about it, where it's very real. There's no false pretense. There's no sanitization, which I really like. The issue is that it drives away a lot of people, right? Like, fucking normies don't want to touch this space. And there is something to be said about the Stanford prison experiment, like sometimes like in live, where like it's not like the maximal, but what you do have is the anonymity, right? Like where you can be like maximally nasty as possible, and you have some level of like distance and anonymity. And in the case of streamers, as long as you don't have any like professional world to be accountable to, you're just kind of infinitely rewarded for it, right? Like I think like Hassan, Vosh, and Steven like both like champion to some degree a level of like toxicity. The issue is like, what do you do about this? And how do you respond to bad actors? And also, how I have a criticism of normies being cowardly. And like to some degree, I wish sometimes normies would be more mean and like be more toxic, because like at least then I would know what the fuck you're thinking. At least then like things would be in your face.
Wow. Yeah.
Ooh, what's gonna be in your face?
Your mom.
Yeah.
What's with the shitty mics today?
I came in at the right time, talking about something being.
Hi, Alex.
What's up, Kyla? How you doing?
Wrong. Stardust. Wow.
What?
All women are the same.
Oh shit! Sorry, I have my screen turned around. How you doing, Stardust?
Okay. Steven doesn't even know my name, so it's fine.
Based, Kyra. Before we move on to whatever Alex and Vicar want to talk about, I think that Lycan is 100% right for slightly the wrong reason, or rather he's wrong, but for the very right reason, and he's right in a roundabout way. The problem is people don't realize how hard it is to do it, but you should present yourself as, you should be like perpetually victimized, and you have to be incredibly selective where you apply your wrath, because the goal, what Lycan is saying, is reaching out privately to Keffels to settle things maybe could have changed the outcome of the scenario. That is true, but not because Keffels would have changed her behavior, but because the public response would have been a lot different, right? When I can show DMs of RTBA reaching out to trans creators where he's saying like, hey, is there anybody you want us to ban? And there's no response, that makes my argument look really good. And it makes their side look fucking unhinged. Anytime you can present yourself as being like beaten up, so like BLM protesting and getting hit by cops was very good for the movement, the same way that you look good if people are beating up on you and there doesn't seem to be any reason for it. But as soon as you start to fight back, even in the most justified defensive manner possible, people will view that and grab onto that and look for like anything to make you look unhinged. That's the issue. And that's oftentimes that's what happens with all of my internet fights is I'll be getting hit from 52 million fucking sides, and then I'll say one thing that ends up being like maybe misconstrued, and then that's the thing that everybody rides on. But the problem is nobody will see or give you any credit for that struggle ever. Like even my own fan base, I think I ban people for saying autistic shit like this. We were like, why is Destiny such an emotional fucking little fucking loser? He's so fucking retarded. Why do you say this? I'm like, bro, I'm getting like fucking railed by 52 different sides of the internet, and you probably have a fucking breakdown when your mom tells you that you're not getting Pop-Tarts for breakfast in the morning. Like, who the fuck are you to say like it's a really, 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 really hard thing to do? Nobody gives you any credit for it ever, and it requires you to be multitudes better than every other actor that's operating in the space, and you don't always get rewarded for it. So there's like 15 different incentives working against you, and the reward doesn't even exist all the time. It's very, 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 very hard to do. The hardest thing that and I try to conduct myself in this way. I've been working more on it, but like people never see when you do it well, and they will only see you do the mistakes, and it's very frustrating. Jesus.
Right. And that's what I mean. Like, it's so hard to not become embittered is the problem. And it's like, here's, I guess, maybe my struggle in the midst of all of this is I don't like myself when I'm bitter. Like, I don't think I'm at my best based on my own, like, ethical principles, right? And it's tough because there are some people who probably should be shamed. But yeah, there's this, like, public extra scrutiny where it's like, nobody in the world has the experience where like if you fucking exist and like burp at the wrong time, that like 5,000 people are gonna jump down your throat and like psychoanalyze the fuck out of it and like construe some crazy narrative about like what that burp meant and why your sideways glance was actually you indicating like all these nefarious things. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't have formed thoughts.
That's just a Monday night I'm playing with fire for you, Kyla.
Huh?
You know that.
That's just a Monday night for I'm playing with fire for you, right? Because like whenever you're on my channel, it's just like everyone's always trying to like find shit to go after you for.
Yes, that's true.
That kind of reminds me of like, sorry, there's feedback coming through. Of like body language experts and stuff who will kind of like overanalyze everything that a certain person does. Yeah, it seems super toxic, and there's nothing you can do that's right. So
yeah.
Doesn't this like obviously we keep talking about how you have like this ridiculously high burden to act in the most optimal way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you feel like you're set up to succeed or like?
No, you're super set up to. Oh wait, do you think I set myself up to succeed or fail, or?
Yeah.
I mean, there are things that I do that are helpful, and there are probably things that I do that aren't helpful. So like on one end, like I would say. Hold on, somebody is. Oh, it's Alex. It's ultra feedbacking.
Oh, sorry. All right, let me change my shit. Okay, 1 second. That should be better.
Yeah, the challenging thing about it is that it's very hard to exist as a clippable person. That's a very difficult thing to do, and it's still something that I'm like trying to work around. Is that like I'll do like 10 hours of content, I'll do a 2-hour video, but I have to keep in mind that like any 10-second stretch could be used to crucify me. And it's very frustrating to fight around 10-second clips, especially when I don't believe they accurately characterize my position on things. So like one thing that I would say is, I would say that I am, of all the large content creators, I am the most charitable person to anybody. I will give anybody credit for making a good argument. I've done it consistently with Hassan. I've done it consistently with Vosh, even during times where these people are like relentlessly shitting down my throat. And anytime I'm being good faith towards them, they always spin it as me being like, I think Vosh will say like, oh, he just wants to be on a stream, or Hassan is like, oh, Destiny likes the chaos or some shit. They always have a way to spin it against me. So even when I'm being good faith, I'm being bad. But then anytime like I blow up at them, people are like, oh, well, like this is just Destiny always acting like this. And it's like, it's not. And like there are people, I don't know anybody else that is like my size on the internet that will side with people that are like so relentlessly like hateful towards them. Like in the Doe versus RGR debate, I have a very close personal relationship with RGR. I liked her. She was a big friend of the stream. And I have a very adversarial relationship with Doe. She's one of my biggest internet haters. But in that debate, I sided with Doe and Vosh 100% over RGR. I don't know any other creator that does stuff like that. But despite that, like people will still call me like spiteful and bad faith and like not charitable all the time. So it's hard mentally to exist as like a clippable person where I have to imagine like, okay, well, any 15 seconds get clipped on my stream and nobody's going to give a fuck about anything else otherwise. And then one final other thought on that is that what I actually just said was wrong. There are people that do give a fuck. They're just really, really, really hard to see. They're very, very, very hard to see. But they do exist, and they are grateful for the things that you do, or the things that I do, I should say. And I just have to try to keep them in mind when I'm wading through like all the haters, basically.
Yeah.
If you had to do 3 things to set up yourself for success in the future, what would those 3 things be?
Things to set myself up for success in the future. One is this is like I'm gonna do a more cohesive presentation on this soon, or discussion on this soon, because these things I've been talking about a lot, or I've been thinking about a lot over the past like month or two. One is picking targets. I need to pick targets that I go after a lot better. So like this is something I think I did really well for the last like probably 3 to 6 months online, as I generally stayed away from fighting with small randos on Twitter. That's a really big thing I have to do. That's one thing.
Being banned from Twitter.
Being what?
I said I'm sorry, I made it.
Oh, no, even on the OmniLiberal account, for the last few months of that account, I did a really good job at saying it. Most of what I was posting was just like meme shit. Oh, fuck, there were other things. I have these written down in a notepad somewhere. Not losing my temper and my cool against people in debates. A lot of these are things that I've worked really hard on over the past year, so the things I've already done a lot. I think I've gotten like pretty good at like debating contentious people, not necessarily losing my cool, like being really charitable towards other people, being like really empathetic. Because my goal towards like for 2023, my goal is less towards making people like me and more kind of like angling my content towards being a little bit more confrontational in like a respectful manner. Because I think I think I've done too good of a job right now of getting like conservatives on my side and stuff. This is like the joke I made where I'm really good at saying like, oh, like we should have challenging conversations and everybody likes that, but I don't actually have any challenging conversations. I just jerk off about it. And like challenging conservatives more on talking points is something I want to do more going forward. But yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I guess there's something in me that hates knowing that if you took the right, like the most like kind of socially polite, maybe the best action, which was to like privately DM Keffels, that the reason that it would be the right action wouldn't be because it's right, but because it would be most like optically good for you. There's something that like I really hate about that, which maybe I just need to get over to be in this space like functionally long term. It's just I don't know. I'm still struggling with all of this, I guess, because there's
you have to
feel the virtue ethics there.
You have to get over it. Basically, remember, like I think the fundamental assumption that you have to understand, or the fundamental truth, is that humans are not truth-seeking things. Like that's like a fundamental position that we all work from, that we believe that like humans by default will seek the truth, but that's not true. They take other paths towards gathering information. And I think as long as you understand that, it's easier to understand that like people think about things in terms of narratives and in terms of clips. Like they're not going to be like looking for your full content or doing anything like that. So you have to like function in that space where it is about optics and rhetoric and narrative a lot. But I guess like the ideal is hopefully you do it better. Well, I would want to do it better because I'm also being truthful at the same time, which a lot of people aren't concerned with at all. So.
Yeah.
I would actually add that there's also like it's the haters are the loudest people. There's like the silent majority. Like the majority of people who fuck with your content, like they typically maybe they hit the like button, but they're not like ranting and raving in the comments, right? So it's typically that's kind of like the restaurant dilemma. If you provide really good service, like no one's really going to leave a review, but if you provide bad service, everyone's going to leave a review. So there's like the silent majority that I think like every single content creator has. But then you look at the comments and it's like, you know, if it's like 50% negative, that's only like 5% of the audience.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna circle back to the question I asked because I don't think you answered it, and I think that's kind of telling, at least in the way I asked the question. I meant to ask the question. So when I said what were 3 things that you could do to set yourself up for success, you listed off things that were more outcomes than processes that would help you achieve those outcomes.
Well, one process is, I think one of the things I said was like not fighting with smaller people is probably important.
How are you gonna do that? Like how? I mean, besides self-control,
more aggressive.
obviously
Something that I
self-control
started.
is very.
Yeah, so a huge behavior change that I started to do on the last half of the Omni Liberal account was anytime I joked about this, and people call me transphobic, and I phrase this in a really bad way, but I think I said I was going to start blocking all trans people. Unironically, I started to do stuff like that in the later part of my Omni Liberal account. When I saw people like stirring shit up over like stupid like social issues and shit, I just block. I'd blocked like over 1,000 people on that account by the time I got banned, and it was a really easy way for me to avoid messing with all of these like the lacking saint or like all these weird fucking losers, biggest Joel on Twitter, is I would just block everybody so that I wouldn't even be tempted to deal with it. So like that's one behavior that helps. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's good that you found one. But it would have been better if you had done it earlier, right?
Yeah, probably.
And I think a big part of setting yourself up for success is like these sort of planning, preparation things.
Yeah, a little bit. Another behavior that I do this a lot now when I compose tweets, and I do this a lot when I do this a lot now when I'm making like Reddit posts and stuff. And I try to think about it when I'm speaking, but it's a lot harder to do on the fly. Is I'm trying to read all of my stuff now as like, what is the worst way this can be interpreted, and like, is there an easy correction that I can make so that that doesn't happen? Fuck, I had like examples of this earlier. Because I think it was in a Reddit post I made today. But like, I'll be writing something and I'll say like, oh, like this would be like, I had such a good example because I've done a lot of tweeting recently. But like, I'll be like reading a tweet and I'll see that like, okay, well, if I say this, it might actually be that somebody could take this and interpret it this way. So like, let's like change the language up. But that's something I'm starting to do a lot more now. Is I'm starting to look at like my tweets, and I guess hopefully I can apply it to my real life conversations. So like, if I say something in a particular way, like how could this be taken? Like what more qualifiers can I add or whatever? The only issue is that sometimes it gets really hard with certain contentious issues because like at some point I'm overqualifying myself so fucking much, and it starts to feel like a little ridiculous. But yeah,
I think this is where I'm struggling. And to be fair, I'm still like wrestling with this. So if you guys disagree, go wild, but I'm not sure where I fall in this. But there's something about this like sanitization piece especially that I feel like is like makes the world worse, not better.
I agree.
It makes it comfortable, but it makes it worse. And I understand as an individual. I'm not critiquing you, Destiny, for like changing your language or behavior or anything. I think that's totally understandable. But there's something about it that feels like actively needs to be pushed back and changed within the culture. And I don't know how to do it. I'm not asking anyone. But it's like go ahead.
So here's the problem. This is like the issue. The issue is that it's like we talk about victim blaming. It's kind of like I have to walk through a bar expecting that every single person is trying to violently rape me at all points in time, and that's the reality of the scenario. That is exactly what's happening. That every single statement that I could possibly fucking utter is like, how can somebody bend me over and rape me with this fucking statement? Every single fucking thing I said. And that's like the frustrating part about it, because at the end of the day, and not to be too self-aggrandizing, almost everything that I get attacked with in a broad categorization is just completely not even untrue. It's fucking absurd. Like, nobody could engage with any amount of my content and come away thinking that I'm racist or transphobic. That is impossible. The only way you could do that is with the least charitable interpretations off of like 15-second clips. Like, that's it. The overwhelming amount of my content is like talking about systemic injustices, talking about like, issues that trans people deal with, like overwhelming about. So like, that's the thing that's frustrating is it's like, do we really have to conduct ourselves in a manner in which the most bad faith actor possible can take a 10-second clip of my video and spin this in a way that makes me look transphobic or misogynistic or racist? And I agree with you, that world sucks shit. It's like a super shitty fucking way to live. I agree with that. But I don't know how to escape that. Yeah.
Do you think part of that is because of like an isolationist policy? Like, I understand the idea of like you have to go at it alone. I feel like it doesn't have to necessarily be true. Like, one thing that I really, really love about like my community that I'm building up right now, which I fully realize has selection bias, and in many ways I am the king and queen of it, so I have a very pearly like experience of it as well. But there's something really nice about like having a collective of people. Like, you have it kind of with your orbiters to some degree, of like a number of people who are willing to be charitable and basically like say like Like if you walk into the room and people try to rape you, there's like, is there a way to have people behind you to basically like, punch the raper to some degree?
But that's the issue. Is what we really need is we need people to stop raping each other, and that's the issue. Because the conversation, because it's easy to go into your own community and have people be relatively charitable towards you, but who cares, right? The challenge is that people from other communities need to work on being more charitable. So that was like my political project this year, was reaching out to people that disagreed and showing that like I can have conversations with red pillars or with conservatives or with even British people. Like there are all these people that are completely different that I'm able to jump in and have conversations with. Now I just need to figure out a way to do that next year where I'm doing that but still challenging them, because I don't think I challenged them. Maybe I think I did a decent job, but I can challenge them more. I can do that more. Yeah.
For 2023, my goal is going to be not to rape Destiny.
Thank you.
Jesus.
Have you guys ever studied like or looked into the story of the Olsen twins? I know this is super random, but I did a deep dive on their life the other night for whatever reason.
Nope.
Educate us.
They got into acting at 6 months old, and so they're basically famous from a baby. They didn't know a life outside of it, and it resulted in people like constantly, as most child stars experience, getting overworked and fucked over constantly, right? They went to college and people were selling stories of them and photos of them, like drinking at parties and texts and DMs with them to journalists for thousands and thousands of dollars of money, to the point where basically like they are never on social media. They've like fully become socially reclusive, and they never even like smile on camera anymore, and they refuse to go on camera like as much as possible. And there's something horrifically tragic about that. Like, obviously, I think everyone would agree. And I guess I wonder if there is something to be done, what is it? And I don't know what it is, but I agree that like people need to stop raping each other.
I think the big thing is, and this is where I guess I'm a believer of the great man theory, or some cringe shit is what they call it or whatever, is I think that there have to be like those individuals that kind of like step up and martyr themselves for the cause. Like you have to step up and like deal with all the emotional raping, and then but show people that like it's okay. Like you can have conversations with different types of people. You don't have to storm in the fuck out of everybody. But like there has to be like first movers that do that, because right now it's not the norm and it's not the default behavior, and there's not even that much of a reward for it yet. So
yeah.
I mean, like the more famous, the bigger you get, the more influence you have, the more the consequences for everything that you say has, right?
Yeah, like I guess this is my issue. When I look at situations like, for example, like the Mr. Girl situation, and like there's things that I could point to that I didn't like that you said, and there was a number of people being like, you should talk to Destiny about what he said about Shaylin or this that was very mean, and I'm like, there's no world in which the whole situation is played out as it has, where Max has basically like betrayed you and fucked you over in every way imaginable for a friend to possibly do, and then beyond that as well. And I go up to Destiny and I finger wag at his one misbehavior. Like there's not that there's only one, but like there's no world in which that is the right orientation to have. There's no world where that's okay to do. And it feels like that's what the internet wants to do. And even our own communities sometimes do that. And it drives me insane, where they'll be like, yeah, but like, remember when you said this one mean thing? And I'm like, yeah, remember when this person like gaslit the fuck out of me for 7 hours straight, and then also called me a bunch of names and treated me horrifically and talked behind my back?
Yeah.
And like sent me nasty DMs? Do you remember all that? And I'm like, yeah, but you were mean. And it's like,
there's
who
like a
gives
skill.
fuck?
Yeah, there's a skill to giving criticism. I think I've almost blocked August multiple times on Twitter because I get super triggered because he does this a lot. And I know he doesn't mean anything bad by it, but I'll be like in the middle of like, there's basically like 9 different cocks in my body at one point in time, and he'll be like, hey, you didn't need to say this thing on Twitter. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe you should eat some razor blades, you fucking Australian kangaroo loving piece of shit. Like that's like where my mind goes to. And it's like, yeah, I understand like the advice is valid, but it's very, very, very hard for somebody to come in and deliver like a surgical critique when you're like actually getting like fucked in your wounds by like 50 different people at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
And it's hard to know which, when people are giving you critiques, which critiques are valid as well, when you're getting a lot of them at the same time.
Well, maybe. I think that's the value of having like friends critiquing you, because usually like you trust their criticism a little bit more. That's a piece of wisdom I wish I could convey to everybody. People care way too much about what people think about them that don't like them sometimes. And it's like those people don't know you as well, and they don't have your best interests at heart, so you shouldn't listen to their critique as much. But yeah.
It's only valid.
I remember in... Sorry, go ahead.
Alex, go.
Wait, what were you saying, Alex?
Oh, I was just trolling. I was saying it's only valid if it comes from me.
Oh, base. Okay.
I was saying, I remember in Omaha when you were fighting with all the leftists on Twitter. I was like asking you to stop a little bit, and I couldn't blame you, obviously, because like they're ferociously attacking you for something that's totally out of context. They're misrepresenting you. They're attacking the efforts that you've invested a lot into. Um, but yeah, like trying to ask you to not do that is really hard to justify.
Sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, you just you have to be like a better person. Like that's the calling. As crazy as it is, but like it's really hard and it's really thankless. And but yeah, I mean, I shouldn't say it's thankless. I get paid a lot of money to be a streamer, but it's a hard thing to do.
Circling back once again, knowing that you are having this super high standard, don't you think that it's worth spending more time investing into even more systems that will set you up for success?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
I mean, you're actually going to do it, though?
Well, what are you asking me about in particular? Or what's the suggestion you have?
Well, I think Everyday had a really good suggestion, like a non-online circle of friends. Like, I think Dan and Moon, when they were around, that was probably really good for you, right? To have, like, reasonable people to just disconnect with.
Nah, fuck that. I'm good on that. It's nice to have like friends to hang out with and stuff. That's still like fun, but I don't know if it like grounds me out or it helps me with my political stuff too much. I need more people in my life that challenge me on a career or development thing. So I think those people tend to be more online. Like Moon and Dan are like super fun to hang out with, but like I don't know like how much like improvement in like my online political dealings I get from them. If that makes sense. That's not a slight against them. It's just like we occupy like totally different areas.
I think there are two things that you can tackle this from. Is one, being able to just disconnect for a while, I think is really valuable to just take a breath and gain perspective again, reassess. And then two, the other good thing to have is like someone that is understanding of what's happening, that you actually like trust fully, and is like presence in your life in another way. It would be really nice if like I don't know if like Melina were really into politics and she was around more often. Obviously, that's not the reality.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's just really hard to find anybody like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, that's really difficult, but I think it would be worth investing into because, again, the stakes for you are higher than like 90% of the population, 99% of the population.
No, I definitely agree. It's just really, really, really hard to find those people. I've made like a couple new friends, but like having people that I can be friendly with that also have like interesting like personalities that are also like versed in like the world that I live in and everything. Like you're selecting for like everything I do is like pretty rare, right? You're selecting for like a pretty fringe group of people, I think. Or if they do exist en masse out there, I don't know where the fuck to look for them at. Mr. Girl actually provided like a good
Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, true. Well, actually, unironically, the conversations with Fuentes and Lauren were both pretty good at that. And Mr. Girl, if he wouldn't have fucking sorted out so fucking hard, was also like really good at having like, because he had a way different perspective on almost everything that I did, which was fun in terms of like challenging my argumentation and perspectives on things. Yeah, I just have to find more of those types of people.
Oh, that's
hey, Steven.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, is it okay if I ask my question now, or should I wait?
Yeah, no, because we're just shooting the shit.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to disrupt you guys. I was watching your video on like the Rich Campbell DM.
Before we do that, wait, real quick. Does anybody have any like final other thing you want to go over before he asks about this? I don't want to like cut anybody off if they had a final thought or anything.
No.
Okay, we can come back to this too. Okay, go ahead, Vic. What's up?
Yeah, so I was watching your video on like Rich Campbell, the DMs league. You brought up how like in society guys are told to keep pushing. So as a guy, you'll keep pushing to try to get as much as you can from a girl, which is kind of like a problematic thing. I want to know what's your take on the pickup artist version of objection handling.
What is objection handling?
Maybe Alex could explain it.
Yeah, objection handling, for example, is when you're like at a bar with a girl and you're trying to bring her back to your place, and she's like, "Oh, I don't go home with a guy on the first date or something like that. That's an objection, right? So you might handle that by saying like, oh, funny coincidence. I don't go home with a guy on the first date either, right? You know, you kind of diffuse it with humor. Or she says something along the lines of like, yeah, you know, hope you don't expect sex tonight, right? So she doesn't want there to be an expectation. Be like, hey, listen, no expectations on my end.
Wait, hold
So
on.
it's like-
Can you say, are we talking about objection handling, expectation handling, like rejection handling? What was the word so that I can understand what?
It's all a form of objection handling. So she's giving you an objection when she says, hey,
Okay.
I hope you don't have an expectation of sex.
Gotcha,
It's all a
gotcha.
form of
Okay,
objection.
gotcha. Okay, go ahead. Or what's
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
question?
Nick.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Oh yeah, I wanted to know, would you include that as part of men trying to push further to try to get as much as possible from women?
I don't think I would answer this question because I don't know what objection handling is going to mean to everybody. Like those types of things could be just things that people say to kind of like be like just they don't want to put out a certain image. But like there's a big difference between that versus somebody saying like I don't want to go home with you tonight and like being like really serious about it. So hesitantly with the way that Alex described it, I'd say like I don't care about those things. Like those sound like things that you can kind of like joke about and just like move around. But if somebody is being more explicit, then I think it's different.
Yeah, so if a girl says like very explicitly, I don't want to go home with you tonight, that's not an objection at that point. That's just like a statement of her, like whatever.
Yeah.
A statement of fact or her intent. An objection is something like, this is a sales term, right? So it's someone who wants to buy your product, but they're like, you know, they're not sure. Maybe what about this? There's another person who has a better deal, right? So like part of being a good, like whatever, like being good with girls is able to deal with objections.
Sure. It just really depends on what those objections are. So like I hesitantly agree with you, but
sales. Like in sales, there's three soft no's and a go, which means if there are 3 soft no's that they're giving you, it's basically saying that like, hey, they're just trying to be polite. So just let them go after 3 objections. And then a hard no is obviously a very clear no, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it could be something like, hey, you know, I want to go home with you, but this guy, Mr. Girl, DM'd me and said that you're blah, blah, blah. You know, that's an objection.
Okay.
So one and then 2 more, and then you just leave it alone, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be though, like,
a good rule of thumb.
yeah, you could get a very firm like statement right off the bat though. Like you could like if the girl's like whatever, legitimately not interested, she might just be like very firm off the bat and be like, hey, listen, like I'm not going home with you, right? That's very different. The girl saying, just so you know, I'm not going home with you, right? So I do think it's important to be able to pick up on the tonality and the context. But I think the mistake a lot of guys make is they take objections literally. So this used to happen to me when I was in college. Like I remember I was bringing a girl back to my place. As we're walking, she's like, just so you know, Alex, we're not having sex, right? But she said in a very playful way. But me being the dumbass that I was, I took that literally. I was like, oh, I guess we're not having sex, right? And then we get back to my place and the girl's looking at me like I'm retarded because I'm not making a move. So yeah, so I think that's like understanding that is just like a key part of being successful with women.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
What if like there's a 10% chance that you actually just end up raping that woman, that girl? Is that worth the risk?
No, in that situation, it's absolutely not worth the risk. But the thing is that like a girl who is legitimately not interested in having sex with you, she's not just going to voice that once as you're walking home. Like, first of all, like, okay, let's do like a role play. Like I'm trying to like whatever pull Kyla to my place. We're at a date. We're on a date. And she gives me like a legit like, hey, Alex, I am not interested in having sex with you. And I'm like, okay, well, cool. Let's just blah, blah, blah. No amount of objection to handling is going to get her to change her mind. It's not an objection. She's like, no, dude, I said I'm not interested. Like, are you like, what's wrong with you? Are you not comprehending the words that are coming out of my mouth? And if I somehow magically get her to go back to my place, even though she's not interested, she's still going to tell me if I try to kiss her, like, hey, dude, I said I wasn't interested, right? So, I mean, I think that it gets a little dicey when you're in like a bedroom setting, if you're like making out and it's like you're going to second base and then she gives you an objection, that's where it gets a little bit more murky waters. And I would err on the side of caution and just like, okay, cool, no worries, and just like take her as is. But when it comes to something where it's like outside the bedroom, where you're just like at a bar and something like that, then yeah, like I think you can, you know, if you can read social cues, you can like kind of deal with objections. But again, you're not like being manipulative. Like you're not like saying, oh, well, the other girl puts out. You're being playful with it. You know, you're having some fun with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. I feel like this is stated differently when other people talk about it. But I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with what you've said so far.
All right, Vikram, was that the question, or that was?
Yeah, that was the main question I had, and the other part was about during my conversation with Annalicia, so the three of us when we had a thing.
Wait. Hold on. I need to clarify. Because you said you asked this in regards to my Rich video. Do you think that Rich was doing this?
No. This is a second question, sorry.
Okay.
This one, that's all I had to ask about the Rich video. This one is the second part.
Well, okay, yeah, but like, what did that have to do with the Rich video, though?
No, it's a different thing. Because I only had that one question to ask you. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
He's asking what the question, how that's relevant to the Rich video.
Yeah.
Like, what's the, yeah.
Oh no. The first question about objection handling.
No, yeah. he's asking. He's asking.
Yeah, I'm asking
about
how did the objection handling question? What did that have to do with the Rich video?
Oh yeah, no, because you brought up that one point about how guys are always willing to push. I just wanted to know exactly what you meant by it. So that's why I thought of the concept of objection handling. So I just wanted to know, like, would you apply that argument that you made there to objection handling?
No, because I think objection that what is being described. I feel like if I watch a bunch of Red Pill videos, the way that this objection handling is described is going to be way different than how you guys are describing it. That's why I'm hesitantly agreeing with it. But with the way that Alex described it, that sounds like a more playful, like, fun thing, or like somebody's just kind of like testing the waters a little bit. Like if a girl says like, "Oh, like I'm not going to sleep with you," it's like, "Oh, okay, don't worry, we won't have to sleep." Right, like you can like mess around with that, but that's a lot different than like you're going to their car at the end of the night. They're like, "Hey, like, could you drive me home?" And I'm like, "No, we're going to my home." Like those aren't even the same thing. Those aren't remotely comparable. Right. So that's why I'm hesitantly agreeing. But like, you know, if a girl's like, "Oh, like, can we go to my apartment?" Or if I say like, "Can we go to my apartment?" She's like, "I really don't think I want to go to your room. Like, I don't feel comfortable." And you're like, "Oh no, like we can just go like watch a movie in like the theater." And she's like, "Okay." And then you show up and you're like, "By the way, the theater's in my room." And she's like, okay, like that's like you're getting into like rapey territory there. That's not like objection handling in the way that it was described to me. So yeah.
Wait, hold up. What Red Pill content creators are? I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just want to get more clarification. What Red Pill content creators are pushing that? I've never heard that. Like this kind of like we're talking about like straight up like lying and like coercion and pressure. Like who's advocating for that?
I'm not gonna be able to think of examples. I feel like that was the general like advice, or that's like the general way that men try to hit on women. Like that's like it's like a pop culture kind of thing where the goal is to like push until somebody's broken down, and then eventually they say yes. But I can't think of any creators right now that talk about it, because I feel like the popular thing to talk about right now as Red Pill creators has nothing to do with pickup techniques at all. It just has to do with this, like, you talk about weird Evo psych shit and then how like all women are evil or something. Like I don't even know if they talk about like pickup strategies other than like become a millionaire.
I don't know, dude. I gotta disagree with you on that. First of all, as a content creator, if you're teaching that kind of like, it's not objection handling, it's like lying and pressure. Like you're gonna get like fucking nuked off the internet. Like there's no way you could say that stuff as a popular content creator and like, you know, like not get like nuked into oblivion. But the second thing is like, I've done this community for a while.
If what you're describing is true, then that's really good. That would show like a significant increase or a significant change in how traditionally men have pursued sexual relationships. But if that is true, that's cool. If that's not the case anymore, although it probably still is the case. But
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen behind closed doors. If there's like two friends who are like messaging each other, then maybe like, yeah, like, you know, there's some fucked up people out there. But I don't see that like being discussed in the pickup community or Red Pill community, like that kind of like pressure like approach. I don't know. I personally haven't seen it. But
okay, that's good. Yeah, if nobody talks about it now, that's fine. But I do think that was kind of like the standard, like
accidentally.
Probably. But I just feel like that's kind of like been like the standard like male approaching women kind of like model, is that like kind of like the relentless pressure thing. Usually when all of these are kind of like rape stories and shit come out on Twitter, usually it seems like that's kind of what was going on, was the press.
Dude, honestly, like I've been doing this for a while. I've coached like, I don't know, hundreds of dudes. I feel like 99% of the time it's actually the other way. It's not that the guy's too aggressive. It's that the guy never makes a move. That's like literally like vast majority of the clients I coach. It's like, yeah,
well, yeah, but the people that you're coaching sound like they're not the ones that are like fucking people. It's the one that needs help fucking people, right? Like if a guy is successful with these techniques, he's not going to come to you for help because he's already like getting laid, right?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I guess that's true. But even in terms of like forums and stuff like that, I mean, it's possible that like these like rapey guys exist and they're just like very low key about it and they don't put it out there. But like in terms of the stuff I see, like I don't really see that. Like I feel like vast majority of men are like, you know, ethical people who know rape is wrong, who like wouldn't do that, right? It's like I feel like it's a small percentage of men who do like the vast majority of the raping. Like I think like, you know, like all the rapes are done by like a very small percentage of men. They're just repeat offenders.
Maybe. I don't know if that's true or
I
not.
would say sort of. The issue is like rape versus like a lot of women experience like the I felt pressured into having sex kind of sexual assault situation where they felt pressured. They definitely regret having it. They definitely didn't feel super comfortable, but they didn't really know how to say no. And the guy was like pretty good at like breaking down some of their like concerns that they like were pushing back. But when they talk about it later with their friends, especially their friends are like, this doesn't sound very good. And they increasingly become like more and more distressed about it. And I think that a lot of sexual assault, when we're looking at like the experiences of like 80% of women have experienced some form of like sexual harassment or assault. I think like harassment aside, because harassment can be other things, right? But like I think that's actually the majority of the assaults that we're talking about. And I think what you're talking about right now creates a higher risk situation for those situations to occur.
Why do you say that?
Because when you're trying to get over objections, I think if you've got a woman, now I would give her some responsibility too, but if you've got a woman who has a lot of objections to having sex with you, she's a little bit on the fence, and you're decently persuasive, she might say yes, but then later talk with her friends and feel like she really wasn't saying yes and she felt kind of pressured to. I think if guys aren't extremely careful about how they do that tactic you're talking about, there's really high risk for not. I don't know. I guess like a mid to low reward, because the reward is like fucking her, but like the risk is her feeling assaulted. So
I think you might not be understanding me. What I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about like convincing a woman to fuck you, where she's like, you're back at your place and she's like, yeah, I don't know, and you're like trying to convince her like, oh, blah 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 blah, right? That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about more like shit test, right? Like, are you familiar with the term shit test, Kyla? Yeah, like women will shit test men all the time, even men they're really, really interested in, right? And typically women do that because they want to see if you're going to be congruent to this like image you're putting out, right? So if you're this like, sexual guy, is that an act or is that really you? So women quite often shit test guys. Happens all the time. Happens when I do speed dates. Happens like every time I go on a date. Like hell, sometimes even my girlfriend would shit test me, right? So it just happens all the time. So it's like that's what we're talking about here. It's when a woman is playfully saying, "Oh, just so you know, I'm not going to sleep with you tonight." We're not talking about like pressure or like convincing or anything along the lines of that.
That's fair, and I hear that. The issue is you want to make sure that your audience is hearing that, right? That you're more like people who maybe like struggle at picking up social skills, that they understand the difference between a girl with like kind of a cheeky grin, like a bit of a mischievous glint in her eye, saying like giving up objections, versus a girl who's like kind of maybe like fiddling with her lip and she's a little like she's kind of looking away and she's maybe got her arms crossed a little bit and she's like, oh, like maybe, like these are very different women, but I don't know always if people can tell the difference between these two. I would say evidently so, because so many women have this experience of feeling. But again, this is why women also need to be learning how to be better about saying things like, hey, I'm not comfortable, hey, no, right? Like there's responsibility on both sides, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this goes back to the debate you and I had a while ago. But yeah, I agree there's responsibility on both sides. But yeah, also I always say like err on the side of caution. So if you're a guy who's like not good at picking up on social cues, then you probably, should avoid this and should probably just like take it more literally until you get better. Like the better you are at picking up on social cues, kind of the further you can go with this. But if you're really bad, then it might actually make more sense to just be like autistically direct and be like, hey, listen, just want to make sure if you're interested in this, right? So you don't, because it's better not to get laid than obviously like sexually assault a girl. So yeah, I kind of agree with you in terms of that. But yeah, as you get better at picking up on social skills, like you can be more cheeky with it.
How experienced do you think like your audience is in sexual situations when you're coaching them?
It really runs the gamut. I mean, we have guys who are like extremely socially awkward to guys who are like extremely smooth and charismatic and, been with hundreds of girls and everything in between.
I'm really concerned because if you have someone that's inexperienced and young, like the Coomer brain is real strong. If you can get like, if you're moving a girl closer and closer to your bedroom, I think the concern there is like losing that self-control at some point and like not being able to like really think clearly about what you're doing.
Wait, dude, are you saying that a guy could like accidentally rape a girl just because he got really horny?
I'm saying that their judgment would be really impaired if they are really young, they have a lot of social pressure to lose their virginity, and like all the opportunity presents itself.
So like you're so again, so what you're saying is they could cross the line because they're just so horny.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Horny and immature is what I think he's saying. Like horny and young and bad at reading things.
No, I mean I would disagree with that. I don't think a guy, even if you're horny, you're gonna like violate like a girl's like whatever wishes. Like I've been extremely horny at times in my life, and like I've had situations where I bring a girl back to my place, I don't have sex with her, right? That happens to every guy. But like I've never once like, oh my god, I'm so horny, I can't help myself. Like I think that's almost like a meme. Like I mean, like has that happened to you?
It's not a meme. It's that you like. What'll happen is your brain, you get emotionally compromised and you start reading signals and things in ways that you shouldn't, and then you end up doing something that in retrospect you're like, fuck, this was dumb. So like, here's something that I can talk about. I can very clearly and very easily tell almost all the time, like when somebody's interested in me versus when somebody's not interested in me. I can give all the correct advice if the person's not responding quick enough, if you're sending huge messages and they're sending small ones. Like I know all of these things, like back and front. But if I'm like super emotionally like hung up on somebody, I might find myself doing like cringy things in terms of like I'm messaging this person too much, I'm being stupid, or like if it's this much of a game with this person, this is something I shouldn't pursue. Like I know this is fucking dumb. If it's like this is dumb. And in retrospect, I'm like, yeah, I was being stupid. But I think you can get caught up in the moment to where like things are happening. So when it comes time to like having sex with a girl, if like you're really thinking about it, you're really hot for it, you got it, and she's like in your car, and you like. You know, like the next thing, like I kind of want to go home tonight. Like I don't know. Like in your mind, you're thinking like, oh fuck, maybe she needs to work tomorrow. It's like, well, hold on, I'll drive you home early in the morning. Like it's okay. Like you start like arguing or debating for it, not realizing that you're like pushing her past her comfort zone. You're just trying to think of like, well, she probably wants to fuck me. Like I want to. Like I think the guys' brains can get into that. I wouldn't say you're not going to get into like a full on rape where the girl's like, oh no, I don't want this. And you're like, I'm so horny. I'm fucking you to death. Like that's not going to happen. But I think in terms of like pushing past boundaries and stuff, I think that can happen very, 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 very easily. Actually, I think the most common example, without any data or anything, just my guess, would probably be when it comes to things like birth control. That somebody can say very clearly, like, we should use a condom, and both people agree to it, but then in the heat of the moment, you're going, and it's like, fuck, like, I don't know, and the girl's like, oh, fuck it, you're already here, like, okay, fine, let's fucking do it, and then people end up fucking without protection. That's something that can really easily happen in the moment, right? Yeah.
I agree with you on that. Yes, that can absolutely happen. You could be a little reckless and like fuck the girl without condom. Yeah, that's happened to me. That's happened to all my friends. That's happened to a lot of guys. But again, I've never heard stories of guys like, or I've never even had the volition to like cross the line, because I think there's some things that snap you out of your state. So meaning like, if you're like walking down the street and you're like really in the zone and someone says your name, you might not pick up on that. But if there's a car that's about to hit you, like your whatever, your instincts will take over and you will notice that, even if you're like in the zone or really focused on some audiobook you're listening. So I think it's kind of like that. If
well,
it's
but
something
that's the problem.
Like,
that's the whole problem, though, is that oftentimes they won't, because women won't say anything because they're very like passive in those situations for whatever reason.
well, yeah, I mean, if a girl doesn't say anything, I mean, then yeah, it gets a little dicey. So, I mean, could I foresee a situation where a guy's like making out with a girl and they're on his bed and the girl doesn't say a single thing, but maybe her body language is a little tense and she secretly didn't want the sex, but the guy was so horny, he like put it in anyway? Yeah, I could see that happening, but I don't envision like a situation where the girl is like, hey, listen, I'm not interested, and the guy's like, oh, I'm so horny, I didn't even hear the no. Like,
yeah, I agree. I understand with what you're saying, but I'm saying that by the time, in my opinion, if you found a girl that likes you but is willing to say, I'm not interested right now, that's actually, unfortunately, that's a very rare girl. Like, I think most people aren't willing to actually give that verbal no. Like, that's a pretty tough thing for people to do, and a lot of people won't do it.
See, this is like the one thing I probably disagree with you and Kylo on, and I think Kylo and I had this debate in the past. It's that I firmly believe that the vast majority of rapes don't come from guys who just like didn't know. It comes from guys who maliciously and purposely disregarded the no. Like I have a good amount of female friends, and I've heard a lot of rape stories. Every single one of the rape stories I have heard, the girl said no multiple times, and the guy just didn't give a shit. Now, it's typically not violent. You're right. There's no violence, but it does always include, from every story I've heard, the girl saying no, no, no multiple times. So are there situations where the girl maybe regrets it afterwards and she's like, yeah, I didn't know if I really want to do it? I'm sure that I'm sure that happens, of course.
I'm sure
But I
that
think
might
we
happen.
got-
I super
think we
don't.
got drawn-
I don't believe that. I don't even believe that's true. There's no shot. I don't believe that at all. I think the vast
Well, yeah,
majority
that's why I
of them.
said this is what we're going to disagree on.
Yeah.
Here's can I maybe I could share like stories like.
Well, no, because he's got
one
his
of-
stories, right? That's how it works, right? Yeah. But yeah, you can anyway. Sorry.
So here's one thing to be aware of. There's actually a pretty decent amount of research about men who basically, it's from EvoPsych, so you guys might love it. Basically about men who will read neutral to like slightly negative responses from women, and they're like men's brains are often primed to read that as a positive cue because. I mean, EvoPsychs would say basically men are motivated to read any possible cue as a yes for mating versus like missing an actual cue for mating and like missing out. But I don't know if I agree with the EvoPsych reasoning, but essentially there is a bias where men will read into women's behavior as more affirmative than it actually is pretty consistently, particularly around like sexual dynamics. I think there are absolutely situations, for example, like a very common response in the midst of like a panic attack for women is to freeze. Freeze is a very reasonable like autonomic response when you're like super, super distressed. So yeah, fight would be the no, but flight is not possible typically, and freeze is the other alternative people fall into. These women are going to look very quiet. They're not going to say anything. They might just kind of like dissociate a little bit. This is still a situation where essentially she's valid in feeling assaulted, and there's a really tricky thing where if he didn't know where she was at, or like he wasn't giving her a lot of outs to say like to get away as possible, he might not feel like he's assaulting her, but she's still somewhat justified in walking away feeling assaulted. This is the tricky stuff, is that like there is a reality where both the guy can feel like he genuinely wasn't assaulting someone, he thought that she said yes, and she walks away feeling assaulted. Like both of these things can exist at the same time, and that's a really tricky thing that we don't know what to do with.
Well, will you agree that there's a difference between a girl who like regrets it afterwards because maybe she didn't really want it, and like actual rape where the guy's disregarding? No, I'm not saying that the first one is like okay. I'm not making that claim. I'm just saying I think there is like, if we're talking severity and degrees, like obviously the second one is a lot worse.
I think we all agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all agree on that.
Criminal violent rape
But
is
I
obviously
think when you're giving advice, you want to avoid both, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, you do your best, obviously. Like it's all a matter of probabilities, right? You do your best, obviously, to avoid putting yourself in any kind of dicey situation. In terms of like whether there's these quote unquote accidental rapes, I don't know. I mean, like we both have our anecdotes. Again, like I don't know if this means much, but like I've talked to, it's got to be at least several dozen women who've been raped, which was very unfortunate, and like every single one of them, like I swear to God, is it's like
I super don't believe that. Bring them all on. No, several dozen? No way. I think for the vast majority of
Why
women.
would I lie about this?
No, I don't think you're lying either. Well, you might be, or they're lying. Because the vast majority of the time, the woman is quiet. If a woman starts saying no and is like fighting back, or is like verbally saying like no, that will shut most guys down from going forward. To go forward from that point requires you to engage in like not just horny brain, but in like some sociopathic level of shit. I think that would be an exceptional case where the woman is actually saying no and trying to like make it stop, and the guy carries forward. You're on some like criminal, insane levels of rape there, I think, which I think is exceptionally rare. I think most of the time the woman's just quiet, not saying anything.
Destiny, how many rape victims have you talked to?
Unfortunately, because women seem to have the experience so often, probably quite a few. I don't know the number, but almost every story that I hear is typically the same, is that like once it starts to happen, like you don't say anything. Like in all the rape stories that we read, for all the accusations that go public, it's generally like things start to happen, the girl's uncomfortable, she doesn't say anything, and then she like cries afterwards and leaves. It's very, 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 I don't know if I've read a single, actually in all the rape accusations publicly, I don't know if I've read a single one where the girl is like saying like strong no's. Or if she does, it's when things have already progressed and then she says a strong no and then the person still stops and leaves. But I don't know if we've read a single story where the girl's like, no, stop, and the guy carries forward. I don't know if I've read a single story like that.
Okay, I mean that's interesting.
I have, but they're usually like criminally prosecuted because it's like so clear what happened.
Sure. Yeah. Or they're like ultra pooper noodles might have been that, but that was like the most insane. Like that's a pretty rare thing that happens, I think.
Sure. I mean that's interesting. You've had like complete different experience in terms of that than me. I mean, I would say it also gets like there's another layer of complexity, which is that like it really fucking sucks if you're a guy who the girl like was into it at the moment, and then she just for whatever reason like regrets it afterwards, like nothing to do with you, and then like you get fucked because of that. Maybe you don't go to jail, but your reputation gets destroyed.
Right.
So it gets really tricky, because when the girl says no, like it's like very clear. There's no confusion. If you disregard the no, you are a sociopath or you're like a piece of shit, right? But if the girl never says anything and you're going into it with the best of intentions, right? Like you're not trying to like push any boundaries. You're legitimately like concerned about her well-being, and you just don't pick up on the fact that she was secretly not interested, or maybe she seemed very interested in that moment and she was interested, but later afterwards she regrets it, which happens all the time. So it's like, what do you
don't
do
believe that. I would push back. I don't think that happens all the time. I think that's another exceptionally rare thing. I don't think there are that many girls that are like, we started fucking and afterwards we didn't, and now I regret it, and now I'm going to call him a rapist. I think that is incredibly rare. But
you don't think there's a lot of situations where women regrets having sex with a guy the day afterwards?
Yes, but then goes on to accuse him of rape. There's a lot of girls that fuck a guy and afterwards like, oof, I shouldn't have done that. But then accuse him of rape afterwards. That's like a 0.001% thing. That's an exceedingly rare thing.
False rape accusations are like much more rare than most people think they are.
Sure, but I just want to be clear, because you said this happens. It was very common, I think was the phrase you used. Or it happens all the time, you might have said. You made it sound like it was like...
I said, okay, so to clarify, I mean, like, of the girl, like, regretting the experience. But, yeah, she typically doesn't go out there and, like, call the police and say he's a rapist. But she might tell a few of her friends, like, hey, I really regret that. I shouldn't have done that. That's what I'm saying.
But that's okay. Wait, but that's okay. That's not a rape accusation. That's just like, I fucked a guy and I regret it. But that's okay. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. We get kind of dicey when we're going from that to the other thing where the girl, maybe... didn't tell him no, but she was like secretly not into it, or maybe she was into it but then she changed her mind and then she goes to call the police. Yeah, I know that the latter doesn't happen that often, but it's like the line between those two things is actually very, very small. Between the girl like secretly being not into it, right, and not telling the guy, or the girl changing her mind. There's not like a big line between those two.
I think the issue is that social media has changed this dynamic a little bit. In the case of like, I think there are women that are going to be motivated to like maybe like make some claims. There are women who also kind of get like yes man by their friends into like thinking that something was worse than maybe it was, and then like going to like Twitter or something like that. The issue is that like the women who go to Twitter to post a twit longer, which not all of them, I'm not saying that all of them are like fake or anything like that, right? Like, but let's assume like the worst case situation where a woman's like mostly just like felt uncomfortable and her friends kind of yes manned her into thinking that something was like more sinister than it was.
You're right.
I think the issue is that like these are really salacious stories, so they like compel us, but I don't think that means that like most women are doing this. And here's the issue: it's really hard to know like the numbers on this stuff. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm in between you two a little bit, because I think like I don't think most men are doing this. I think most women have a really awkward time and they tell like a couple of friends, and their friends are like, that's that fucking pig asshole, and then they kind of like move on with their life. And then I think there's another group of women that will like kind of yes man her and then also maybe like tell all of their friends. So like while they don't blow it up on social media, they might like ruin that guy's life within like their social circle. I think probably like the center one is going to be like one of the more common cases of a woman ruining a guy's life for like basically post-sex consent removal.
I know, man. It might be maybe my industry. I know a lot of people that have fucked. I know a lot of people that have regretted fucking a lot of people. I don't think I've ever heard somebody say that like, oh yeah, that guy raped me because and it was like, are you sure it was really that? You just didn't like having sex? Like maybe it's happened and I just haven't heard about it. But that sounds like an exceptionally rare thing that would actually happen.
Yes, I think it's more rare than not, but I don't think, usually when these girls come out, I don't think they ever say the words rape. They'll basically talk about the situation and paint it in kind of like a sussy, weird way, where everyone's left to imply certain conclusions. And the conclusions aren't made clear. She doesn't say things like rape or even sexual assault half the time, but she does imply that he's like kind of a creepy, aggressive, like, fuck.
Sure, but creepy and aggressive is not rapist,
completely agree with Kyle on that. Yeah, like every single rape story I've heard, I don't think I ever heard once of the girl actually going to the police. It's typically exactly what you said. They tell their social group, right? And it's just like that guy, whatever. If he's in that social group, he gets like a bad reputation. So yeah, I do agree with that. I think
the issue is those girls are justified too. I still think it's like we're not just talking about girls who felt uncomfortable and talked with their friends about it. We're talking about girls with a further intention of like her and her friends spreading it around to do harm to the guy. I think that's a decently smaller portion of women than I think a lot of people in the manosphere realize.
I feel like that's insane. Has this can anybody think in the stream world, has this ever happened where people are saying like a guy's a rapist and it's just totally not true?
I mean, dude, I've literally had that happen to me. This one chick, I met up with her, didn't look like her photos. I gave her a polite hug and said, hey, I'm sorry, not interested. Started blowing up my phone saying that she's going to go to the police, tell them I raped her. She was literally saying, I'm going to tell them like my vagina's bleeding, blah, 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 blah. Literally was saying that. This was like 3-4 months ago. I literally just gave her a hug, didn't even meet the girl. I had to call the police, tell them like, hey, by the way, this girl might call you. She's fucking crazy. They're like, all right, dude, don't worry about it. So yeah, like that's not that uncommon. Where the girl now she never actually went to the police. I think most girls don't.
So like even again in your one story, like it's way like if you would have asked me like, do you think girls like will a girl say some wild shit when she's upset? Of course. But like that's what you just said wasn't even what you said was happening, right? That the girl actually went and reported like false statements. That's just her like, fuck you, I'm gonna see blah blah blah. Like yeah, girls say some crazy shit when they're mad. Men will say some crazy shit when they're mad, but she didn't even do it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like what I said earlier is vast majority of girls don't go to the police. They don't go to that point. I was saying I agree with Kyla where they just like tell their social circle.
Wait,
but they don't actually go to the police.
Me and Alex are not, I don't think me and Alex are saying the same proportion of women. I'm saying that this is a nefarious, smaller group of women. Most women who get raped tell one friend if they're brave enough and they keep it to themselves and they never go to the police because going to the police is... it's good to do, obviously, but it's a fucking awful experience. Even if the police are beyond reproach, even if the police are excellent, getting rape swabbed and giving your testimony 8 times in a row, going to the police after a sexual assault is horrific. So I don't really want to I really don't want to underscore the immensity of like what women have to go through when they've experienced sexual assault. I really do think that the portion of women who are willing to basically like when they're mad at a guy blow his shit up with her friends and like spread stuff, I'm saying they do exist. I don't think they go to the police. I think they stay within their social circle or maybe like make a social media post at most. I think that they are a smaller portion of the women than a lot of people realize. The issue is that they seem very loud because we hear about them on social media. That's what I'm saying.
I think that's
just to be clear.
I agree with that, but I just think that like the way like we'll all do these qualifiers now, and I guess I haven't listened to Alex talk about this on his stream, but it feels like when people walk away from this conversation, when they go back to their streams, like you know how we all grew up thinking that like quicksand was going to be a way bigger problem than it actually was. Like you've never seen quicksand in your life, but when you're like 5 years old, you're like, holy shit, like I'm going to die in quicksand someday. Like that's what these false rape things feel like. Like I feel like a lot of guys think it's really common. Like I've got like a 40 or 50% chance of getting catching a false rape accusation in my life. Like I bet if you were to poll the vast majority of like Red Pill or PUA or whatever like viewers, they would think that like 25 to 40% of men get a false rape accusation in their life somehow, like through friend groups or police or gossip or whatever. That like that would be the number people would give.
Well, I've noticed what you'll actually find is if you pull these groups, probably 25% of them will say that it's happened to them. But what they really mean is that the girl felt uncomfortable and told 2 or 3 of her friends, and maybe one of the friends like texted him and was like super nasty to him over like DMs, and that was about the end of it. So like I've actually found that like both. A lot of stuff is getting conflated where like a lot of guys are like, oh yeah, it happened to me. But just like they'll make fun of girls being like, oh, when you say sexual assault, you mean like, you know, he made you uncomfortable once. But then on the flip side, they'll be like, oh, you mean a sexual assault allegation? You mean like one of her friends texted you being like, you fucking pig? And it's like, these aren't the same thing as like somebody who's going to the police with a false rape allegation.
Or even like spreading it to friends, like saying actually like this guy raped me, like a hardcore.
Right. Right.
Let me clarify my position because maybe I'm not being clear. So in terms of what Destiny said, I agree with you on that. I actually have a video where I basically say like, hey guys, like you're as likely to get convicted of false rape accusation as you're to hit by lightning. So I agree with you that in the manosphere they overblow it. Like yeah, you're probably right. They think it's like a 25 or 50% chance that you're gonna go to jail from false rape conviction. There's some guys who literally won't talk to girls that they meet in real life because what if the girl, you know, like gives them false rape conviction? I agree with you. That's extremely unlikely. The initial point that I was trying to make wasn't about like how likely it is to happen. I was just talking about how it's like a very dicey ethical territory where the line between, you know, a girl changing her mind and the line between a girl not being into it and the guy not picking up isn't that big. right? Because it could be the same guy that could happen to both of them, right? The girl could change her mind, but it's not going to be the same guy that, you know, the guy that maybe just doesn't pick up on the fact that she's secretly not into it, and the guy that disregards several no's. The guy that disregards several no's is a complete different type of person. That's like a sociopath. That is someone that just has no empathy, right? But that's not the vast majority of guys. That's a very, very small percentage of guys.
Yeah, we probably all agree with that.
I mean, but I think, like, if we're talking solutions, like, I think we would probably agree on the solutions. Like, the solution is twofold, right? One is women to get better at expressing their boundaries, right? Which I think is a crucial part of this. You know, like, the responsibility cannot just be solely on men, right? Like, it has to be, like there has to be some component where women are like, you know, I don't think there should ever be like shaming for a girl like going to police or anything like that. But I think women do need, like, you know, content creators or whatever, role models to say, hey, listen, if you're not interested, be firm, say no. Don't even put yourself in that situation. Don't go to the guy's place in the first place, right? So like if I had a daughter or like a younger sister, that's why I would tell her, like, hey, listen, if you're not interested, don't put yourself in that situation, right? Like don't even go there. But yeah, the other part of the responsibility is on the guy to get better at picking up social cues. Now I do think that like that very small percentage of men who are willing to disregard no's, they're not going to listen. Like I could have 20 million videos saying like, hey, rape is wrong. They're like too far gone. But for like the larger part of guys who maybe are just not good at picking up on social cues, yeah, that is something that you could teach because they don't have malicious intent. So I think it's a twofold type of responsibility.
Yeah.
Alex, how do you feel about enthusiastic consent?
What does that mean? That's when the girl's like, please fuck me? Or like, what does that mean?
Like, yeah, basically. At least like getting some strong like confirmation before you do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I personally get turned on by the idea of a girl being super into me, but so it's great. The problem is that like most women don't really, I mean, sure, like if you've already had sex with her like several times, she probably will do that. She's like, oh my God, I can't wait for you to like, you know, put your cock inside of me. So yeah, like if it's like a fuck buddy or something like that, or your girlfriend, sure, you're gonna get that, right? But if it's a girl that you're just like, you know, like meeting at a bar, like typically she's not going to be like, oh my God, I can't wait for you to fuck the shit out of me. Like that happens, but it happens more rarely. Typically women are more subtle, right? You know, they're more like kind of, you know, they want you to just pick up on their cues. They want you to get it. That's typically how it works. So yeah.
I don't disagree. But I think like, you should be picking up some signals, whether they're verbal or physical, that the woman is wanting to continue and escalate like a sexual encounter before you actually do it. Just because like that it avoids those dicey situations that you talked about. Now, obviously, like you can not do it and still be in okay territory, but I don't know. For me, the older I got, the more I realized like it's not worth risking.
I mean, I think if you're decently good at picking up on, so maybe for someone who's like totally socially autistic, that makes sense. But if you're decently good at picking up on social cues, like it's super obvious when the girl's not into it. To me, it's like super duper obvious. Like their body language changes, their demeanor changes, everything changes. So like to me, it's like not like I can tell when the girl's into it, I can tell when she's not into it, I can tell when she's mildly into it. So I think that if you're at least somewhat, you know, competent picking up on social cues, I don't think you really need to go to that extreme. Like I would describe as an extreme. I mean, like I think if we are going to go in that direction, I think something better would be just asking her for explicit consent in a playful way. Something along the lines of like, I don't know, doing like when you're like making out with her, being something like, so you want me to fuck the shit out of you now? Like something like that, where you're like doing it, but you're doing it non-cringy, like in a more playful way. But yeah, going to the point where like you only hook up with girls who are like begging you to fuck them, I mean, like you're gonna like screen out the vast majority of girls.
No, I agree with you there. Like, but I've been in a couple scenarios where the girl is into it, like obviously we're like in bed making out, but they don't want to take the last step, because it's like a first date or something like that. And I think in those cases,
sure,
it's really hard. Yeah, you just gotta step back from those situations. I think a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, that happens to everyone. I mean, not every girl wants to have sex on the first date, and sometimes girls change their mind. Maybe she was into it an hour ago, and now she's a little tired, or she's a little sleepy, or she's bloated, or whatever. So yeah, of course that happens. I mean, I think that, though, like, again, this goes back to picking up on social cues. Like, I mean, like, I'm just thinking back to my own experiences. I'm making out with a girl, she's into it. I try to, go to second base. What does she do? She kind of either moves my hand, or she kind of like gets really tense and like kind of positions her body differently, which is very different than the girl who's into it. When you go to second base, start touching her tits, she starts moaning and saying, "Oh my God, I love it." Right. So I think there's like a very clear difference. But again, if you're like completely socially autistic, then you probably should very much err on the side of caution. And like, yeah, well, I think like you don't have to be a rocket scientist to like pick up on those basic social cues.
Okay. Anything final? I need to go pretty soon. It's fucking late for me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Vikram, what was the actual thing you wanted to discuss? We kind of went on this massive tangent.
Oh, yeah. What was your second question? Yeah.
Yeah, the second question is about the Annalisa conversation. I'll try to keep it brief. So, back then I made the claim that I believe that love does not exist. But since then, like, I've had, like, because I know Alex told me he also disagrees with me on that, and I've been thinking about it a lot. Right now, my current take is that I have no idea. I just don't know. But I guess the way I look at it, at least my understanding before, it was that when people would talk about love, I used to think that they were referring to that feeling when you see someone and you're kind of like, that good feeling you feel when you're attracted to somebody, like, or someone you really like. But I used to see that as a very like short-lived. Like, it's like that you see someone you're really attracted to, you feel kind of good, and then like maybe 2 weeks later you don't even feel anything for her anymore. But I think it told me that there's another feeling that you have when there's someone who you've been with for a long time, and yeah, I just don't know what that is like. But if that's a thing, then that thing would be love. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I guess my question would be, what exactly do people, I'm guessing if I include you guys, mean by love?
Do you want Destiny to answer or for me to answer?
I'm guessing you both disagree with me on this, but yeah, either one or both.
I think we do both disagree with you on that. Yeah, go ahead,
I'll
Destiny.
speed run this real quick. There are different types of love. You can have love for friends, love for family, and then there are different types of love that you can probably even have for a romantic partner. Like, one type of love might be like the insane chemistry that you guys have together. Where you're like, oh, I love this person so much, and you get like a special chemical feeling, and blah 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 blah. This is probably especially true during like the honeymoon phase of a relationship. But then like the second thing is I would say that like when mature people are talking about love is probably like the really deep and undying like friendship and companionship you have with a person that you want to share your life with. So there's going to be like a special feeling, a special like type of commitment, special like person in your life that you're willing to make sacrifices for that you wouldn't for anybody else. Somebody that you're willing to work through problems with, somebody that you want to share a significant portion of your life with, maybe more than any other person, depending on how close you are with some of your friends. And that would be like the relationship love for like a strong relationship that's been like built and worked on over time.
Yeah, I basically did all that. I think I would that's my thoughts as well.
Okay, yeah, so it's just like it's like a feeling of like of someone you can trust and like yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I just wanted to ask about that, but yeah. And yeah, in that conversation with Annalisa, I feel like looking back, I wish I didn't say that love doesn't exist because I actually just don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but it's something I have to think about more. I shouldn't have talked publicly about it because it's clear that I haven't thought about it deeply enough to be able to say anything. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I actually have a very serious question for Destiny.
Uh-oh.
What is an NFT?
Good question. What a fucking loser. Do you know what an NFT is?
No, I personally really don't know.
Do you know what like Ethereum is, or like do you know what a blockchain is?
Yeah, well, no, I wasn't like actually asking you. That was like just a troll question for your debate. Yeah. Okay. No, actually, what I did want to ask you is, are you still interested in doing the Allende debate? I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, maybe. Right. I'm just trying to. Right now, I just need my life to settle down. I traveled a lot the past 6 months. There's a lot of arcs and a lot of shit that's happened, like Kevils, Mr. Girl, canvassing in Georgia. I think all of this happened. My Twitter account getting banned. All of this happened within like the last like 4 months. These last 4 months have been fucking wild. So I'm just trying to like chill and calm the fuck down on like my traveling and doing shit right now. I've been telling a lot of people I'm busy. I'm probably looking into like January doing shit, especially because like I don't know if I'm going to New York City tomorrow. I don't know when the fuck I'm gonna have real internet in my apartment. This hotspot's probably about to be maxed on data. Like, yeah, I just need to like, I'm trying to like chill for like a month or so, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I got you, dude. We can do it. We can do it in the new year. But yeah, good chatting, buddy.
Yeah.
Right.
Have a good night, guys. Take it easy.
Good night, everyone.
Love y'all. See you guys
Yeah,
tomorrow.
thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Destiny, for having us on.
Yeah, be careful. Peace out.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Wait, I feel like I saw this person talking shit on my YouTube chat. Wait, were you talking shit on my YouTube chat? Kiriorn. Hello. Nope. Well, right. Get fucked. Okay, I'm going to bed. Drag me in. No, as you and the other techs can all go fight. I'm not gonna fucking have like 50 million fucking installation techs coming and fighting over who's right or wrong over fiber internet installs. Okay, holy autistic shit. Good job. Okay. Ripper and a cappuccino, cappuccino. I'm streaming tomorrow almost for sure. I don't know how long. We'll see what the fuck is going on. Rip on.